Three may keep a secret, if two of them are dead. Benjamin Franklin, Poor Richard's Almanac, 1735. Chapter 1. Through my binoculars, I could see this nice 40-something-foot cabin cruiser anchored a few hundred yards offshore. There were two 30-ish couples aboard having a merry old time, sunbathing, banging down brews and whatever. The women had on teensy-weensy little bottoms and no tops, and one of the guys was standing on the bow, and he slipped off his trunks and stood there a minute hanging hog, then jumped in the bay and swam around the boat. What a great country. I put down my binoculars and popped a Budweiser. It was late summer, not meaning late August, but meaning September, before the autumnal equinox. Labor Day weekend had gone, and Indian summer was coming, whatever that is. I, John Corey by name, convalescing cot by profession, was sitting on my uncle's back porch, deep in a wicker chair with shallow thoughts running through my mind. It occurred to me that the problem with doing nothing is not knowing when you're finished. The porch is an old-fashioned wraparound circling three sides of an 1890s Victorian farmhouse, all shingle and gingerbread, turrets, gables, the whole 9 yards. From where I sat, I could see south across a sloping green lawn to the Great Peconic Bay. The sun was low on the western horizon, which was where it belonged at 6:45 p.m. I'm a city boy, but I was really getting into the country stuff, the sky and all that, and I finally found the Big Dipper a few weeks ago. I was wearing a plain white t-shirt and cut-off jeans that used to fit before I lost too much weight. My bare feet were propped on the rail, and between my left and right big toes was framed the aforementioned cabin cruiser. About this time of day you can start to hear crickets, locusts, and who knows what. But I'm not a big fan of nature noises, so I had a portable tape player beside me on the end table with the Big Chill cranking, and the bud in my left hand, the binocs in my lap, and lying on the floor near my right hand was my off-duty piece, a Smith & Wesson .38 revolver with a 2-inch barrel which fit nicely in my purse. Just kidding. Somewhere in the 2 seconds of silence between when a man loves a woman and dancing in the street, I could hear or feel on the creaky old floorboards that someone was walking around the porch. Since I live alone and was expecting no one, I took the .38 in my right hand and rested it on my lap. So you don't think I'm a paranoid citizen, I should mention that I was convalescing, not from the mumps, but from 3 bullet wounds. 2 9mm and 1 .44 caliber Magnum, not that the size of the holes matters. As with real estate, what matters with bullet holes is location, location, location. Obviously, these holes were in the right locations because I was convalescing, not decomposing. I looked to my right where the porch turned around the west side of the house. A man appeared around the corner, then stopped about 15 feet from me, searching the long shadows cast by the setting sun. In fact, the man cast the long shadow himself, which passed over me, so he didn't seem to see me. But with the sun at his back, it was also difficult for me to see his face or to guess his intentions. I said, "Help you." He turned his head toward me. "Oh, hey, John. Didn't see you there." "Have a seat, Chief." I slipped my revolver into my waistband under my t-shirt, then lowered the volume on Dancing in the Street. Sylvester Maxwell, a.k.a. Max, who is the law in these here parts, sauntered toward me and plopped his butt on the rail, facing me. He was wearing a blue blazer, white button-down shirt, tan cotton slacks, boating shoes, and no socks. I couldn't tell if he was on or off duty. I said, "There's some soft drinks in that cooler." "Thanks." He reached down and rescued a Budweiser from the ice. Max likes to call beer a soft drink. He sipped a while, contemplating a point in space about 2 feet from his nose. I directed my attention back toward the bay and listened to Too Many Fish in the Sea, the Marvelettes. It was Monday, so the weekenders were gone, thank God, and it was, as I said, after Labor Day when most of the summer rentals terminate, and you could feel the solitude returning again. Max is a local boy, and he doesn't get right down to business, so you just wait it out. He finally asked me, "You own this place?" "My uncle does. He wants me to buy it." "Don't buy anything. My philosophy is if it flies, floats, or fucks, rent it. Thank you. You going to be staying here a while? Until the wind stops whistling through my chest. He smiled, but then got contemplative again. Max is a big man, about my age, which is to say mid-40s, wavy blonde hair, ruddy skin, and blue eyes. Women seem to find him good-looking, which works for Chief Maxwell, who is single and hetero. He said, "So, how are you feeling?" "Not bad." "Do you feel like some mental exercise?" I didn't reply. I've known Max about 10 years, but since I don't live around here, I only see him now and then. I should say at this point that I'm a New York City homicide detective, formerly working out of Manhattan North until I went down. That was on April 12th. A homicide detective hadn't gone down in New York in about 2 decades, so it made big news. The NYPD Public Information Office kept it going because it's contract time again, and with me being so personable, good-looking, and so forth, they milked it a little and the media cooperated. And round we go. Meanwhile, the 2 perps who plugged me are still out there. So I spent a month in Columbia Presbyterian, then a few weeks in my Manhattan condo. Then Uncle Harry suggested that his summer house was a fitting place for a hero. Why not? I arrived here in late May, right after Memorial Day. Max said, "I think you knew Tom and Judy Gordon." I looked at him. Our eyes met. I understood. I asked, "Both of them?" He nodded. "Both." After a moment of respectful silence, he said, "I'd like you to take a look at the scene." "Why?" "Why not? As a favor to me, before everyone else gets a piece of it. I'm short on homicide detectives. In fact, the Southold Town Police Department has no homicide detectives, which usually works out okay because very few people get iced out here. When someone does, the Suffolk County Police respond with a homicide detail to take over, and Max steps aside. Max does not like this. A bit of locale here. This is the North Fork of Long Island, state of New York, the township of Southold, founded, according to a plaque out on the highway, in 1640-something by some people from New Haven, Connecticut, who, for all anybody knows, were on the lam from the king. The South Fork of Long Island, which is on the other side of Peconic Bay, is the trendy Hamptons. Writers, artists, actors, publishing types, and other assorted anals. Here on the North Fork, the folks are farmers, fishermen, and such. And perhaps one murderer. Anyway, Uncle Harry's house is specifically located in the hamlet of Mattituck, which is about 100 road miles from West 102nd Street, where 2 Hispanic-looking gentlemen had pumped 14 of 15 shots at yours truly, accomplishing 3 hits on a moving target at 20 to 30 feet. Not an impressive showing, but I'm not criticizing or complaining. Anyway, the township of Southold comprises most of the North Fork and contains 8 hamlets and 1 village named Greenport, and 1 police force of maybe 40 sworn officers, and Sylvester Maxwell is the chief. So there it is. Max said, "It doesn't hurt to look." Sure it does. What if I get subpoenaed to testify out here at some inconvenient time? I'm not getting paid for this. Actually, I called the town supervisor and got an okay to hire you officially as a consultant. $100 a day. Wow. Sounds like the kind of job I have to save up for. Max allowed himself a smile. Hey, it covers your gas and phone. You're not doing anything anyway. I'm trying to get the hole in my right lung to close. This won't be strenuous. How do you know? It's your chance to be a good Southold citizen. I'm a New Yorker. I'm not supposed to be a good citizen. Hey, did you know the Gordons well? Were they friends? Sort of. So, there's your motivation. Come on, Sean. Get up. Let's go. I'll owe you a favor. Fix a ticket. In truth, I was bored, and the Gordons were good people. I stood and put down my beer. I'll take the job at $1 a week to make me official. Good. You won't regret it. Of course I will. I turned off Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog and asked Max, "Is there a lot of blood?" "A little. Head wounds." "You think I need my flip-flops?" "Well, some brains and skull blew out the back." "Okay." I slipped into my flip-flops, and Max and I walked around the porch to the circular driveway in the front of the house. I got into his unmarked PD, a white Jeep Cherokee with a squawky police radio. We drove down the long driveway, which was covered with about 100 years' worth of raw oyster and clamshells because Uncle Harry and everyone before him threw shells on the driveway along with the ash and cinders from the coal furnace to keep the mud and dust down. Anyway, this used to be what's called a Bay Farm estate, and it's still bayfront, but most of the farm acreage has been sold. The landscape is a little overgrown, and the flora is mostly the kind of stuff they don't use much anymore, such as forsythia, pussy willow, and privet hedges. The house itself is painted cream with green trim and a green roof. It's all pretty charming, really, and maybe I will buy it if the cop docs say I'm through. I should practice coughing up blood. On the subject of my disability, I have a good shot at a 3/4 tax-free pension for life. This is the NYPD equivalent of going to Atlantic City, tripping over a tear in the rug at Trump's castle and hitting your head on a slot machine in full view of a liability lawyer. Jackpot. Did you hear me? What? I said they were found at 5:45 p.m. by a neighbor. Am I on retainer now? Sure. They were both shot once in the head, and the neighbor found them lying on their patio deck. Max, I'm going to see all this. Tell me about the neighbor. Right. His name is Edgar Murphy, an old gent. He heard the Gordons' boat come in about 5:30, and about 15 minutes later he walks over and finds them murdered. Never heard a shot. Hearing aid? No. I asked him. His wife's got okay hearing too, according to Edgar. So maybe it was a silencer. Maybe they're deafer than they think. But they heard the boat. Edgar is sure about the time. Pretty sure. He called us at 5:51 p.m., so that's close. Right. I looked at my watch. It was now 7:10 p.m. Max must have had the bright idea to come collect me very soon after he got on the scene. I assumed the Suffolk County homicide guys were there by now. They would have come in from a little town called Yaphank, where the county police are headquartered and which is about an hour drive to where the Gordons lived. Max was going on about this and that, and I tried to get my mind into gear, but it had been about 5 months since I had to think about things like this. I was tempted to snap just the facts, Max, but I let him drone on. Also, Jeremiah Was a Bullfrog kept playing in my head, and it's really annoying, as you know, when you can't get a tune out of your head. Especially that one. I looked out the open side window. We were driving along the main east-west road, which is conveniently called Main Road, toward a place called Nassau Point, where the Gordons live. Or lived. The North Fork is sort of like Cape Cod. A wind-swept jut of land surrounded on 3 sides by water and covered with history. The full-time population is a little thin, about 20,000 folks. But there are a lot of summer and weekend types, and the new wineries have attracted day trippers. Put up a winery and you get 10,000 wine-sipping yuppie slime from the nearest urban center. Never fails. Anyway, we turned south onto Nassau Point, which is a 2-mile-long, cleaver-shaped point of land that cuts into the Great Peconic Bay. From my dock to the Gordons' dock is about 4 miles. Nassau Point has been a summer place since about the 1920s, and the homes range from simple bungalows to substantial establishments. Albert Einstein summered here, and it was from here in 1930-whatever that he wrote his famous Nassau Point letter to Roosevelt, urging the president to get moving on the atomic bomb. The rest, as they say, is history. Interestingly, Nassau Point is still home to a number of scientists. Some work at Brookhaven National Laboratory, a secret nuclear something or other about 35 miles west of here. And some scientists work on Plum Island, a very top-secret biological research site which is so scary it has to be housed on an island. Plum Island is about 2 miles off the tip of Orient Point, which is the last piece of land on the North Fork. Next stop, Europe. Not incidental to all this, Tom and Judy Gordon were biologists who worked on Plum Island, and you can bet that both Sylvester Maxwell and John Corey were thinking about that. I asked Max, "Did you call the feds?" He shook his head. "Why not?" "Murder is not a federal offense." "You know what I'm talking about, Max." Chief Maxwell didn't respond. Chapter 2. We approached the Gordon house, nestled on a small lane on the west shore of the point. The house was a 1960s ranch type that had been made over into a 1990s contemporary. The Gordons, from somewhere out in the Midwest, and uncertain about their career paths, were leasing the house with an option to buy, as they once mentioned to me. I think if I worked with the stuff they worked with, I too wouldn't make any long-range plans. Hell, I wouldn't even buy green bananas. I turned my attention to the scene outside the windows of the Jeep. On this pleasant, shady lane, little knots of neighbors and kids on bicycles stood around in the long purple shadows, talking and looking at the Gordon house. 3 Southold police cars were parked in front of the house, as were 2 unmarked cars. A county forensic van blocked the driveway. It's a good policy not to drive onto or park at a crime scene so as not to destroy evidence, and I was encouraged to see that Max's little rural police force was up to snuff so far. Also on the street were 2 TV vans, one from a local Long Island news station, the other an NBC News van. I noticed, too, a bunch of reporter types chatting up the neighbors, whipping microphones in front of anyone who opened his mouth. It wasn't quite a media circus yet, but it would be when the rest of the news sharks got onto the Plum Island connection. Yellow crime scene tape was wrapped from tree to tree, cordoning off the house and grounds. Max pulled up behind the forensic van, and we got out. A few cameras flashed, then a bunch of big video lights went on, and we were being taped for the 11 o'clock news. I hoped the disability board wasn't watching, not to mention the perps who'd tried to ice moi and who would now know where I was. Standing in the driveway was a uniformed officer with a pad, the crime scene recorder, and Max gave him my name, title, and so forth, so I was officially logged in, now subject to subpoenas from the DA and potential defense attorneys. This was exactly what I didn't want, but I had been home when fate called. We walked up the gravel driveway and passed through a moon gate into the backyard, which was mostly cedar deck, multi-leveled as it cascaded from the house down to the bay and ended at the long dock where the Gordons' boat was tied. It was really a beautiful evening, and I wished Tom and Judy were alive to see it. I observed the usual contingent of forensic lab people, plus 3 uniformed Southold town cops and a woman overdressed in a light tan suit jacket and matching skirt, white blouse, and sensible shoes. At first I thought she might be family, called in to ID the bodies and so forth, but then I saw she was holding a notebook and pen and looking official. Lying on the nice silver-gray cedar deck, side by side on their backs, were Tom and Judy, their feet toward the house and their heads toward the bay, arms and legs askew as though they were making snow angels. A police photographer was taking pictures of the bodies, and the flash lit up the deck and did a weird thing to the corpses, making them look sort of ghoulish for a microsecond, a la Night of the Living Dead. I stared at the bodies. Tom and Judy Gordon were in their mid-30s, very good shape, and even in death a uniquely handsome couple. So much so that they were sometimes mistaken for celebrities when they dined out in the more fashionable spots. They both wore blue jeans, running shoes, and polo shirts. Tom's shirt was black with some Marine Supply logo on the front, and Judy's was a more chic hunter green with a little yellow sailboat on the left breast. Max, I suspected, didn't see many murdered people in the course of a year, but he probably saw enough natural deaths, suicides, car wrecks, and such so that he wasn't going to go green. He looked grim, concerned, pensive, and professional, but kept glancing at the bodies as if he couldn't believe there were murdered people lying right there on the nice deck. Yours truly, on the other hand, working as I do in a city that counts about 1,500 murders a year, am no stranger to death, as they say. I don't see all 1,500 corpses, but I see enough so that I'm no longer surprised, sickened, shocked, or saddened. Yet when it's someone you knew and liked, it makes a difference. I walked across the deck and stopped near Tom Gordon. Tom had a bullet hole at the bridge of his nose. Judy had a hole in the side of her left temple. Assuming there was only one shooter, then Tom, being a strapping guy, had probably gotten it first, a single shot to the head. Then Judy, turning in disbelief toward her husband, had taken the second bullet in the side of her temple. The 2 bullets had probably gone through their skulls and dropped into the bay. Bad luck for ballistics. I've never been to a homicide scene that didn't have a smell. Unbelievably foul if the victims had been dead a while. If there was blood, I could always smell it, and if a body cavity had been penetrated, there was usually a peculiar smell of innards. This is something I'd like not to smell again. The last time I smelled blood, it was my own. Anyway, the fact that this was an outdoor killing helped. I looked around and couldn't see any place close by where the shooter could hide. The sliding glass door of the house was open, and maybe the shooter had been in there, but that was 20 feet from the bodies, and not many people can get a good headshot from that distance with a pistol. I was living proof of that. At 20 feet, you go for a body shot first, then get in close and finish up with a headshot. So there were 2 possibilities. The shooter was using a rifle, not a pistol, or the shooter was able to walk right up to them without causing them any alarm. Someone normal-looking, non-threatening, maybe even someone they knew. The Gordons had gotten out of their boat, walked up the deck. They saw this person at some point and kept walking toward him or her. The person raised the pistol from no more than 5 feet away and drilled both of them. I looked beyond the bodies and saw little colored pin flags stuck in the cedar planking here and there. Red is for blood? Max nodded. White is skull, gray is... Got it. Glad I wore the flip-flops. Max informed me the exit wounds are big, like the whole back of their skulls are gone, and as you can see, the entry wounds are big. I'm guessing a .45 caliber. We haven't found the 2 bullets yet. They probably went into the bay. I didn't reply. Max motioned toward the sliding glass doors. He informed me the sliding door was forced and the house is ransacked. No big items missing. TV, computer, CD player, and all that stuff is there. But there may be jewelry and small stuff missing. I contemplated this a moment. The Gordons, like most egghead types on a government salary, didn't own much jewelry, art, or anything like that. A druggie would grab the pricey electronics and such and beat feet. Max said, here's what I think. A burglar or burglars were doing their thing. He, she, or they see the Gordons approaching through the glass door. He, she, or they step out onto the deck, fire, and flee. He looked at me. Right? If you say so. I say so. Got it. Sounded better than home of top-secret germ warfare scientists ransacked and scientists found murdered. Max moved closer to me and said softly, What do you think, John? Was that 100 an hour? Come on, guy, don't jerk me around. We got maybe a world-class double murder on our hands. I replied, But you just said it could be a simple homeowner comes on the scene and gets iced kind of thing. Yeah, but it turns out that the homeowners are whatever they are. He looked at me and said, "Reconstruct." Okay. You understand that the perp did not fire from that sliding glass door. He was standing right in front of them. The door you found open was closed then, so that the Gordons saw nothing unusual as they approached the house. The gunman was possibly sitting here in one of these chairs, and he may have arrived by boat since he wasn't going to park his car out front where the world could see it. Or maybe he was dropped off. In either case, the Gordons either knew him or were not unduly troubled by his presence on their back deck, and maybe it's a woman, nice and sweet-looking, and the Gordons walked toward her and she toward them. They may have exchanged a word or two, but very soon after, the murderer produced the pistol and blew them away. Chief Maxwell nodded. If the perp was looking for anything inside, it wasn't jewelry or cash. It was papers. You know, bug stuff. He didn't kill the Gordons because they stumbled onto him. He killed them because he wanted them dead. He was waiting for them. You know all this. He nodded. I said, then again, Max, I've seen a lot of bungled and screwed up burglaries where the homeowner got killed and the burglar got nothing. When it's a druggy thing, nothing makes sense. Chief Maxwell rubbed his chin as he contemplated a hophead with a gun on one hand, a cool assassin on the other, and whatever might fall in between. While he did that, I knelt beside the bodies, closest to Judy. Her eyes were open, really wide open, and she looked surprised. Tom's eyes were open too, but he looked more peaceful than his wife. The flies had found the blood around the wounds, and I was tempted to shoo them away, but it didn't matter. I examined the bodies more closely without touching anything that would get the forensic types all bent up. I looked at hair, nails, skin, clothing, shoes, and so on. When I was done, I patted Judy's cheek and stood. Maxwell asked me, "How long did you know them?" "Since about June." "Have you been to this house before?" "Yes." "You get to ask me one more question." "Well, I have to ask. Where were you about 5:30 p.m.? "With your girlfriend." He smiled, but he was not amused. I asked Max, "How well did you know them?" He hesitated a moment, then replied, "Just socially. My girlfriend drags me to wine tastings and crap like that." "Does she? And how did you know I knew them?" "They mentioned they met a New York cop who was convalescing. I said I knew you." "Small world," I said. He didn't reply. I looked around the backyard. To the east was the house, and to the south was a thick line of tall hedges, and beyond the hedges was the home of Edgar Murphy, the neighbor who found the bodies. To the north was an open marsh area that stretched a few hundred yards to the next house, which was barely visible. To the west, the deck dropped in 3 levels toward the bay where the dock ran out about 100 feet to the deeper water. At the end of the dock was the Gordons' boat, a sleek white fiberglass speedboat, a Formula 3 something, about 30 feet long. It was named a spirochete, which, as we know from Bio 101, is the nasty bug that causes syphilis. The Gordons had a sense of humor. Max said Edgar Murphy stated that the Gordons sometimes used their own boat to commute to Plum Island. They took the government ferry when the weather was bad and in the winter. I nodded. I knew that. He continued, "I'm going to call Plum Island and see if I can find out what time they left. The sea is calm, the tide is coming in, and the wind is from the east, so they could make maximum time between Plum and here. I'm not a sailor." "Well, I am. It could have taken them as little as 1 hour to get here from Plum, but usually it's an hour and a half, 2 at the outside. The Murphys heard the Gordon boat come in about 5:30, so now we see if we can find out the time they left Plum. Then we know with a little more certainty that it was the Gordon boat that the Murphys heard at 5:30. "Right. I looked around the deck. There was the usual patio and deck furniture. Table, chairs, outdoor bar, sun umbrellas and such. Small bushes and plants grew through cutouts in the deck, but basically there was no place a person could conceal him or herself and ambush two people out in the open. "What are you thinking about?" Max asked. "Well, I'm thinking about the great American deck. Big, maintenance-free wood, multi-leveled, landscaped, and all that. Not like my old-fashioned narrow porch that always needs painting. If I bought my uncle's house, I could build a deck down to the bay like this one, but then I wouldn't have as much lawn." Max let a few seconds pass, then asked, "That's what you're thinking about?" "Yeah. What are you thinking about?" "I'm thinking about a double murder." "Good. Tell me what else you've learned here." "Okay." I felt the engines. He jerked his thumb toward the boat. They were still warm when I arrived, like the bodies. I nodded. The sun was starting to dip into the bay, and it was getting noticeably darker and cooler, and I was getting chilly in my t-shirt and shorts, sans underwear. September is a truly golden month up and down the Atlantic coast, from the Outer Banks to Newfoundland. The days are mild, the nights pleasant for sleeping. It is summer without the heat and humidity, autumn without the cold rains. The summer birds haven't left yet, and the first migratory birds from up north are taking a break on their way south. I suppose if I left Manhattan and wound up here, I'd get into this nature thing, boating, fishing, and all that. Max was saying, "And something else. The line is clove-hitched around the piling." "Well, there's a major break in the case. What the hell's a line?" "The rope. The boat's rope isn't tied to the cleats on the dock. The rope is just temporarily hitched to the pilings. The big poles that come out of the water. I deduced that they intended to go out in the boat again soon." "Good observation." "Right. So any ideas?" "Nope." "Any observations of your own?" "I think you beat me to them, Chief." "Theories, thoughts, hunches, anything?" "Nope." Chief Maxwell seemed to want to say something else, like, "You're fired," but instead he said, "I've got to make a phone call." He went off into the house. I glanced back at the bodies. The woman with the light tan suit was now outlining Judy in chalk. It's SOP in New York City that the investigating officer do the outline, and I guessed that it was the same out here. The idea is that the detective who is going to follow the case to its conclusion and who is going to work with the DA should know and work the entire case to the extent possible. I concluded, therefore, that the lady in tan was a homicide detective and that she was the officer assigned to investigate this case. I further concluded that I'd wind up dealing with her if I decided to help Max with this. The scene of a homicide is one of the most interesting places in the world if you know what you're looking for and looking at. Consider people like Tom and Judy who look at little bugs under a microscope, and they can tell you the names of the bugs, what the bugs are up to at the moment, what the bugs are capable of doing to the person who's watching them, and so forth. But if I looked at the bugs, all I'd see is little squigglies. I don't have a trained eye, or a trained mind for bugs. Yet when I look at a dead body and at the scene around the body, I see things that most people don't see. Max touched the engines and the bodies and noticed they were warm. He noticed how the boat was tied, and he registered a dozen other small details that the average citizen wouldn't notice. But Max isn't really a detective, and he was operating on about level 2, whereas to solve a murder like this one, you needed to operate on a much higher plane. He knew that, which is why he called on me. I happen to know the victims, and for the homicide detective on the case, this is a big plus. I knew, for instance, that the Gordons usually wore shorts, t-shirts, and docksiders in the boat on their way to Plum Island, and at work they slipped on their lab duds or their biohazard gear or whatever. Also, Tom didn't look like Tom in a black shirt, and Judy was more of a pastel person, as I recall. My guess was that they were dressed for camouflage, and the running shoes were for speed. Then again, maybe I was making up clues. You have to be careful not to do that. But then there was the red soil in the treads of their running shoes. Where did it come from? Not from the laboratory. Probably not from the walkway to the Plum Island ferry dock, not their boat, and not the dock or deck here. It appeared they were somewhere else today, and they were dressed differently for the day, and for sure the day had ended differently. There was something else going on here, and I had no idea what it was, but it was definitely something else. Yet it was still possible that they just stumbled onto a burglary. I mean, this might have nothing to do with their jobs. The thing was, Max was nervous about that and sensitive to it, and it had infected me too. Pardon the pun. And before midnight, this place would be visited by the FBI, Defense Intelligence people, and the CIA. Unless Max could catch a hophead burglar before then. Excuse me. I turned toward the voice. It was the lady in the tan suit. I said, "You're excused." "Excuse me, are you supposed to be here?" "I'm here with the band." "Are you a police officer?" Obviously, my t-shirt and shorts didn't project an authority image. I replied, "I'm with Chief Maxwell." "I could see that. Have you logged in?" "Why don't you go check?" I turned and walked down to the next level of the deck, avoiding the little colored flags. I headed toward the dock. She followed. "I'm Detective Penrose from Suffolk County Homicide, and I'm in charge of this investigation." "Congratulations. And unless you have official business here, you'll have to speak to the chief." I got down to the dock and walked out to where the Gordons' boat was tied. It was very breezy out on the long dock, and the sun had set. I didn't see any sailboats on the bay now, but a few powerboats went by with their running lights on. A 3/4 moon had risen in the southeast, and it sparkled across the water. The tide was in, and the 30-foot boat was nearly at dock level. I jumped down onto the boat's deck. "What are you doing? You can't do that." She was very good-looking, of course. If she'd been ugly, I'd have been much nicer. She was dressed, as I indicated, rather severely, but the body beneath the tailored clothes was a symphony of curves, a melody of flesh looking to break free. In fact, she looked like she was smuggling balloons. The second thing I noticed was that she wasn't wearing a wedding ring. Filling out the rest of the form, age, early 30s, hair, medium length, coppery color, eyes, blue-green, skin, fair, not much sun for this time of year, light makeup, pouty lips, no visible marks or scars, no earrings, no nail polish, pissed-off expression on her face. "Are you listening to me?" She also had a nice voice, despite the present tone. I suspected that because of the pretty face, great body, and soft voice, Detective Penrose had trouble being taken seriously, and thus she overcompensated with butchy attire. She probably owned a book titled Dress to Bust Balls. "Are you listening to me?" "I'm listening to you. Are you listening to me? I told you to talk to the chief." "I am in charge here. In matters of homicide, the county police—" "Okay, we'll go see the chief together. Just a minute." I took a quick look around the boat, but it was dark now and I couldn't see much. I tried to find a flashlight. I said to Detective Penrose, "You should post an officer here all night." "Thank you for sharing your thoughts. Please come out of the boat." "Do you have a flashlight on you?" "Out of the boat. Now." "Okay." I stepped onto the gunwale, and to my surprise, she extended her hand, which I took. Her skin was cool. She pulled me up onto the dock, and at the same time, quick as a cat, her right hand went under my t-shirt and snatched the revolver from my waistband. Wow. She stepped back, my piece in her hand. "Stand where you are." Yes, ma'am.
Who are you?
Detective John Corey, NYPD, homicide, ma'am.
What are you doing here?
Same as you.
No, I caught this case, not you.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any official status here?
Yes, ma'am. I was hired as a consultant.
Consultant? On a murder case? I've never heard of such a thing.
Me neither.
Who hired you?
The town.
Idiotic.
Right. She seemed undecided about what to do next, so to be helpful, I suggested, "Do you want to strip search me?" I thought I saw a smile pass over her lips in the moonlight. My heart was aching for her, or it might have been the hole in my lung acting up. She asked me,
"What did you say your name was?"
"John Corey." She searched her memory.
"Oh, you're the guy."
"That's me. Lucky me." She seemed to soften, then gave my .38 a twirl and handed it to me, butt first. She turned and walked away. I followed her along the dock, up the 3-level deck to the house where the outdoor lights lit up the area around the glass doors and moths circled around the globes. Max was talking to one of the forensic people. Then he turned to me and Detective Penrose and asked us, "You two met yet?" Detective Penrose responded,
"Why is this man involved in this case?"
Chief Maxwell replied, "Because I want him to be involved."
"That's not your decision, Chief."
"And neither is it yours." They kept bouncing the ball back and forth, and my neck was getting tired, so I said, "She's right, Chief. I'm out of here. Give me a ride home." I turned and walked toward the moon gate. Then, with a little practiced dramatics, I turned back to Maxwell and Penrose and said, "By the way, did anyone take the aluminum chest in the stern of the boat?" Max asked, "What aluminum chest?" "The Gordons had a big aluminum chest that they used to stow odds and ends, and sometimes they used it for an ice chest to hold beer and bait."
"Where is it?"
"That's what I'm asking you."
"I'll look for it."
"Good idea." I turned and walked through the gate and went out to the front lawn away from the parked police cars. The neighbors had been joined by the morbidly curious as word of the double homicide spread through the small community. A few cameras popped in my direction, then video lights came on, illuminating me and the front of the house. Video cameras rolled, reporters called out to me. Just like old times. I coughed into my hand in case the disability board was watching, not to mention my ex-wife. A uniformed cop from the backyard caught up to me, and we got into a marked Southold Township PD, and off we went. He said his name was Bob Johnson, and he asked me, "What do you think, Detective?" "They were murdered."
"Yeah, no kidding."
He hesitated, then inquired, "Hey, do you think it has to do with Plum Island or not?" "Not." "Tell you what, I've seen burglaries, and this wasn't burglary. It was supposed to look like a burglary, but it was a search. You know, they were looking for something. I didn't look inside."
"Germs."
He glanced at me.
"Germs? Biological warfare germs. That's what I think. Right?"
I made no reply. Johnson continued, "That's what happened to the ice chest. I heard you say that." Again, I made no reply. There were vials or something in the chest, right? I mean, Jesus Christ, there could be enough stuff out there to wipe out Long Island, New York City. Probably the planet, Bob, depending on which kind of bug it was and how much could be grown from the original stuff. I leaned toward Officer Johnson and held his arm to get his attention. I said, "Do not breathe one fucking word of this to anyone. Do you understand?" He nodded. We drove in silence back to my place. Chapter 3. Everyone needs a hangout. At least guys do. When I'm in the city, I hang out at the National Arts Club and sip sherry with people of culture and refinement. My ex-wife had trouble believing that, too. When I'm out here, I frequent a place called the Oldie Towny Taverny, though I usually avoid places with that many silent E's. I think the government should allocate 1,000 silent E's to New England and Long Island, and when they're used up, no one can have any more. Anyway, the Oldie Towny Taverny is in downtown, or Downey Towny, Mattituck, which is about a block long and really charming. The OTT is okay. The motif is sort of early ship, despite the fact that it's a town tavern and a mile from the water. The wood is very dark and the floor is oak planking, and the thing that I love is the amber glass lanterns that cast this really mellow, mood-altering glow over the whole place. So there I was in the OTT, and it was getting on to 10 p.m., and the Monday night crowd was watching the game. Dallas versus New York at the Meadowlands. My mind was hopping between the game, the double murder, my food, and the waitress with the Nordic track ass. I was more nattily dressed than earlier, having changed into evening attire of tan Levi's jeans, blue polo by Ralph, genuine Sperry topsiders, and Hanes all cotton briefs. I looked like an ad for something. I was sitting on a stool at one of those chest-high tables near the bar, and I had a good view of the TV, and I had my favorite meal in front of me. Cheeseburger, French fries, stuffed potato skins, nachos, buffalo wings, and a Budweiser. A good balance of brown and yellow things. Detective Penrose of the county police department sort of snuck up on me from behind, and the next thing I knew, she was sitting on the stool facing me, a beer in her hand and her head blocking the screen. She regarded my dinner, and I saw her eyebrows arch. She turned her attention back to me and said, "Max thought I might find you here. Would you like some French fries?" "No, thank you." She hesitated, then said, "I think we got off on the wrong foot back there." "Nonsense. I don't mind having my own gun pulled on me." "Look, I've been speaking to Max, and I've been thinking. If the town wants you as a consultant, that's okay with me. And if you wanted to pass on to me anything that you think is useful, feel free to call." She handed me her card, and I read Detective Elizabeth Penrose. Beneath that, it said homicide, then her office address, fax, telephone number, and so forth. On the left was the Suffolk County seal with the words "Free and Independent" around a fearsome-looking bull. I commented, "Not a very good likeness of you." She stared at me. Her jaw sort of clenched and her nostrils flared as she took a long breath. She kept her cool, which is admirable. I can be annoying. I leaned across the table until our noses were about a football apart. She smelled good, sort of soapy and healthy. I said, "Look, Elizabeth, cut the crap. You know that I knew the Gordons and that I've been to their house and I went out in their boat, and maybe I've met their friends and their co-workers, and maybe they opened up to me about their work a little because I'm a cop, and maybe I know more than you or Max put together, and maybe you're right about that. So you realize you pissed me off, and Max is pissed at you, and you came here to apologize, and you give me permission to call you and tell you what I know. Wow, what a terrific opportunity for me. However, if I don't call you in a day or two, you'll have me down in your office for a formal interrogation. So let's not pretend I'm a consultant, your partner, your bud, or a willing informant. Just tell me where and when you want to take a statement from me." I sat back and turned my attention to the potato skins. Detective Penrose stayed quiet a while, then said, "Tomorrow, my office." She tapped her card. 9 a.m. Don't be late. She stood, put her beer down, and left. New York had the ball in their own 30 with 3rd and 6, and this idiot of a quarterback throws La Bamba 50 yards into the friggin' wind, and the ball hangs there like the Goodyear blimp, and the 3 pass receivers and 3 Dallas guys are all under it with their arms flapping, hopping around like they're praying for rain or something. "Excuse me. Sit down." She sat, but it was too late, and I missed the interception. The crowd at the stadium and in the OTT were going nuts, and the guys at the bar were yelling, "Pass interference!" though there were no yellow flags out there, and the Dallas guy ran it back to the 50. I watched the replay in slow motion. No pass interference. Sometimes I wish I could replay parts of my life in slow motion like that. Like my marriage, which was a series of bad calls. She said, "I'm going back to the scene now. Someone from the Department of Agriculture is going to meet me at about 11. He's coming in from Manhattan. Would you like to be there? Don't you have a partner you can annoy? He's on vacation. Come on, detective. Let's start all over." She put her hand out. I reminded her, "Last time I took your hand, I lost my gun and my manhood." She smiled. "Come on, shake." I shook hands with her. Her skin was warm. My heart was on fire. Or maybe the nachos were causing reflux. It's hard to tell after 40. I held her hand a moment and looked at her perfect face. Our eyes met, and the same piggy thought passed through both our minds. She broke eye contact first. Someone has to, or it gets geeky. The cute waitress came over, and I ordered 2 beers. The waitress asked me, "Do you still want that bowl of chili?" More than ever. She cleared some of the dishes and went to get beer and chili. I love this country. Detective Penrose commented, "You must have a cast-iron stomach." Actually, my whole stomach was taken out after I was shot. My esophagus is attached to my intestine. "Do you mean your mouth is connected directly to your asshole?" I raised my eyebrows. She said, "I'm sorry. That was crude. Shall we start yet again?" It wouldn't do any good. Turn around and watch the game. She turned around and we watched the game and had a beer. At halftime, with a 7-7 tie, she looked at her watch and said, "I have to go meet this Department of Agriculture guy." If you're wondering about this Department of Agriculture thing, Plum Island is officially a Department of Agriculture installation, and they do things with animal diseases, anthrax, and all that. But rumor has it that it goes beyond that. Way beyond. I said, "Don't keep the Department of Agriculture waiting. Do you want to come along?" I contemplated this invitation. If I went along, I'd get deeper into this thing, whatever it was. On the pro side, I like solving murders, and I liked the Gordons. In the 10 years I've been with homicide, I've put 26 murderers behind bars, and the last 2 guys are eligible to take advantage of the new death penalty law, which adds another whole dimension to homicide cases now. On the con side, this was something different, and I was way off my turf. Also, a Department of Agriculture guy, like most government bureaucrats, wouldn't be caught dead working at night. So this guy was most probably CIA or FBI, or Defense Intelligence, or something like that. It didn't matter, and there'd be more of them later tonight or tomorrow. No, I didn't need this case at $1 a week, or $1,000 a day, or at any price. "Detective? Hello?" I looked at her. How do you say no to a perfect 10? I said, "I'll meet you there." "All right. What do I owe you for the beers?" "On me." "Thanks. See you later." She walked toward the door, and with the game at halftime, the 50 or so guys in the OTT finally noticed that there was an incredible babe on the premises. There were a few whistles and invitations to stick around. I watched a little of the halftime stuff. I wished they had taken my stomach out because it was pumping acid into my ulcers now. The chili came and I could hardly finish the bowl. I popped 2 Zantac, then a Maalox, even though the gastro doc said not to mix. In truth, my health, once robust, had taken a decided dip since the April 12th incident. My eating, drinking, and sleeping habits were never good, and the divorce and the job had taken their toll. I was starting to feel 40-something, starting to feel my mortality. Sometimes in my sleep I remember lying in the gutter in my own blood, lying on a storm drain and thinking, I'm circling around the drain. I'm going down the drain. On the upside, I was starting to notice things like the waitress with the Nordic track ass, and when Elizabeth Penrose walked into the bar, my little meat puppet sat up and stretched. Truly, I was on the road to recovery, and for sure I was in better shape than the Gordons. I thought a moment about Tom and Judy. Tom was a PhD who didn't mind killing his brain cells with beer and wine, and he cooked a good steak on the grill. He was a down-to-earth guy from Indiana or Illinois or someplace out there where they have this sort of twang. He was low-key about his work and joked about the danger, like last week when a hurricane was headed our way. He said, if it hits Plum, you can call it Hurricane Anthrax, and we can kiss our asses goodbye. Ha, ha, ha. Judy, like her husband, was a PhD, a Midwesterner, unpretentious, good-natured, spirited, funny, and beautiful. John Corey, like every guy who met her, was in love with her. Tom and Judy seemed to have taken well to this maritime province in the 2 years since they'd been here, and they seemed to enjoy powerboating and had gotten involved with the Peconic Historical Society. In addition, they were enchanted by the wineries and had become connoisseurs of Long Island wine. In fact, they had befriended some of the local vintners, including Frederick Tobin, who threw lavish soirees at his chateau, one of which I attended as the Gordons' guest. As a couple, the Gordons seemed happy, loving, caring, sharing, and all that 1990s stuff, and I really never noticed anything amiss between them. But that's not to say they were perfect people or a perfect couple. I searched my memory for something like a fatal flaw, the kind of thing that sometimes gets people murdered. Drugs? Not likely. Infidelity? Possible, but not probable. Money? They didn't have much to steal. So it came down to the job again. I thought about that. It would appear on the face of things that the Gordons were selling superbugs and something went wrong, and they were terminated. Along the same lines, I recall that Tom once confided to me that his biggest fear, aside from catching a disease, was that he and Judy would be kidnapped right off their boat one day, that an Iranian submarine or something would come up and snatch them away, and they'd never be seen or heard from again. This seemed a little far-fetched to me, but I remember thinking that the Gordons must have a lot of stuff in their heads that some people wanted. So maybe what happened was that the murder started out as a snatch job and went wrong. I thought about this. If the murders were related to the job, were the Gordons innocent victims? Or were they traitors who sold death for gold? Were they killed by a foreign power, or were they killed by someone closer to home? I mulled this over as best I could in the OTT, with the noise, the halftime crap, the beer in my brain, and the acid in my tummy. I had another beer and another Maalox. Gastro-doc never said why I wasn't supposed to mix. I tried to think of the unthinkable, of handsome, happy Tom and beautiful, bouncy Judy selling plague to some nutcases, of water reservoirs filled with disease, or maybe aerial crop sprayers over New York or Washington, of millions of sick, dying, and dead. I couldn't imagine the Gordons doing that. On the other hand, everyone has a price. I used to wonder how they could afford to rent that house on the water and buy that expensive boat. Now maybe I knew how, and also why they needed a high-speed boat and a house with a private dock. It all made sense, and yet my instincts were telling me not to believe the obvious. I overtipped Ms. Nordic Track and returned to the scene of the crime. Chapter 4. It was after 11 as I drove along the lane that led to the Gordons' house. The night was lit by a nice three-quarter moon, and a pleasant breeze brought the smell of the sea through the open windows of my new moss-green Jeep Grand Cherokee Limited, a $40,000 indulgence that the nearly deceased John Corey thought he owed himself. I stopped 50 yards from the house, put the vehicle into park, and listened to a few more minutes of Giant's Dallas. Then I shut off the engine. A voice said, "Your headlights are on." "Shut up," I replied. "Just shut up." I switched off the headlights. There are many options in life, but one option you should never choose is the voice, warning, and advisory option. I opened the door. "Your key is in the ignition. Your emergency brake is not engaged." It was a female voice, and I swear to God it sounded like my ex-wife. "Thank you, dear." I took my keys, climbed down, and slammed the door. The vehicles and crowds on the small street had thinned considerably, and I figured that the bodies had been removed, it being a fact of life that the arrival of the meat wagon usually satisfies most of the spectators and signals the end of Act 1. Also, they all wanted to see themselves on the 11 o'clock news. There was a new addition to the police presence since my earlier visit. A Suffolk County Police mobile van was parked in front of the house near the forensic van. This new van was the command post that could accommodate investigators, radios, fax machines, cell phones, video equipment, and the other high-tech doodads that make up the arsenal in the never-ending battle against crime and all that. I noticed a helicopter overhead, and I could see by the light of the moon that it was from one of the networks. Though I couldn't hear the reporter's voice, he or she was probably saying something like, "Tragedy struck this exclusive Long Island community earlier this evening." Then some stuff about Plum Island and so on. I made my way through the last of the stragglers, avoiding anyone who looked like the working press. I stepped over the yellow tape, and this immediately attracted a Southold cop. I tinned the guy and got a half-assed salute. The uniformed crime scene recorder approached me with a clipboard and timesheet, and again I gave him my name, my business, and so forth, as he requested. This is SOP and is done throughout the investigation of the crime, beginning with the first officer at the scene and continuing until the last officer leaves and the scene is returned to the owner of the property. In any case, they had me twice now, and the hook was in deeper. I asked the uniformed officer, "Do you have a guy from the Department of Agriculture logged in?" He replied without even looking at the sheet, "No." "But there is a man from the Department of Agriculture here, correct?" "You'll have to ask Chief Maxwell." "I'm asking you why you haven't logged this guy in." "You'll have to ask Chief Maxwell." "I will." Actually, I already knew the answer. They don't call these guys spooks for nothing. I walked around to the backyard and onto the deck. In the places where the Gordons had lain were now two chalk outlines, looking very ghostly in the moonlight. A big sheet of clear plastic covered the splatter behind them, where their mortality had exited. Regarding this, as I said, I was glad this was an open-air shooting, and there was no lingering smell of death. I hate it when I go back to the scene of an indoor murder and that smell is still there. Why is it that I can't get that smell out of my mind, out of my nostrils, out of the back of my throat? Why is that? Two uniformed Southold guys sat at the round patio table drinking from steaming styrofoam cups. I recognized one of them as Officer Johnson, whose kindness in driving me home I had repaid by getting a little rough with him. It's a tough world, you know, and I'm one of the people who make it that way. Officer Johnson gave me an unpleasant glance. Down by the dock I could make out the silhouette of another uniformed man, and I was glad someone had taken my advice to post the guard by the boat. There was no one else around, so I went into the house through the sliding screen door, which opened into a big living room and dining room combo. I'd been here before, of course, and recalled that Judy said most of the furnishings came with the rental, Scandinavian from Taiwan, as she described it. A few forensic types were still messing around, and I asked one of them, a cute, latent fingerprint lady, "Chief Maxwell?" She jerked her thumb over her shoulder and said, "Kitchen. Don't touch anything on the way there." "Yes, ma'am." I floated across the Berber carpet and alighted in the kitchen, where a conference seemed to be in progress. Present were Max, representing the sovereign township of Southold, Elizabeth Penrose, representing the free and independent county of Suffolk, a gentleman in a dark suit who didn't need a sign that said FBI, and another gentleman, more casually dressed in denim jacket and jeans, a blood-red shirt and hiking boots, a sort of parody of what a Department of Agriculture bureaucrat might look like if he ever left the office and had to visit a farm. Everyone was standing, like they were giving the impression of literally thinking on their feet. There was a cardboard box filled with styrofoam coffee cups, and everyone had a cup in his or her hand. It was interesting and significant, I thought, that this group wasn't assembled in the mobile command post, but was sort of out of sight in the kitchen. Max, incidentally, had spiffed himself up for the feds and/or the press by putting on a tie, a silly one decorated with nautical flags. Elizabeth was still wearing her tan suit, but had removed her jacket, revealing one holstered .38 and two holstered .36Ds. A small black and white TV sat on the counter, tuned to one of the networks, the volume low. The lead story was about a presidential visit to some strange place where everyone was short. Max said to the two guys, "This is Detective John Corey, homicide," and let it go at that without mentioning that my jurisdiction began and ended about 100 miles west of here. Max indicated the dark suit and said, "John, this is George Foster, FBI." He looked at Mr. Blue Jeans and said, "And this is Ted Nash, Department of Agriculture." We shook hands all around. I informed Penrose, Giants scored in the first minute of the third quarter. She didn't reply. Max motioned toward the box of cups and asked, "Coffee?" "No, thanks." Ms. Penrose, who was closest to the TV, heard something on the news and raised the volume. We all focused on the screen. A female reporter was standing in front of the Gordon house. We missed her lead-in and caught the victims of the double murder had been identified as scientists who worked at the top-secret government animal disease laboratory on Plum Island, a few miles from here. An aerial shot now showed Plum Island from about 2,000 feet. It was bright daylight, so it must have been stock footage. From the air, the island looked almost exactly like a pork chop, and I guess if you wanted to stretch an irony about swine fever... Anyway, Plum is about 3 miles at its longest and about a mile at its widest. The reporter in voiceover was saying, "This is Plum Island as it appeared last summer when this station did a report about persistent rumors that the island is home to biological warfare research." Aside from the hackneyed phrases, the lady was right about the rumors. I recalled a cartoon I'd once seen in the Wall Street Journal where a school guidance counselor says to two parents, "Your son is vicious, mean-spirited, dishonest, and likes to spread rumors. I suggest a career in journalism." Right. And rumors could lead to panic. It occurred to me that this case had to be wrapped up quickly. The reporter was now back in front of the Gordons' house, and she informed us, "No one is saying if the Gordons' murders were related to their work on Plum Island, but police are investigating." Back to the studio. Ms. Penrose turned off the volume and asked Mr. Foster, "Does the FBI want to be publicly connected with this case?" "Not at this time." Mr. Foster added, "It makes people think there's a real problem." Mr. Nash said, "The Department of Agriculture has no official interest in this case, since there is no connection between the Gordons' work and their deaths. The department will issue no public statements except an expression of sorrow over the murders of two well-liked and dedicated employees." Amen. I mentioned to Mr. Nash, "By the way, you forgot to sign in." He looked at me, a little surprised and a lot annoyed, and replied, "Thank you for reminding me. Anytime. Every time." After a minute of public relations chit-chat, Max said to Messrs. Foster and Nash, "Detective Corey knew the deceased." Mr. FBI immediately got interested and asked me, "How did you know them?" It's not a good idea to start answering questions. It gives people the idea that you're a cooperative fellow, which I'm not. I didn't reply. Max answered for me. Detective Corey knew the Gordons socially, only about 3 months. I've known John on and off about 10 years. Foster nodded. Clearly he had more questions, and while he was hesitating about asking, Detective Penrose said, "Detective Corey is writing a full report on what he knew of the Gordons, which I will share with all concerned agencies." That was news to me. Mr. Nash was leaning against the kitchen counter looking at me. We stared at each other, the two dominant males in the room, if you will, and we decided without a word that we didn't like each other, and that one of us had to go. I mean, the air was so thick with testosterone that the wallpaper was getting soggy. I turned my attention to Max and Penrose and asked, "Have we determined that this is more than a homicide? Is that why the federal government is here?" No one replied. I continued, "Or are we just assuming that it is more? Did I miss a meeting or something?" Mr. Ted Nash finally replied coolly, "We are being cautious, Detective. We have no concrete evidence that this homicide is connected to matters of, well, to be blunt, matters of national security." I remarked, "I never realized the Department of Agriculture was involved in national security. Do you have, like, undercover cows?" Mr. Nash gave me a nice fuck you smile and said, "We have wolves in sheep's clothing." Touché. Prick. Mr. Foster butted in before it got nasty and said, "We're here as a precautionary measure, Detective. We'd be very remiss if we didn't check it out. We all hope it was just a murder with no Plum Island connection." I regarded George Foster a moment. He was 30-ish, typical clean-cut, bright-eyed FBI type, wearing the FBI dark suit, white shirt, muted tie, black sturdy shoes, and halo. I shifted my attention to Ted Nash wearing the aforementioned denims. He was closer to my age, tanned, curly salt-and-pepper hair, blue-gray eyes, impressive build, and all in all what the ladies would call a hunk, which is one of the reasons I didn't like him, I guess. I mean, how many hunks do you need in one room? I might have been more pleasant to him except that he was throwing glances at Elizabeth Penrose, who was catching them and pitching them back. I don't mean they were leering and ruling, just real quick eye-to-eye flashes and neutral expressions, but you'd have to be blind not to figure out what was going through their dirty minds. Jeez, the whole friggin' planet was about to get anthrax and die or something, and these two were like dogs in heat, eye-fucking each other when we had important business at hand. Really disgusting. Max interrupted my thoughts and said to me, "John, we have still not recovered the 2 bullets fired through their heads, but we can assume they went into the bay, and we'll be dredging and diving early tomorrow." He added, "There were no shell casings found." I nodded. An automatic pistol would spit out shell casings, whereas a revolver would not. If the weapon was an automatic, then the murderer was cool enough to bend down and gather the 2 shell casings. So far, we had basically nothing. 2 headshots, no bullets, no casings, no noise heard next door. I regarded Mr. Nash again. He looked like a worried man, and I was happy to see that between thoughts of popping Ms. Penrose, he was thinking about saving the planet. In fact, everyone in the kitchen seemed to be thinking about things, probably germs, and they were probably wondering if they were going to wake up with red blotches or something. Ted Nash reached into the cardboard box and asked Detective Penrose, "Another coffee, Beth?" Beth? What the hell? She smiled. "No, thank you." My stomach had settled down, so I went to the refrigerator for a beer. The shelves were nearly empty, and I asked, "Max, did you take things out of here?" "The lab took everything that was not factory sealed." "Do you want a beer?" No one answered, so I took a Coors Light, popped the top, and took a swig. I noticed 8 eyes on me, like they were waiting for something to happen. People get weird when they think they're in an infected environment. I had a crazy urge to clutch my throat, fall on the floor, and go into convulsions. But I wasn't with my buds in Manhattan North, chicks and dicks who would get a kick out of sick humor, so I passed on the opportunity to add some comic relief to the grimness. I said to Max, "Please, continue." He said, "We've searched the entire house and turned up nothing unusual or significant, except that half the drawers were intact, some closets didn't even look like they'd been searched, the books on the bookshelves weren't pulled out. A very amateur job of pretending it was a burglary." I said it still could have been a junkie, strung out and not real focused. I added, or maybe the perp was interrupted, or the perp was looking for one thing and found it. "Maybe," Max agreed. Everyone looked pensive, which is good cover-up for clueless. The striking thing about this double homicide, I thought, was still the outdoor shooting, the bang-bang right on the deck without much preamble. There was nothing the killer needed or wanted from the Gordons except that they be dead. So yes, the killer either had what he wanted from inside the house, and/or the Gordons were carrying what the killer wanted in plain view, that is, the ice chest. It came back to the missing ice chest. And the killer knew the Gordons, and they knew him. I was convinced of that. "Hi, Tom. Hi, Judy." Bang, bang. They fall. The ice chest falls. No, it's got vials of deadly virus in it. "Hi, Tom. Hi, Judy. Put that chest down." Bang, bang. They fall. The bullets sail through their skulls into the bay. Also, he had to have a silencer. No pro would pop off 2 big boomers outdoors, and it was probably an automatic because revolvers don't adapt well to a silencer. I asked Max, "Do the Murphys own a dog?" "Nope." "Okay. Did you find any money, wallets, or anything on the victims?" "Yes. They each had matching sports wallets. Each had their Plum Island ID, driver's license, credit cards, and such. Tom had $37 in cash, Judy had $14. He added, each had a photo of the other. It's little things sometimes that bring it all home, that make it personal. Then you have to remember Rule 1. Don't get emotionally involved. It doesn't matter, Corey, if it's a little kid who got greased, or a nice old lady, or pretty Judy who winked at you once, and Tom who wanted you to love the wines he loved and who cooked your steak just so. For the homicide dick, it does not matter who the victim is. It only matters who the killer is. Max said, "I guess you figured out that we never found that ice chest." "You're sure about the chest?" I nodded. Mr. Foster gave me his considered opinion. "We think the Gordons were carrying the chest and the killer or killers wanted what was inside. And what was inside was you-know-what." He added, "I think the Gordons were selling the stuff and the deal went bad." I looked around at the meeting of the kitchen cabinet. It's hard to read the faces of people whose job it is to read other people's faces. Still, I had the feeling that George Foster's statement represented the consensus. So if these people were right, that would presuppose 2 things. 1, the Gordons were really stupid, never considering that anyone who would want enough virus and bacteria to kill a zillion people might not hesitate to kill them. And 2, it presupposed the Gordons were totally indifferent to the consequences of their selling death for gold. What I knew for sure about Tom and Judy was that they were neither stupid nor heartless. I would also assume that the killer was not stupid, and I wondered if he knew or could tell if what was in the chest was the real thing. How could he possibly know? "Hi, Tom. Hi, Judy. Got the virus? Good. Bang, bang." Yes? No? I tried different scenarios with and without the ice chest, with and without the person or persons whom the Gordons must have known, and so forth. Also, how did this person or these people get to the Gordons' house? Boat? Car? I asked Max, strange vehicles? Max replied, there were no strange vehicles seen by anyone we've questioned. The Gordons' 2 cars are both in their garage. He added, forensics will take them to the lab tomorrow along with the boat. Ms. Penrose spoke to me directly for the first time and said, it's possible the killer or killers arrived by boat. That's my theory. I said to her, it's also possible, Elizabeth, that the killer or killers arrived in one of the Gordons' cars, which the killer may have borrowed. I really think they knew each other. She stared at me, then said a bit curtly, I think it was a boat, Detective Corey. Maybe the killer walked here, or bicycled, or motorcycled. I continued, maybe he swam here, or was dropped off. Maybe he windsurfed in, or paraglided. Maybe the killers are Edgar Murphy and his wife. She stared hard at me, and I could tell she was pissed. I know that look. I was married. Max interrupted our discussion and said, and here's something interesting, John. According to the security people on Plum, the Gordons signed out at noon, got into their boat, and headed out. You could hear the hum of the refrigerator in the silence. Mr. Foster said to us, one possibility that comes to mind is that the Gordons had secreted whatever it was they were selling somewhere in a cove or inlet on Plum, and they took their boat there and recovered the stuff. Or perhaps they just walked out of the lab with that ice chest, put it aboard, and took off. In either case, they then met their customers out in the bay and transferred the chest full of vials at sea, so when they returned here they didn't have the chest, but they had the money. They ran into their killer here, and after he shot them, he took the money back. We all considered that scenario. Of course, you have to wonder, if the transfer had taken place at sea, why wasn't the murder also done at sea? When homicide guys talk about the perfect murder, they talk about murder on the high seas. Little or no forensic evidence, usually no noise, no witnesses, and most times no body. And if it's done right, it looks like an accident. It stands to reason that pros who just copped a lethal bug are not going to draw attention to it by killing 2 Plum Island people on their back deck. Still, it was supposed to look like the Gordons surprised the burglar. But whoever staged that wasn't very convincing. This whole thing looked amateurish, or maybe it was done by foreigners who didn't watch enough American cop shows on TV. Or something else. And what about those 5.5 hours between the time the Gordons left Plum Island at noon and the time Mr. Murphy said he heard the Gordons' boat at 5:30? Where were they? Max said, that's about all we have at the moment, John. We'll have the lab reports tomorrow, and there are people we have to speak to tomorrow. Can you suggest anyone we ought to see? Friends of the Gordons? I don't know who the Gordons were friends with, and to the best of my knowledge, they had no enemies. I said to Mr. Nash, meanwhile, I want to speak to the people on Plum Island. Mr. Nash replied, it may be possible for you to speak to some people who work on Plum Island. He added, but in the interest of national security, I must be present at all interviews. I replied in my best New York obnoxious tone, this is a murder investigation, remember? Don't pull that crap on me. Got a little frosty in the kitchen. I mean, I work with FBI and drug enforcement types now and then, and they're okay people. They're cops. However, these spooks, like Nash, are real pains in the ass. The guy wasn't even saying if he was CIA, Defense Intelligence, Military Intelligence, or some other weird outfit. What I knew for sure was that he wasn't from the Department of Agriculture. Max, feeling, I suppose, like the host at this gathering of egos, said, I don't have any problem with Ted Nash being present at any interviews or interrogations. He looked at Penrose. My buddy Beth gave me a curt glance and said to Nash, the eye fucker, I have no problem with that either. George Foster pointed out any meeting, interview, interrogation, or working session at which Ted is present, the FBI will also be present. I was really getting the crap kicked out of me, and I was wondering if Max was going to pull the plug on me. The reasonable Mr. Foster went on, "My area of concern is domestic terrorism. Ted Nash is concerned with international espionage." He looked at me, Max, and Penrose and said, "You are investigating a homicide under New York state law. If we all keep out of one another's way, we'll be fine. I won't play homicide detective if you won't play defenders of the free world." Fair? Logical? Workable? Absolutely. I looked at Nash and asked him bluntly, "Who do you work for?" "I'm not at liberty to say at this time." He added, "Not the Department of Agriculture." "Fooled me," I said sarcastically. "You guys are sharp." Penrose suggested, "Detective Corey, can we have a word outside?" I ignored her and pressed on with Mr. Nash. I needed to get 7 points on the board, and I knew how to do it. I said to Nash, "We'd like to go to Plum Island tonight." He looked surprised. "Tonight? There aren't any ferries running. I don't need a government ferry. We'll take Max's police boat." "Out of the question," said Nash. "Why?" "The island is off limits," he said. "This is a murder investigation," I reminded him. "Didn't we just agree that Chief Maxwell, Detective Penrose, and I are investigating a murder?" "Not on Plum Island, you're not." "We sure are." I love this stuff. I really do. I hoped Penrose was seeing what a putz this guy was. Mr. Nash said, "There is no one on Plum now." I replied, "There are security people on Plum now, and I want to speak to them. Now. In the morning, and not on the island. Now, and on the island, or I'll get a judge out of bed and get a search warrant." Mr. Nash stared at me and said, "It is unlikely that a local judge would issue a search warrant for U.S. government property. You would need to involve an assistant United States attorney and a federal judge. I assume you know that if you're a homicide detective, and what you may also know is that neither a U.S. attorney nor a federal judge will be enthusiastic about issuing such a warrant if it involves national security." He added, "So don't bluff and bluster. How about if I threaten?" Finally, Max had had enough of Mr. Nash, whose sheep's clothing was slipping. Max said to Nash, "Plum Island may be federal land, but it's part of the township of Southold, the county of Suffolk, and the state of New York. I want you to get us authorization to go to the island tomorrow, or we'll get a court order." Mr. Nash now tried to sound pleasant. "There's really no need to go to the island, Chief." Detective Penrose found herself on my side, of course, and said to her new friend, "We have to insist, Ted." Ted? Wow. I really missed some stuff in the lousy hour I was late. Ted and Beth looked at each other, tortured souls, torn between rivalry and ribaldry. Finally, Mr. Ted Nash of the Bug Security Agency or whatever said, "Well, I'll make a call about that." "Tomorrow, a.m., I said. No later." Mr. Foster didn't let the opportunity pass to tweak Mr. Nash and said, "I think we're all in agreement that we're going out there tomorrow morning, Ted." Mr. Nash nodded. By now, he'd stopped batting his eyelids at Beth Penrose and was concentrating his passions on me. He looked at me and said, "At some point, Detective Corey, if we determine that a federal crime has taken place, we probably won't need your services any longer." I had reduced Teddy Boy to pettiness, and I knew when to leave well enough alone. I'd come back from a verbal drubbing, slain the slick Ted, and reclaimed the love of Lady Penrose. I'm terrific. I was really feeling better, feeling like my old unpleasant self again. Also, these characters needed a little fire under their asses. Rivalry is good, Competition is American. What if Dallas and New York were pals? The other 4 characters were now making small talk, rummaging around the cardboard box and doing coffee stuff, trying to reestablish the amity and equilibrium that they'd established before Corey showed up. I got another beer from the fridge, then addressed Mr. Nash in a professional tone. I asked him, what kind of bugs do they play around with on Plum? I mean, why would anyone, any foreign power, want bugs that cause hoof-and-mouth disease or mad cow disease? Tell me, Mr. Nash, what I'm supposed to worry about so when I can't get to sleep tonight I have a name for it. Mr. Nash didn't reply for a good while, then cleared his throat and said, I suppose you should know how high the stakes are here. He looked at me, Max, and Penrose, then said, regardless of your security clearance, or lack of, you are sworn police officers, so... I said amiably, nothing you say will leave this room. Unless it suits me to blab it to someone else. Nash and Foster looked at each other, and Foster nodded. Nash said to us, you all know or may have heard that the United States no longer engages in biological warfare research or development. We've signed a treaty to that effect. That's why I love this country, Mr. Nash. No bug bombs here. Right. However, there are certain diseases that make the transition between legitimate biological study and potential biological weapons. Anthrax is one such disease. As you know, he looked at Max, Penrose, and me, there have always been rumors that Plum Island is not only an animal disease research facility, but something else. No one responded to that. He continued, in fact, it is not a biological warfare center. There is no such thing in the United States. However, I'd be less than truthful if I didn't say that biological warfare specialists sometimes visit the island to be briefed and to read reports on some of these experiments. In other words, there is a crossover between animal and human disease, between offensive biological warfare and defensive biological warfare. Convenient crossovers, I thought. Mr. Nash sipped his Java, considered, then continued. African swine fever, for instance, has been associated with HIV. We study African swine fever on Plum, and the news media makes up this junk about whatever. Same with Rift Valley fever, the hantavirus, and other retroviruses, and the filoviruses such as Ebola Zaire and Ebola Marburg. The kitchen was really quiet, like everyone knew this was the scariest topic in the universe. I mean, when it was nuclear weapons, people were either fatalistic or never believed it was going to happen. With biological warfare or biological terrorism, it was imaginable. And if the right plague got loose, it was lights-out world, and not in a quick incandescent flash, but slowly, as it spread from the sick to the healthy, and the dead lay rotting where they fell, a grade B movie coming to your neighborhood soon. Mr. Nash continued in that sort of half-reluctant, half-hey, look what I know that you don't kind of voice. He said, so, these diseases can and do infect animals, and therefore their legitimate study would fall under the jurisdiction of the Department of Agriculture. The department is trying to find a cure for these diseases, to protect American livestock and, by extension, to protect the American public, because even though there is usually a species barrier in regard to animal diseases infecting humans, we're discovering that some of these diseases can jump species. With the recent mad cow disease in Britain, for instance, there is some evidence that people were infected by this disease. Maybe my ex-wife was right about meat. I tried to picture a life of soybean cheeseburgers, chili no carne, and hot dogs made out of seaweed. I'd rather die. All of a sudden, I felt love and warmth for the Department of Agriculture. I realized, too, that what Mr. Nash was putting out was the official crap. Stuff about animal diseases crossing species barriers and all that. In fact, if the rumors were correct, Plum Island was also a place where human infectious diseases were specifically and purposely studied as part of a biological warfare program that no longer officially existed. On the other hand, maybe it was rumor, and maybe, too, what they were doing on Plum Island was defensive and not offensive. It struck me that there was a very thin line between all of this stuff. Bugs are bugs. They don't know cows from pigs from people. They don't know defensive research from offensive research. They don't know preventive vaccines from air-burst bombs. Hell, they don't even know if they're good or bad. And if I listened to Nash's crap long enough, I would start to believe that Plum Island was developing exciting new yogurt cultures. Mr. Nash was staring into his styrofoam coffee cup as if realizing that the coffee and the water could have already been infected with mad cow disease. Mr. Nash continued, "The problem is, of course, that these bacteria and virus cultures can be... if someone got his hands on these microorganisms and has the knowledge to propagate more from the samples, then, well, you'd have a great deal of it reproducing. And if it got into the population somehow, then you may have a potential public health problem." I asked, "You mean like an end-of-the-world plague with the dead piling up in the streets?" "Yes, that kind of public health problem." Silence. "So," Mr. Nash said in a grave tone, "while we are all anxious to discover the identity of the murderer or murderers of Mr. and Mrs. Gordon, we're more anxious to discover if the Gordons took something off that island and transferred it to an unauthorized person or persons." No one spoke for a time. Then Beth asked, Can anyone on the island determine if anything is actually missing from the laboratories?" Ted Nash looked at Beth Penrose the way a professor looks at a favorite student who has asked a brilliant question. Actually, it wasn't that good a question. But anything to get those panties off, right, Ted? Mr. Cool replied to his new protege, "As you probably suspect, Beth, it may not be possible to discover if anything is missing. The problem is the microorganisms can be propagated secretly in some part of the Plum Island laboratory or in other places on the island, then taken off the island, and no one would ever know. It's not like chemical or nuclear agents where every gram is accounted for. Bacteria and virus like to reproduce. Scary, if you think about it. Microbugs are low-tech compared to nuclear fission or manufacturing nerve gas. This is home lab stuff, cheap to produce, and it replicates itself in... What did we use in Biolab? Beef bouillon? No more cheeseburgers for me." Ms. Penrose, proud of her last question, asked Mr. Know-It-All, "Can we assume the organisms studied on Plum Island are particularly deadly? What I mean is, do they genetically engineer these organisms to make them more lethal than they are in their natural state?" Mr. Nash did not like that question and replied, "No." Then added, "Well, the laboratory at Plum Island does have genetic engineering capabilities, but what they do is take viruses and genetically alter them so they can't cause disease, but can stimulate the immune system to produce antibodies in the event the real virus ever infects the organism. This is sort of a vaccine, made not by weakening the infectious organism and injecting it, which can be dangerous, but by genetically changing the organism. To answer your question in short, any genetic engineering done on Plum Island is to weaken a virus or bacteria, not to increase its power to cause disease." I said, "Of course not. But that's also possible with genetic engineering." "Possible, but not on Plum Island." It occurred to me that Nash was genetically altering information, taking the germ of the truth, if you will, and weakening it so we got a mild dose of the bad news. Clever fellow. I was tired of the scientific crap, and I addressed my next question to Mr. Foster. "Are you people doing anything to keep this bottled? Airports, highways, and all that?" Mr. Foster replied, "We've got everyone out there looking for whatever. We have all area airports, seaports, and train stations being watched by our people, local police, and customs people, and we have the Coast Guard stopping and searching vessels, and we've even got the Drug Enforcement Agency using their boats and planes. The problem is the perpetrators would have had about a 3-hour head start because, quite frankly, we weren't notified in a timely fashion." Mr. Foster looked at Chief Maxwell, who had his arms crossed and was making a face. "A word here on Sylvester Maxwell. He's an honest cop. Not the brightest bulb in the room, but not stupid either. He can be stubborn at times, though that seems to be a North Fork trait and not peculiar to the chief. Being in charge of a small rural police force that has to work with the much larger county police force, and on occasion the state police, he's learned when to protect his turf and when to retreat. Another point. The geographical realities of a maritime jurisdiction in the era of drug running have put Max in close proximity to the DEA and the Coast Guard. The DEA always assumes the local gendarmes may be in on the drug trade. The locals, like Max, are positive the DEA is in on it. The Coast Guard and FBI are considered clean, but they suspect the DEA and the local police. The Customs Service is mostly clean, but there have to be some bad guys who take bucks to look the other way. In short, drugs are the worst thing that has happened to American law enforcement since Prohibition." And this led me from thinking about Max to thinking about drugs, about the Gordon's 30-foot formula with big, powerful engines. Since the facts didn't seem to fit the Gordons selling end-of-the-world plague for money, maybe the facts did fit drug running. Maybe I was onto something. Maybe I'd share this with everyone as soon as I worked it out in my mind. Maybe I wouldn't. Mr. Foster threw a few more zingers at Chief Maxwell for his tardiness in contacting the FBI, making sure he was on the record about that. Sort of like, "Oh, Max, if only you'd come to me sooner. Now all is lost, and it's your fault." Max pointed out to Foster, "I called county homicide within 10 minutes of learning of the murder. It was out of my hands at that point. My ass is covered." Ms. Penrose felt 8 eyes on her ass and said, "I had no idea the victims were Plum Island people." Max said gently but firmly, "I reported that to the guy who answered the phone, Beth. Sergeant something. Check the tape." "I will," replied Detective Penrose. She added, "You may be right, Max, but let's not get into this now." She said to Foster, "Let's stick to solving the crime." Mr. Foster replied, "Good advice." He looked around the room and offered, "Another possibility is that whoever took this stuff is not trying to take it out of the country. They could have a lab set up locally, an inconspicuous kind of operation that wouldn't attract attention, wouldn't require unusual materials or chemicals that could be traced. Worst-case scenario is that the organisms, whatever they are cultured, then introduced or delivered to the population in various ways. Some of these organisms are easy to deliver in the water supply. Some can be airborne. Some can be spread by people and animals. I'm no expert, but I phoned some people in Washington earlier, and I understand that the potential for infection and contagion is very high." He added, "A TV documentary once suggested that a coffee can full of anthrax, vaporized into the air by a single terrorist riding around Manhattan in a boat, would kill a minimum of 200,000 people. The room got silent again. Mr. Foster, enjoying the attention it seemed, continued, "It could be worse. It's hard to gauge. Anthrax is bacterial. Viruses could be worse." I asked, "Do I understand that we're not talking about the possible theft of a single type of virus or bacteria?" George Foster replied, "If you're going to steal anthrax, you might as well steal Ebola too, and anything else you can get. This would pose a multifaceted threat, the type of threat that would never be found in nature and would be impossible to contain or control. The mantel clock in the living room struck 12 chimes, and Mr. Ted Nash, with a sense for the dramatic and wanting to impress us with his education, undoubtedly Ivy League, quoted the bard thus: "'Tis now the very witching time of night, when churchyards yawn and hell itself breathes out contagion to this world." On that cheery note, I said, "I'm going out for some air." Chapter 5. I didn't go directly outside for air, but detoured to the west wing of the house where Tom and Judy had set up their office in what used to be a bedroom. A Compian nerd sat at the PC where I had intended to sit. I introduced myself to the gent, who identified himself as Detective Mike Resnick, computer crime specialist with the county police department. The printer was humming away and stacks of paper lay all over the desktop. I asked Mike, "Did you find the killer yet?" "Yeah. Now I'm playing Jeopardy." Mike was a real card. I asked him, "What do we have so far?" "Oh, mostly... Hold on, what's this? Nothing there. What do we... What? Have so far." I just love talking to buttholes at the computer. "Have so far." "Oh, mostly letters. Personal letters to friends and relatives. Some business letters, some... What's this? Nothing. Anything mentioning Plum Island? No. Anything that looks interesting or suspicious? No. Scientific papers? No. I'll stop what I'm doing and let homicide know the minute I think I have something." Mike sounded a little testy, like he'd been at this a few hours and it was past his bedtime. I asked him, "How about financial stuff? Investments, checkbook, household budget?" He glanced up from the monitor. "Yeah, that's the first thing I downloaded." They wrote their checks on the computer. There's the printout of all their checkbook activity for the past 25 months, since they opened the account. He pointed to a stack of paper near the printer. I took the stack and said, "Do you mind if I look through this?" "No, but don't go far with it. I have to attach all that to my report. I'll just take it into the living room where the light is better." Yeah. He was playing with a computer again, which he found more interesting than me. I left. Out in the living room, the latent fingerprint lady was still dusting and lifting prints. She glanced at me and asked, "Did you touch anything?" "No, ma'am." I walked over to the bookshelves on either side of the fireplace. To the left was fiction, mostly paperbacks, a nice mixture of trash and treasures. To the right was nonfiction, and I studied the titles, which ranged from technical biology stuff to standard health and fitness crap. There was also a whole shelf of locally published books about Long Island, flora, fauna, history, and so forth. On the bottom shelf was a row of sailing books, navigational charts and such. As I said, for landlocked Midwesterners, the Gordons had really gotten into boating. On the other hand, I'd been out with them a few times, and even I could tell they weren't great sailors. Also, they didn't fish, clam, crab, or even swim. They just liked to open up the throttles now and then. Which brought me back to the thought that this was a drug thing. With that thought in mind, I put the computer printouts down and, using my handkerchief, took an oversized book and navigational charts from the shelf and propped it up on the mantelpiece. I flipped through the pages, my finger wrapped in the handkerchief. I was looking for radio frequencies, cellular phone numbers, or whatever else a drug runner might mark in his chart book. Each page of the navigational charts showed an area of about 4 miles by 4 miles. The land that appeared on the charts was basically featureless except for landmarks that could be seen from the water. The seas, however, were marked with reefs, rocks, depths, lighthouses, sunken wrecks, buoys, and all sorts of aids and hazards to navigation. I scanned page after page looking for X's, I guess, rendezvous points, or grid coordinates, or names like Juan and Pedro, or whatever. But the charts seemed clean except for a yellow highlighter line that connected the Gordons' dock with the Plum Island dock. This was the route they took to work, passing between the southern shore of the North Fork and Shelter Island, keeping to the deep and safe part of the channel. That wasn't much of a clue to anything. I noticed that on Plum Island, printed in red, were the words, "Restricted Access, U.S. Government Property, Closed to the Public." I was about to shut the large book when I saw something nearly hidden by my handkerchief. Toward the bottom of the page, in the water south of Plum Island, was written in pencil 44106818. Following this was a question mark, similar to the one that just popped out of my head like a little cartoon balloon. 44106818? Make that 2 question marks and an exclamation point. So, was this a standard 8-digit grid coordinate? A radio frequency? A disguised dial-a-joke? Drugs? Bugs? What? There is a point in homicide investigations when you start to assemble more clues than you know what to do with. Clues are like ingredients in a recipe with no instructions. If you put them together in the right way, you have dinner. If you don't know what to do with them, you'll be in the kitchen a long time, confused and hungry. Anyway, I held the chart book with my handkerchief and took it to the latent fingerprint lady. I asked her, "Could you do a real thorough job on this book for me?" I smiled nicely. She gave me a tough look, then took the book in her latex-gloved hand and examined it. "This map paper's hard to do, but the cover is good glossy stock. I'll do what I can." She added, "Silver nitrate or ninhydrin. It's got to be done in the lab." "Thank you, professionally competent woman." She cracked a smile and asked, "Who has the most fingerprints? FBI, CIA, or EPA?" "What's EPA? You mean Environmental Protection Agency?" "No, Elizabeth Penrose's ass." She laughed. "That's going around headquarters. You haven't heard that one?" "Don't think so." She put out her hand. "I'm Sally Hines." "I'm John Corey." I shook her gloved hand and remarked, "I love the feel of latex against my bare skin. How about you?" "No comment." She paused, then asked, "Are you the NYPD guy working with county homicide on this thing?" "Right." "Forget that crack about Penrose." "Sure will." I asked her, "What are we seeing here, Sally?" "Well, the house was cleaned recently, so we have nice, fresh surfaces. I'm not studying the prints closely, but I'm seeing mostly the same 2 sets, probably the Mr. and Mrs. Only a few other sets now and then, and if you want my opinion, detective, the killer was wearing gloves. This was no druggie leaving perfect 5s on the liquor cabinet." I nodded, then said, "Do the best job you can with that book." "I only do perfect work. How about you?" She found a plastic bag in her kit and slipped the chart book inside. She said, "I need a set of elimination prints from you. Try Elizabeth Penrose's ass later." She laughed and said, "Just put your hands on this glass coffee table for me." I did as she asked and inquired, "Did you take prints from the 2 guys with Chief Maxwell?" I was told that would be taken care of later. "Yeah. Look, Sally, a lot of people, like the guys in the kitchen, are gonna flash a lot of big-time ID at you. You report only to county homicide, preferably only to Penrose." "I hear you." She looked around, then asked me, "Hey, what's with the germs?" "This has nothing to do with germs. The victims happened to work on Plum Island, but that's only a coincidence." "Yeah, right." I retrieved the stack of computer printouts and walked toward the sliding glass door. Sally called out, "I don't like how this crime scene is being handled." I didn't reply. I walked down to the bay where a nice bench faced the water. I threw the purloined papers on the bench and stared out at the bay. It was breezy enough to keep the gnats and mosquitoes busy treading air and away from me. Little ripples rode the bay and rocked the Gordon's boat down at the dock. White clouds sailed past the big, bright moon, and the air smelled more of the land than the sea as the light wind shifted around and blew from the north. Somewhere, somehow, through osmosis, I guess, I'd begun to understand the elemental forces of land and sea around me. I suppose if you add up all the 2-week summer vacations out here when I was a kid and the autumn weekends, it's not too surprising that something seeped into my urban brain. There are times I want to get out of the city, and I think about some place like this. I guess I should come out here in the winter and spend a few months in Uncle Harry's big, drafty house and see if I become an alcoholic or a hermit. Hell, if people keep getting bumped off around here, the Southold town board will make me a full-time homicide consultant at $100 a day and all the clams I can eat. I was uncharacteristically ambivalent about returning to duty. I was ready to try something else, but I wanted it to be my own decision, not the decision of the docs. Also, if the quackers said I was through, I couldn't find the 2 hombres who plugged me. That was serious, unfinished business. I have no Italian blood, but my partner, Dominic Finelli, is a Sicilian, and he taught me the entire history and protocol of revenge. He made me see The Godfather 3 times. I think I get it. The 2 Hispanic gents had to stop living. Dominic was working on finding them. I was waiting for him to call one day when he did. On the subject of my mortality, I was getting a little fatigued, and I sat on the bench. I wasn't quite the Superman I used to be before the shooting. I leaned back and regarded the night a while. On a small patch of lawn to the left of the Gordon's dock was a tall white flagpole with a crossbar called a yardarm, from which ran 2 ropes or lines called halyards. Note how I have picked up some of the nautical lingo? Anyway, the Gordons had found a whole collection of flags and pennants in a locker in the garage, and they'd sometimes hang signal pennants from the halyards for fun, such as the pennant for prepare to be boarded or the captain is ashore. I had noticed earlier that at the top of the mast the Gordons had run up the Jolly Roger, and I thought it ironic that the last flag they had flown was the skull and crossbones. I noticed, too, that on each halyard was a signal pennant. I could barely make them out in the dark, but it didn't matter because I was clueless about nautical signals. Beth Penrose sat down on the left end of the bench. She was wearing her jacket again, which was a disappointment, and her arms were crossed around her as if she were cold. Women are always cold. She didn't say anything, but kicked off her shoes, rubbed her feet in the grass, and wiggled her toes. They also wear uncomfortable shoes. After a few minutes of companionable silence, or maybe frosty stillness, I chipped at the ice and said, "Maybe you're right. It could have been a boat." "Are you armed?" "No." "Good. I'm gonna blow your effing brains out." "Now, Beth, Detective Penrose to you, Buster. Lighten up. Why were you so nasty to Ted Nash?" "Which one is that?" "You know effing well which one is that. What is your problem?" "It's a guy thing. You made a fool out of yourself. Everyone thinks you're an arrogant idiot and a totally useless incompetent. And you've lost my respect. Then I suppose sex is out of the question." "Sex? I don't even want to breathe the same air you do." "That hurts, Beth." "Do not call me Beth. Ted Nash called you. You know, Corey, I got this case because I slapped on the knee pads and begged the chief of homicide for it. This is my first real murder case. Before this, all I got was crap. Hopheads blasting away at each other, mamas and papas settling domestic disputes with cutlery, crap like that. And not much of it. There's a low homicide rate in this county." "I'm sorry to hear that." "Yeah. You do this all the time, so you're jaded, cynical, and smart-assed about it." "Well, I wouldn't. If you're here to make me look bad, fuck off." She stood. I stood too. "Hold on. I'm here to help." "Then help." "Okay. Listen up. First, some advice. Don't talk too much to Foster or your buddy Ted." "I know that, and cut the buddy Ted crap. Look, can I call you Beth?" "No." "Look, Detective Penrose, I know you think I'm attracted to you, and you probably think I'm coming on to you, and you think this could be awkward." She turned her face away and looked out at the bay. I continued, "This is really hard to say, but, well, you don't have to worry about that, about me." She turned back and looked at me. I sort of covered my face with my right hand and rubbed my forehead. I continued as best I could. "You see, one of those bullets that hit me— God, how do I say this? Well, it hit me in a funny place, okay? Now you know. So we can be sort of like friends, partners, brother and sister. I guess I mean sister and sister." I glanced at her and saw she was staring out to sea again. Finally, she spoke. "I thought you said you were hit in the stomach." "There, too." "Max said you had a serious lung wound." "That, too." "Any brain damage?" "Maybe." "And now you want me to believe you've been neutered by yet another bullet." "It's nothing a guy would lie about." "If the furnace is out, why is there still fire in your eyes?" "Just the memory, Beth. Can I call you Beth? A good memory of a time when I could pole vault over my car." She put her hand up to her face, and I couldn't tell if she was crying or laughing. I said, "Please don't tell anyone." Finally, she got control of herself and replied, "I'll try to keep it out of the papers." "Thanks." I let a few seconds pass, then asked her, "Do you live around here?" "No, I live in western Suffolk." "That's a long trip. Are you driving home or staying around here?" "We're all staying at the Soundview Inn out in Greenport." "Who's we all?" "Me, George, Ted, some DEA guys, some other people who were here before, guys from the Department of Agriculture. We're all supposed to work day and night, round the clock, 7 days a week. Looks good for the press and the public, in case the fudge hits the fan. You know, in case there's some concern about disease." "You mean mass panic about a plague?" "Whatever." "Hey, I have a nice place out here, and you're welcome to stay there." "Thanks anyway." "It's an impressive Victorian mansion on the water." "Doesn't matter." "You'd be more comfortable." "I told you, I'm safe." "Hell, NYPD personnel says I'm allowed to use the ladies' room at headquarters." "Cut it out." "Seriously, Beth, I have a computer printout here. 2 years' worth of financial stuff. We can work on it tonight." "Who authorized you to take that?" "You did, right?" She hesitated, then nodded and said, "I want them back in my hands tomorrow morning." "Okay. I'll pull an all-nighter with this. Help me out." She seemed to mull that over, then said, "Give me your phone number and address." I rummaged around my pockets for a pen and paper, but she already had a little notebook out and said, "Shoot." I gave her the information, including directions. She said, "I'll call first if I'm coming." "Okay." I sat back down on the bench, and she sat at the opposite end, the computer printouts between us. We stayed silent, sort of mentally regrouping, I guess. Finally, Beth remarked, "I hope you're a whole lot smarter than you look or sound." Let me put it this way. The smartest thing Chief Maxwell has done in his career is to come calling on me for this case. And modest. There's no reason to be modest. I'm one of the best. In fact, CBS is developing a show called The Corey Files. You don't say. I can get you a part. Thank you. If I can repay the favor, I'm sure you'll let me know. Seeing you in The Corey Files will be repayment enough. It sure will. Listen, can I call you John? Please do. John, what's happening here? I mean, with this case. You know something you're not sharing. What is your current status? Excuse me? Engaged, divorced, separated, involved?
Divorced. What do you know or suspect about this case that you haven't mentioned?
No boyfriend?
No boyfriend, no children, 11 admirers, 5 are married, 3 are control freaks, 2 possibilities, and 1 idiot.
Am I being too personal?
Yes.
If I had a male partner and I asked him these questions, it would be perfectly normal and okay.
Well, we're not partners.
You want it both ways. Typical.
Look. Well, tell me about yourself, quickly.
Okay. Divorced, no children, dozens of admirers, but no one special. I added, and no venereal diseases.
And no venereal parts.
Right.
Okay, John. What's with this case?
I settled back on the bench and replied, well, Beth, what's happening with this case is that the obvious is leading to the improbable, and everyone is trying to make the improbable fit the obvious. But it don't work that way, partner. She nodded and said, you're suggesting that this might have nothing to do with what we think it has to do with. I'm beginning to think there's something else going on here.
Why do you think that?
Well, some evidence doesn't seem to fit.
Maybe it will fit in a few days when all the lab reports are in and everyone's been questioned. We haven't even spoken to the Plum Island people.
I stood and said, let's go down to the dock. She slipped her shoes on and we walked down toward the dock. I said, a few hundred yards down the beach from here, Albert Einstein wrestled with the moral question of the atomic bomb and decided it was a go. The good guys had no choice because the bad guys had already decided it was a go without any wrestling with the moral questions. I added, I knew the Gordons. She thought a moment, then said,
you're saying you don't think the Gordons were capable, morally capable, of selling deadly microorganisms?
No, I don't. Like atomic scientists, they respected the power of the genie in the bottle. I don't know exactly what they did on Plum Island, and we'll probably never know, but I think I knew them well enough to say they wouldn't sell the genie in the bottle. She didn't reply. I continued, I remember Tom once told me that Judy was having a bad day because some calf that she'd become attached to had been purposely infected with something and was dying. These are not the kind of people who want to see children dying of plague. When you interview their Plum Island associates, you'll find this out for yourself.
People sometimes have another side.
I never saw a hint of anything in the Gordons' personalities to suggest that they'd traffic in deadly disease.
Sometimes people rationalize their behavior. How about the Americans who gave atomic bomb secrets to the Russians? They were people who said they did it out of conviction, so one side wouldn't have all the power.
I glanced at her and saw she was looking at me as we walked. I was happy to discover that Beth Penrose was capable of some deeper thinking, and I knew she was relieved to discover that I wasn't the idiot she thought I might be. I said, regarding the atomic scientists, that was a different time and a different secret. I mean, if nothing else, why would the Gordons sell bacteria and virus that could kill them and their families in Indiana or wherever and wipe out everyone in between? Beth Penrose pondered that a moment, then replied, maybe they got paid $10 million, and the money is in Switzerland, and they have a chateau on a mountain stocked with champagne and canned food, and they invited their friends and relatives to visit. I don't know, John. Why do people do crazy things? They rationalize. They talk themselves into it. They're angry at something or somebody.
$10 million, $20 million, $200. Everyone has a price.
We walked out on the dock where a uniformed Southold policeman was sitting on a lawn chair. Detective Penrose said to him,
"Take a break."
He stood and walked back toward the house. The ripples lapped against the hull of the Gordons' boat, and the boat rocked against the rubber bumpers on the pilings. The tide was out, and I noticed that the boat was now tied to pulleys to allow the rope to play out. The boat had dropped about 4 or 5 feet below the dock. I noticed now that the writing on the hull said Formula 303, which, according to Tom, meant it was 30 feet 3 inches long. I said to Beth, "On the Gordons' bookshelf, I found a book of charts, nautical navigational maps, with an 8-digit number penciled on one of the pages. I asked Sally Hines to do a super print job on the book and report to you. You should take the book and keep it someplace safe. We should look at it together. There may be more marks on the book." She stared at me for a few seconds, then asked, "Okay, what do you think this is about?" "Well, if you ratchet down the moral dial about halfway, you go from selling plague for money to drugs for money." "Drugs?" "Yeah. Morally ambiguous in some minds, big money in everyone's mind. How does that sound to you? Drugs?" She stared at the high-powered boat and nodded. She said, "Maybe we got panicky with this Plum Island connection." "Maybe we did." "We should talk to Max and the others about this." "We should not." "Why not?" "Because we're just speculating. Let them run with the plague theory. If that's the right theory, better keep it covered." "Okay, but that's no reason not to confide in Max and the others." "Trust me?" "No. Convince me." "I'm not convinced myself. We have 2 strong possibilities here. Bugs for money or drugs for money. Let's see if Max, Foster, and Nash come to any conclusions of their own, and if they share their thoughts with us." "Okay. I'll play this one your way." I motioned toward the boat. "What do you think that goes for?" She shrugged. "I'm not sure. The formula's a pricey item. You figure 3,000 a running foot, so this one new would be about $100,000. And the rent on this house? About 2,000? I guess about that, plus utilities." She added, "We'll find all this out. And what's with this commuting by boat? It's almost 2 hours one way from here, and a small fortune in fuel, right?" "Right. It takes maybe 30 minutes to drive from here to the government ferry on Orient Point. How long is the ferry ride? Maybe 20 minutes, compliments of Uncle Sam. Total about 1 hour door to door, as opposed to nearly 2 hours by speedboat. Yet, the Gordons took their own boat from here to Plum, and I know there were days when they couldn't take their boat back because the weather had turned bad during the day. They'd have to take the ferry back to Orient and hitch a ride home with someone. This never made sense to me, but I admit I never thought much about it. I should have. Now maybe it makes sense." I jumped into the boat and landed hard on the deck. I put my arms up and she jumped, grabbing my hands as she did. Somehow we wound up on the deck, me on my back, Beth Penrose on top of me. We stayed there about a second longer than we had to, then we got to our feet. We smiled awkwardly at one another, the way strangers of the opposite sex do when they find themselves accidentally bumping T&A and whatever. She asked me, "Are you all right?" "Yeah." In truth, the wind had been knocked out of my bad lung, and I guessed she could see it. I got my breath back and went to the rear, the stern, as they say, where the Formula 303 had a bench seat. I indicated the deck near the seat and informed her, here's where the chest always sat. It was a big one, about 4 feet long, 3 deep, and 3 high. Maybe 30 cubic feet on the inside, insulated aluminum. Sometimes when I sat on the bench, I'd put my feet up on the chest and slug beers. And, after work on designated days, the Gordons leave Plum at the appointed hour and make a high-speed dash out to sea. There, out in the Atlantic, they rendezvous with a ship, maybe a South American freighter, maybe it's a seaplane or whatever.
They take on board about 100 kilos of Colombian marching powder and dash back toward land. If they're spotted by the DEA or Coast Guard, they look like Mr. and Mrs. Clean out for a spin. Even if they're stopped, they flash the Plum Island ID and do a song and dance. In reality, they could probably outrun anything on the water. It would take an aircraft to chase this thing. More to the point, how many boats are stopped and searched? There are thousands of pleasure boats and commercial fishermen out there. Unless the Coast Guard or Customs or somebody has a serious tip or someone is acting weird, they don't board and search, right? Usually. Customs has full authority to do that, and sometimes they do. She added, I'll see if there are any reports with DEA, Coast Guard, or Customs regarding the spirochete. Good. I thought a moment, then said, Okay, so after the Gordons cop the junk, they make land at some prearranged spot or rendezvous with a small boat and transfer the ice chest to the local pharmaceutical distributors, who give them another chest in return with a bunch of bucks in it. The distributor then drives into Manhattan and another duty-free import is completed. Happens every day. The question is, did the Gordons participate, and if so, is that what got them killed? I hope so. Because the other thing scares me, and I'm not easily scared. She mulled this over, looking around the speedboat. She said, it might fit. But it might be wishful thinking. I didn't reply. She continued, if we can determine it was drugs, we can rest easier. Until then, we have to go ahead with the idea that it's plague. Because if it is and we're not on top of it, we could all be dead. Chapter 6. It was after 2 a.m. and I was getting cross-eyed reading the Gordons' computer printouts. I had a pot of coffee going in Uncle Harry's big old kitchen, and I was sitting at the round table by the bay window that faced east to catch the morning sun. Uncle Harry and Aunt June had the good sense never to have the entire Corey clan as house guests. But now and then they'd have me and my brother Jim, or my sister Lynn, stay in the guest room while the rest of the family was in some horrid 1950s tourist cabin. I remember sitting at this table as a kid with my two cousins, Harry Jr. and Barbara, slopping up Cheerios or Wheaties, antsy to get out and play. Summer was magic. I don't think I had a care in the world. Now, some decades later, same table, and I had a lot on my mind. I turned my attention back to the checkbook register. The Gordons' salaries were deposited directly into their account, and their combined income after being raped by the feds in New York State was about $90,000. Not bad, but not that good for two PhDs doing brainy work with hazardous substances. Tom would have done better playing minor league baseball, and Judy could have worked in a titty bar in my old precinct and done as well. It's a strange country. Anyway, it didn't take me long to see that the Gordons were overextended. It's not cheap to live on the East Coast, as they'd undoubtedly discovered. They had payments on 2 cars, the boat, the house rental, assorted insurances on same, utilities, 5 credit cards, big-time oil company bills, mostly for the powerboat, and regular living and breathing expenses. Also, there was a hefty $10,000 down payment on the Formula 303 the April before last. Plus, the Gordons contributed to a number of worthy charities, making me feel guilty. They also belonged to a book and music club, hit the ATM frequently, sent checks to nieces and nephews, and were members of the Peconic Historical Society. They didn't appear to be in major trouble yet, but they were close to the edge. If they were making a nice side income from the drug trade, they were clever enough to stash the cash and get themselves in over their heads, like all red-blooded, fiscally fearless Americans. The question then was, where was the loot? I'm not an auditor, but I've done enough of these financial analyses to spot things that needed checking out. There was only one such thing in the last 25 months of the Gordons' checkbook printouts. A biggie. A check for $25,000 made out to Margaret Wiley. The check had been certified for a fee of $10, and the funds to cover the check had been electronically transferred from the Gordons' money market account. In fact, it represented nearly all their savings. The check was dated March 7th of this year, and there was no notation regarding the purpose of the check. Who, then, was Margaret Wiley? Why did the Gordons give her a certified check for $25 large? We would soon find out. I sipped on my coffee and tapped my pencil on the table in time with the regulator clock on the far wall, and I thought about all of this. I went to the kitchen cabinet beside the wall phone and found the local telephone directory among the cookbooks. I looked under W and located a Margaret Wiley who lived on Lighthouse Road in the hamlet of Southold. I actually knew where that was, it being the road that, as the name suggested, led to a lighthouse. Horton Point Lighthouse, to be exact. I really wanted to call Margaret, but she might be annoyed at the 2 a.m. phone call. It could wait until dawn. But patience is not one of my virtues. In fact, to the best of my knowledge, I have no virtues. Also, I had the feeling that the FBI and CIA were not all asleep at this hour and that they were getting ahead of me on this case. Last but not least, this was no ordinary murder. Even as I hesitated to wake Margaret Wiley, a civilization-destroying plague could be spreading over the nation. I hate when that happens. I called the number. The phone rang and an answering machine picked up. I hung up and dialed again. Finally, the lady of the house was awakened, and she said, "Hello?" "Margaret Wiley, please." "Speaking." "Who is this?" asked the groggy and elderly voice. "This is Detective Corey, ma'am. Police?" I let her imagine the worst for a second or two. That usually wakes them up. "Police? What's happened?" "Mrs. Wiley, you've heard on the news about the murders on Nassau Point?" "Oh, yes. How awful." "You knew the Gordons?" She cleared the froggies from her throat and replied, "No." "Well, I met them once. I sold them a piece of land." "In March?" "Yes." "For $25,000? "Yes. But what does that have to do with—" "Where is the land, ma'am?" "Oh, it's a nice piece of bluff overlooking the Sound." "I see. They wanted to build a house?" "No, they can't build there. I sold the development rights to the county." "Meaning?" "Meaning, it's a conservation plan. You sell the right to develop the land, but you still own the land. It has to stay undeveloped, except for agriculture." "I see. So the Gordons couldn't build a house on this bluff?" "Lord, no. If the land could be developed, it would be worth over $100,000. I was paid by the county not to develop it. It's a restrictive covenant that runs with the land. It's a good plan. But you can sell the land." "Yes, and I did. For $25,000. She added, "The Gordons knew it couldn't be developed." "Could they buy back the development rights from the county?" "No, I sold the rights in perpetuity. That's the purpose of the plan." "Okay." I thought I understood now what the Gordons had done. They'd bought a nice piece of Sound View land that, because it couldn't be built on, sold for less than market price. But they could plant on it, and I realized that Tom's fascination with local viniculture had led him to the ultimate hobby, Gordon Vineyards. Apparently, then, there was no connection between this purchase and their murders. I said, "I'm sorry I woke you, Mrs. Wiley. Thank you for your help." "Not at all. I hope you find who did this." "I'm sure we will." I hung up, turned from the phone, then went back and dialed again. She answered, and I said, "I'm sorry, one more question. Is that land suitable for grapes?" "Goodness, no. It's right on the Sound, much too exposed, and much too small. It's only a 1-acre parcel that drops 50 feet to the beach. It's quite beautiful, but Nothing much will grow there except scrub. I see. Did they mention to you why they wanted it? Yes. They said they wanted their own hill overlooking the water. A place to sit and watch the sea. They were a lovely couple. It's so awful. Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I hung up. So, they wanted a place to sit and watch the sea. For $25,000 they could have paid the parking fee at Orient Beach State Park 5,000 times and watched all the sea they wanted, every day for the next 8 years, and still have money left over for hot dogs and beer. Did not compute. I mulled a little. Mull. Well, maybe it did compute. They were a romantic couple. But 25 G's? That was almost all they had. And if they were transferred by the government, how would they unload an acre of land that had no use for building or agriculture? Who else would be crazy enough to pay $25,000 for encumbered property? So, maybe it had to do with maritime drug running. That would make sense. I'd have to take a look at that land. I wondered if anyone had yet found the deed to the property among the Gordons' papers. I wondered, too, if the Gordons had a safe deposit box and what was in it. It's tough when you have questions at 2 a.m. and you're flying high on caffeine and no one wants to talk to you. I poured another cup of coffee. The windows above the sink were open and I could hear the night things singing their September songs, the last of the locusts and tree frogs, an owl hooting nearby, and some night bird warbling in the foggy mist that rolled in from the great Peconic Bay. The autumn here is tempered by the big bodies of water that hold their summer heat until November. Terrific for grapes. Good boating until about Thanksgiving. There was the occasional hurricane in August, September, or October, and the odd nor'easter in the winter. But basically the climate was benign, the coves and inlets numerous, the fogs and mists frequent. An ideal place for smugglers, pirates, rum runners, and, more recently, drug runners. The wall phone rang, and for an irrational second I thought it might be Margaret. Then I remembered that Max was supposed to call about the Plum Island outing. I picked up the receiver and said, "Pizza Hut." After a confused second, Beth Penrose said, "Hello?" "Hello." "Did I wake you?" "That's all right, I had to get up to answer the phone anyway." Very old joke. Max asked me to call. We're going to be on the 8 a.m. ferry. Is there an earlier ferry? Yes, but why do we want the cover-up team to get to the island before us? She didn't reply to that, but said, "We'll be accompanied by the island security director, a Mr. Paul Stevens." "Who's going on the earlier ferry?" "I don't know. Look, John, if they're covering up, there's not much we can do about it. They've had some problems in the past, and they do cover up real well. You're only going to see what they want you to see, hear what they want you to hear, and speak to who they want you to speak to. Don't get overly serious about this trip." "Who's going?" "Me, you, Max, George Foster, and Ted Nash." She asked, "Do you know where the ferry is?" "I'll find it." "What are you doing now?" "I'm talking to you." "Come on over. I'm looking at wallpaper samples. I need your opinion." "It's late." That almost sounded like yes, which surprised me. I pressed on. "You can sleep here and we'll drive to the ferry together." That would look cute. Might as well get it over with. "I'll think about it. Hey, did you find anything in the computer printouts?" "Come over and I'll show you my hard drive." "Cut it out." "I'll pick you up." "It's too late. I'm tired. I'm dressed for bed." "Good. We can play hide the pickle." I heard her take a long, patient breath, then say, "I would have thought there'd be a clue in their financial records. Maybe you're not looking hard enough. Or maybe you don't know what you're doing." "Probably." She said, I thought we agreed to share information.
Yes, with each other, not the whole world.
What? Oh, I see.
We both knew that when you're working with the feds, they'd slap a tap on your phone within 5 minutes of being introduced to you. They didn't even bother with a court order when they eavesdropped on friendlies. I was sorry I'd made the call to Margaret Wiley. I asked Beth, "Where's Ted?"
How do I know?
"Keep your door bolted. He fits the description of a rapist-murderer I'm looking for."
Give it a break, John.
She hung up. I yawned. While I was disappointed that Detective Penrose didn't want to come over, I was also a little relieved. I really think those nurses put saltpeter in a guy's jello or something. Maybe I needed more red meat in my diet. I turned off the coffee pot, flipped the light switch, and left the kitchen. I made my way in the dark through the big, lonely house, through the polished oak vestibule, up the winding, creaky staircase, and down the long hallway to the high-ceilinged room that I'd slept in as a boy. As I undressed for bed, I reflected on this day and tried to decide if I really wanted to make that 8 a.m. ferry. On the yes side, I liked Max, and he'd asked a favor of me. 2, I liked the Gordons, and I wanted to do them a favor, to sort of pay them back for the good company and the wine and the steaks at a time when I was not feeling my best. 3, I didn't like Ted Nash, and I had this childish desire to screw him big time. 4, I did like Beth Penrose, and I had this grown-up desire to... whatever. And then there was me, and I was bored. No, that wasn't it. I was trying to prove that I still had the stuff. So far, so good. And last, and certainly not least, the little problem of the plague, the Black Death, the Red Death, the multifaceted threat or whatever. The possibility that this would be the last autumn any of us on Earth would see. For all those reasons, I knew I should be on the 8 a.m. ferry to Plum Island, not in bed with the covers pulled over me, like when I was a kid and there was something I didn't want to face. I stood naked at the big window and watched the fog climbing out of the bay, ghost white in the moonlight, creeping and crawling across the dark lawn toward the house. That used to scare the crap out of me. Still does. I felt goosebumps rising on my skin. My right hand went unconsciously to my chest, and my fingers found the entry hole of bullet 1. Then I slid my hand down to my abdomen where the second, or maybe the third shot had ripped through my formerly tight muscles, drove through my intestines, chipped my pelvis, and blew out my rear end. The other shot passed through my left calf without much damage. The surgeon said I was lucky, and he was right. I'd flipped my partner Dom Finelli to see who was going to go into the deli to buy coffee and donuts, and he lost. Cost him $4. My lucky day. Somewhere out on the bay a foghorn sounded, and I wondered who would be out in this weather at this hour. I turned from the window and checked to see that my alarm clock was set, then made sure there was a round in the chamber of the .45 automatic I kept on the nightstand. I tumbled into bed, and like Beth Penrose and Sylvester Maxwell and Ted Nash and George Foster, and many others that night, I stared up at the ceiling and thought about murder, death, Plum Island, and plague. I saw in my mind's eye the image of the Jolly Roger flapping in the night sky, the death's head white and grinning. It occurred to me that the only people resting in peace tonight were Tom and Judy Gordon. Chapter 7. I was up at 6 a.m., showered and dressed in shorts, t-shirt, and topsiders. Suitable attire for a quick change into biohazard gear, or whatever they call it. I did my Hamlet routine regarding my piece. To carry or not to carry, that is the question. Finally, I decided to carry. You just never know what the day is going to bring.
This might be a nice day to paint Ted Nash red. By 6:45 a.m., I was traveling east on Main Road through the heart of the wine country. It occurred to me as I drove that it's not easy trying to pull a living out of the soil or the sea, as many of the locals did. But the vineyards had been surprisingly successful. In fact, to my left, as I passed through the hamlet of Peconic, was the most successful vineyard and winery, Tobin Vineyards, owned by Frederick Tobin, whom I'd met once briefly and who was a friend of the Gordons. I made a mental note to call on the gentleman and see if he could shed any light on the case at hand. The sun was above the trees off to my right front, and my dashboard thermometer said 16 degrees centigrade, which meant nothing to me. Somehow I'd screwed up the computer and I was on the metric system. 16 degrees sounded cold, but I knew it wasn't. Anyway, the sun was burning off the ground mist and sunlight filled my overpriced sports utility vehicle. The road was gently curved and the vineyards were more picturesque than the potato fields I remembered from 30 years ago. Now and then a fruit orchard or cornfield kept the vineyards from becoming monotonous. Big birds sailed and soared on the morning thermals, and little birds sang and chirped in the fields and trees. All was right with the world, except that Tom and Judy were in the county morgue this morning, and very possibly there was a sickness in the air, rising and falling with the thermals, carried on the ocean breeze, sweeping across the farms and vineyards, and carried in the blood of humans and animals. And yet, everything seemed normal this morning, including me. I turned on the radio to an all-news channel from New York City and listened to the regular crap for a while, waiting for someone to say something about a mysterious outbreak of whatever. But it was too early for that. I tuned to the only local radio station and caught the 7 a.m. news. The news guy was saying, "We spoke to Chief Maxwell by phone this morning, and here's what he told us." The grumpy-sounding Max came out of my speakers, saying, "Regarding the deaths of Nassau Point residents Tom and Judy Gordon, we're calling this a double homicide, robbery, and burglary. This has nothing to do with the victim's work on Plum Island, and we want to put these speculations to rest. We urge all residents to be alert and aware of strangers and report anything suspicious to the town police. No need to be paranoid, but there's somebody out there with a gun who committed murder, robbery, and burglary. So you have to take some precautions. We're working with the county police on this, and we think we have some leads. That's all I have to say at this time. I'll talk to you later today, Don." "Thanks, Chief," said Don. That's what I like about this place. Real down-to-earth and homey. I turned off the radio. What Chief Maxwell forgot to mention was that he was on his way to Plum Island, the place that had nothing to do with the double murders. He also forgot to mention the FBI and the CIA. I admire a man who knows how and when to gaslight the public. What if Max had said, "There's a 50-50 chance the Gordons sold plague viruses to terrorists who may be plotting the destruction of all life in North America"? That would cause a little dip in the Dow at the opening bell, not to mention a stampede for the airports and a sudden urge for a South American vacation. Anyway, it was a nice morning so far. I spotted a big pumpkin field to my right, and I recalled the autumn weekends out here as a kid, going nuts running through the pumpkin patches to find the absolutely biggest, roundest, orangest, and most perfect pumpkin. I remember having some disagreements with my kid brother Jimmy on the choice every year, but we settled it fairly with a fist fight that I always won since I was much bigger than he was. At least the kid had heart. The hamlet after Peconic is Southold, which is also the name of the whole township. It's about here where the vineyards end and the land narrows between the Sound and the bay, and everything looks a little more windswept and wild. The Long Island Railroad tracks, which begin at Penn Station in Manhattan, paralleled the highway to my left for a while. Then the road and the tracks crossed and diverged again. There wasn't much traffic at this hour except for a few farm vehicles. It occurred to me that if any of my fellow travelers to Plum Island were on the road, I might see them at some point. I drove into the village of Greenport, the main metropolis on the North Fork, with a population, according to the sign, of 2,100. By comparison, Manhattan Island, where I worked, lived, and almost died, is smaller than the North Fork and has 2 million people piled on. The police force I work for has 30,000 men and women, making it bigger than the entire population of Southold Township. Max, as I said, has about 40 officers, if you include me and him. Greenport Village actually had its own police force once, about a half-dozen guys, but they pissed off the populace somehow and were voted out of existence. I don't think that can happen in New York City, but it's not a bad idea. Sometimes I think I should get Max to hire me. You know, big-time, big-city gunslinger rides into town and the local sheriff pins a badge on him and says, "We need a man with your experience, training, and proven track record," or something like that. I mean, would I be a big fish in a small pond or what? Would I have ladies stealing glances at me and dropping their handkerchiefs on the sidewalk or what? Back to reality. I was hungry. There are virtually no fast food chains out here, which is part of the charm of the place, but also a pain in the ass. There are, however, a few convenience stores, and I stopped at one at the edge of Greenport and bought a coffee and a plastic-wrapped sandwich of mystery meat and cheese product. I swear you can eat the shrink wrap and styrofoam too and not notice the difference. I grabbed a free weekly newspaper and had breakfast in the driver's seat. The newspaper, coincidentally, had an article on Plum Island. This is not uncommon, as the locals seem very interested in this mist-shrouded island of mystery and all that. Over the years, I'd picked up most of my information about Plum from local sources. Now and then the island made the national news, but it was safe to guess that 9 out of 10 Americans had never heard of the place. That might change real soon. This article I was now reading had to do with Lyme disease, another obsession of the residents of eastern Long Island and nearby Connecticut. This disease, carried by deer ticks, had assumed plague-like proportions. I knew people who had Lyme. Though rarely fatal, it could screw up a year or two of your life. Anyway, the locals were convinced that the disease came from Plum Island and was a bio-warfare experiment that had gotten loose by mistake or something. I would not be overstating if I said the locals would like Plum Island to sink into the sea. In fact, I had this image, like the scene in Frankenstein, of local farmers and fishermen, pitchforks and gaffing hooks in their hands, the women carrying torches, descending on the island and shouting, "To hell with your unnatural scientific experiments! God save us! Congressional investigation!" Or something like that. Anyway, I put the paper down and started the engine. Properly fortified, I continued on, still keeping an eye out for my new colleagues. The next hamlet was East Marion, though there doesn't seem to be a Marion around. I think it's in England, as with a lot of other East places on Long Island. Southold was once Southwold, after the place in England where a lot of the early settlers came from, but they lost the W in the Atlantic or someplace, or maybe they traded it for a bunch of E's. Who knows? Aunt June, who was a member of the Peconic Historical Society, used to fill my little head with all this crap, and I guess some of it was interesting and some of it stuck. But maybe it stuck sideways. The land narrowed to the width of a causeway, and there was water on both sides of the road. The Long Island Sound to my left and Orient Harbor to my right. The sky and water were filled with ducks, Canada geese, snowy white egrets, and gulls, which is why I never open the sunroof. I mean, these birds eat prunes or something, then come in like dive bombers, and they know when you've got your sunroof open. The land widened again, and I passed through the super quaint, ye old hamlet of Orient, then 10 minutes later finally approached Orient Point. I passed the entrance to Orient Beach State Park and began to slow down. Up ahead on the right I saw a flagpole from which flew the stars and stripes at half-mast. I assumed that the flag's position had to do with the Gordons, and therefore the flagpole was on federal property, no doubt the Plum Island Ferry Station. You can see how a great detective's mind works, even at 7-something a.m. with little sleep. I pulled over to the side of the road in front of a marina and restaurant and stopped the car. I took my binoculars from the glove compartment and focused on a big black and white sign near the flagpole, about 30 yards down the road. The sign said Plum Island Animal Disease Center. It didn't say welcome, and it also didn't say ferry, but the water was right there, so I deduced this was indeed the ferry station. Civilians assume, detectives deduce. Also, to be truthful, I'd passed this place about a dozen times over the years on my way to the New London ferry, which was just beyond the Plum Island ferry. Although I'd never given it much thought, I suppose I was always curious about the mysterious Plum Island. I don't like mysteries, which is why I want to solve them. It bothers me that there are things I don't know. Anyway, to the right of the sign and flagpole was a one-story brick building, apparently an administration and reception center. Behind and beyond the building was a large blacktop parking lot that ran down to the water. The parking lot was surrounded by a high chain-link fence topped with razor wire. Where the parking lot ended at the bay were several large warehouses and storage sheds attached to big wharfs. A few trucks were parked near the loading docks. I deduced, that this was where they loaded the animals that were making the one-way trip to Plum. The parking lot stretched along the bay for about 100 yards, and at the farthest end, through a light mist, I could see about 30 passenger vehicles parked near the ferry slips. There were no people visible. I put down the binoculars and checked my dashboard digital clock, which read 0729, and the temperature was now 17 degrees. I really had to get this car off the metric system. I mean, the friggin' computer was displaying weird French words like kilomètre and litre and all kinds of French things. I was afraid to turn the seat warmer on. I was a half hour early for the outbound ferry to Plum Island, but I was on time for the inbound from Plum, which is what I intended. As Uncle Harry used to say when he rousted me out of bed at dawn, the early bird gets the worm, Johnny. And as I used to wisecrack to him, the early worm gets eaten. What a character I was. Out of the mist appeared a white and blue ferry boat that glided toward the ferry slip. I raised my binoculars again. On the bow of the boat was a government seal of some sort, probably Department of Agriculture, and the name of the boat, the Plum Runner, which showed a small sense of humor on someone's part. I had to get closer, so I put the 4x4 into gear and drove toward the sign, flagpole, and brick building. To the right of the building, the chain-link gates were open, and I saw no guard around, so I drove into the parking lot and headed toward the warehouses. I parked near some delivery trucks and shipping containers, hoping my vehicle would be lost in the clutter. I was only about 50 yards from the two ferry slips now, and I watched through my binoculars as the ferry turned and backed into the closest of the slips. The Plum Runner looked fairly new and sleek, about 60 feet with a top deck on which I saw chairs. The stern hit the bulkhead and the captain shut down the engines as a mate jumped off and secured the lines to the pilings. I noticed there was no one on the dock. As I watched through my binoculars, a group of men came out of the passenger cabin and onto the stern deck, where they disembarked from the open stern directly onto the parking lot. I counted 10 men, all dressed in some sort of blue uniform, and either they were the Department of Agriculture band sent out to greet me, or they were the night security guards who'd been relieved by the guards who'd taken the 7 a.m. ferry to Plum. The 10 guards all wore pistol belts, though I didn't see any holsters attached. Next off the ferry was a big guy in a blue blazer and tie, chatting with the 10 guards as if he knew them. And I guessed he could be Paul Stevens, the security chief. Then came 4 guys in spiffy suits, and I had to think this was a little unusual. I mean, I doubt if these 4 dudes had spent the night on the island, so I had to figure they'd gone over on the 7 a.m. ferry. But that would give them only a few minutes turnaround time on the island. Therefore, they'd gone over earlier, either on a special ferry run, or on another boat, or a helicopter. And last but not least, waltzing off the boat, wearing casual attire, were Mr. George Foster and Mr. Ted Nash, which did not completely surprise me. Well, there you are. Early to bed, early to rise makes a man sneaky and full of lies. Those SOBs. I had expected they'd pull a fast one on me. As I watched, Nash, Foster, and the four suits were in deep conversation, and the guy with the blue blazer stood respectfully to the side. I could tell by the body language that Ted Nash was the man. The other four guys were probably up from D.C., and who knew who the hell sent them. This was all hard to figure, what with the FBI, CIA, Department of Agriculture, and no doubt the Army and Defense Department, and whoever else had their asses hanging out. As far as I was concerned, they were all the feds, and they, in turn, thought of me, if at all, as an annoying hemorrhoid. Anyway, I put the binocs down and picked up the weekly newspaper and the empty coffee cup in case I had to play hide the face. So here were all these bright boys pulling this early bird crap on me, and they didn't even bother to look around to see if they were under surveillance. They had total disdain for lowly coppers, and that pissed me off. The blue blazer guy spoke to the 10 guards, dismissed them, and they went to their respective cars, got in, and drove off past me. Mr. Blue Blazer then went back onto the stern deck and disappeared into the ferry. Then the four suits took their leave of Nash and Foster, got into a black Chevy Caprice, and came toward me. The Caprice slowed down opposite me, almost stopped, then went on, out the chain-link gates I'd entered. At this point I saw that Nash and Foster had noticed my vehicle, so I put it into gear and drove toward the ferry as if I'd just arrived. I parked away from the pier and sipped at the empty coffee cup and read about the return of the bluefish, ignoring Messrs. Nash and Foster, who stood near the ferry. At about 10 to 8, an old station wagon pulled up beside me, and Max got out wearing jeans, a windbreaker, and a fishing cap pulled down low on his forehead. I lowered my window and asked him, "Is that a disguise, or did you get dressed in the dark?" He frowned. Nash and Foster suggested I shouldn't be seen going to Plum. "I heard you on the radio this morning." "How'd I sound?" "Totally unconvincing. Boats, planes, and cars have been leaving Long Island all morning. Total panic along the entire East Coast." "Shove it." "Right." I shut off the ignition and waited for my Jeep to tell me something, but I guess I hadn't screwed up this time. I took my keys out of the ignition, and a female voice said, "Votre fenêtre est ouverte." Now, why would a nice American car say that? Well, because when I tried to shut off the stupid voice thing, I somehow got it to speak French. These cars are exported to Quebec, which explained the metric thing, too. Votre fenêtre est ouverte. Mangez merde, I replied in my best graduate school French and got out of the car. Max asked me, "You got somebody in there?" "No." "Somebody's talking." "Ignore it." I was going to tell Max that I saw Nash and Foster get off the ferry from Plum, but since Max hadn't thought to get his butt here early or ask me to do it, then he didn't deserve to know what I knew. Cars started arriving, and the experienced Plum Island commuters hit the pier with split-second timing as the ferry horn blasted. Ted Nash called out to Max and me, "Hey, all aboard!" I looked around for Beth Penrose while making little misogynist remarks about women being late. Max said, "There she is." And there she was, walking away from a black Ford, probably her unmarked PD, that had been parked before even I arrived. Could it be that there were people in the world as bright as I? Not likely. I think I planted the idea in her head of arriving early. Max and I walked across the misty parking lot toward the pier as the ferry horn sounded again. Detective Penrose joined Mr. Nash and Mr. Foster, and they were chatting near the ferry as we approached. Nash looked up and made an impatient gesture for us to hurry. I've killed people for less. As Max and I got to the pier, Nash, without so much as a good morning, looked at my shorts and said, "Aren't you a little cold, John?" I mean, fuck you, Ted. He had that patronizing tone of voice that superiors adopt with inferiors, and this guy had to be set straight. I replied, apropos of his stupid rose-colored golf slacks, "Do those come with panty shields?" George Foster laughed, and Ted Nash turned the color of his pants. Max pretended he didn't hear the exchange, and Beth rolled her eyes. Mr. Foster said, belatedly, "Good morning. Ready to board?" The five of us turned toward the ferry, and coming across the stern deck toward us was the gentleman with the blue blazer. He said, "Good morning. I'm Paul Stevens, security chief of Plum Island." He sounded like he had a computer-generated voice. Mr. Red Pants said, "I'm Ted Nash with the Department of Agriculture." What a load of crap. Not only had these three clowns just come from Plum Island together, but Nash was still putting out the agriculture manure. Stevens had a clipboard in his hand. He looked like one of those whistling clipboard types. Short blonde hair, icy blue eyes, Mr. Can-Do, ex-jock, fit and trim, ready to organize a sporting event or assign people to boxcars, whatever needed doing. Beth, by the way, was wearing what she'd had on the day before, and I deduced she'd had no idea she'd be staying overnight out here when she caught the squeal, as we say, which may be appropriate in this case. You know, animal disease center, swine fever, pork chop-shaped island. Mr. Stevens, glancing at his clipboard, said to Max, "And you're George Foster?" "No, I'm Chief Maxwell." "Right," said Mr. Stevens. "Welcome." I said to Stevens, "I'm Beth Penrose." He said to me, "No, you're John Corey." "Right. Can I get aboard now?" "No, sir. Not until we're all checked in." He looked at Beth and said, "Good morning, Detective Penrose." Then at George Foster and said, "Good morning, Mr. Foster of the FBI, correct?" "Correct." "Welcome aboard. Please follow me." We boarded the Plum Runner, and within a minute we'd cast off and were on our way to Plum Island, or as the tabloids sometimes called it, Mystery Island, or, somewhat less responsibly, Plague Island. We followed Mr. Stevens into the big, comfortable, wood-paneled cabin where about 30 men and women sat on upholstered airplane-type seats, talking, reading, or nodding off. There seemed to be seating for maybe 100 people, and I guessed that the next trip transported the majority of the people who worked on Plum. We didn't sit with the passengers, but followed Mr. Stevens down a set of stairs into a small room which seemed to serve as a chart room or ward room or whatever. In the center of the room was a round table and a carafe of coffee. Mr. Stevens offered seats and coffee, but no one wanted either. It was stuffy below deck, and the sound of the engine filled the room. Stevens produced some papers from his clipboard, and he gave each of us a single printed sheet with a carbon copy attached. He said, "This is a waiver that you are required to sign before disembarking on Plum Island. I know you're all law officers, but rules are rules." He added, "Please read and sign." I looked at the form, which was labeled Visitor Affidavit. This was one of those rare government forms that were written in plain English. Basically, I was agreeing to stay with the group and hold hands, and to be accompanied at all times by a Plum Island employee. I also agreed to abide by all safety regulations, and I further agreed that I'd avoid hanging around with animals after I left the island, for at least 7 days, and I promised I wouldn't associate with cattle, sheep, goats, swine, horses, and so on, and I wouldn't visit a farm, zoological garden, circus, or even a park. Plus, I had to stay away from sale barns, stockyards, animal laboratories, packing houses, zoos, menageries, and animal exhibits such as at fairs. Wow. That really limited my social life for the next 7 days. The last paragraph was interesting, and read,
In the event of an emergency, the center director or safety officer may detain the visitor on Plum Island pending accomplishment of necessary biological safety precautionary measures. Personal clothing and other items may be temporarily held on Plum Island for decontamination, and substitute clothing provided in order that the visitor may leave the island after completion of a decontamination shower. The retained clothing items will be returned as soon as possible. And to add to the enjoyment of my visit, I consented to any quarantine and detention necessary. I said to Stevens, "I guess this isn't the Connecticut Ferry." "No, sir, it isn't." The efficient Mr. Stevens handed out a few government pens, and we laid the forms on the table and, still standing, we scratched, skipped, and clotted our names on them. Stevens collected the forms, then he gave us the carbon copies as souvenirs. Stevens then handed out blue clip-on passes, which we dutifully affixed to our clothing. He asked us, "Are any of you armed?" I replied, "I believe we all are, but you'd be well advised not to ask for our guns." Stevens looked at me and replied, "That's exactly what I'm going to ask for. Firearms are absolutely prohibited on the island." He added, "I have a lockbox here where your pistols will be safe." I said, "My pistol is safe where it is now." Max added, "Plum Island is within the jurisdiction of Southold Township. I am the law on Plum Island." Stevens considered a long moment, then said, "I suppose the prohibition doesn't apply to law officers." Beth said, "You can be sure it doesn't." Stevens, his little power play foiled, accepted defeat with good grace and smiled. It was, however, the kind of smile that, in the movies, the creepy villain gives before saying, "You have won this battle, sir, but I assure you we will meet again." Click heels, turn, stomp off. But Mr. Stevens was stuck with us for the time being, and he said, "Why don't we go on the top deck?" We followed our host up the stairs, through the cabin, and outside to a staircase that led to a nice deck above the cabin. No one else was on the deck. Mr. Stevens indicated a grouping of seats. The boat was making about 15 miles an hour, which I think is about 200 knots. Maybe a little less. It was a bit breezy up top, but quieter away from the engines. The mist was burning off, and sunlight suddenly broke through. I could see into the glass-enclosed bridge where the captain stood at the steering wheel, a.k.a. helm, talking to the mate. From the stern below flew an American flag, snapping in the wind. I sat facing the bow with Beth to my right, Max to my left, Stevens across from me, and Nash and Foster on either side of him. Stevens remarked, "The scientists who work in biocontainment always ride up here unless the weather is really foul. You know, they don't see the sun for 8 to 10 hours. He added, "I asked that we have some privacy this morning." To my left, I saw the Orient Point Lighthouse, which is not one of the old-fashioned stone towers built on a headland, but a modern steel structure built on rocks. Its nickname is the Coffee Pot because it's supposed to look like one, but I don't get it. You know, sailors mistake sea cows for mermaids, porpoises for sea serpents, clouds for ghost ships, and on and on. If you spend enough time at sea, you get a little batty, I think. I looked at Stevens, and our eyes met. The man really had one of those rare, never-forgotten wax faces. I mean, nothing moved but the mouth, and the eyes bored right into you. Paul Stevens addressed his guests and said, "Well, let me begin by saying that I knew Tom and Judy Gordon. They were well regarded by everyone on Plum. Staff, scientists, animal handlers, lab people, maintenance people, security people, everyone. They treated all their fellow workers with courtesy and respect." His mouth made a sort of weird smile. "We'll sure miss them." I had the sudden notion that this guy could be a government assassin. Yeah, what if it was the government who whacked Tom and Judy? Geez, it just hit me that maybe the Gordons knew something or saw something or were going to blow the whistle on something. As my partner Dom Finelli would say, Mamma mia. This was a whole new possibility. I looked at Stevens and tried to read something in those icy eyes, but he was a cool actor, as he'd shown on the gangplank. Stevens was going on. As soon as I heard about the deaths last night, I called my security sergeant on the island and tried to determine if anything was missing from the labs. Not that I would suspect the Gordons of such a thing, but the way the murder was reported to me— well, we have standard operating procedures here. I looked at Beth, and our eyes met. I hadn't had a chance to say a word to her this morning, so I winked at her. She apparently couldn't trust her emotions, so she turned away. Stevens went on, I had one of my security patrol boats take me to Plum very early this morning, and I did a preliminary investigation. As far as I can determine at this point in time, there is nothing missing from any of the stored microorganisms or any stored samples of tissue, blood, or any other organic or biological material. This statement was so patently self-serving and idiotic that no one even bothered to laugh. But Max did glance at me and shake his head. Messrs. Nash and Foster, however, were nodding as if they were buying Stevens' baloney. Thus encouraged, Mr. Stevens, aware that he was among fellow government-employed friends, continued to put out the line of official crap. You can imagine how much bullshit I have to listen to in my professional life. Suspects, witnesses, informants, and even my own team, like ADAs, brass, incompetent subordinates, low pols, and so forth. Bullshit and cowshit, the former being a gross and aggressive distortion of the truth, while the latter is a milder, more passive crock of crap. And that's the way it is with police work. Bullshit and cowshit. No one's going to tell you the truth, especially if you're trying to send them to the electric chair, or whatever they're using these days. I listened a while as Mr. Paul Stevens explained why no one could get a single virus or bacterium off the island, not even a case of crotch itch, if we were to believe Pinocchio Stevens. I gripped my right ear and twisted, which is how I tune out idiots. With Stevens' voice now far away, I looked out at the beautiful blue morning. The new London ferry was inbound and passed us off our left side, which I happen to know is called the port side. The 1.5 miles of water between Orient Point and Plum Island is known as Plum Gut, another nautical term. There are a lot of nautical terms out here, and they give me a headache sometimes. I mean, what's wrong with regular English? Anyway, I know that the Gut is a place where the currents get bad because the Long Island Sound and the open Atlantic sort of smack together in the Gut. I was with the Gordons once in their speedboat when we got into a situation right about here with the wind, the tide, and the currents slapping the boat around. I really don't need a day like that on the water, if you know what I mean. But the day was okay, and the Gut was calm, and the boat was big. There was a little rocking, but I guess that can't be helped on the water, which is basically liquid and nowhere near as reliable as blacktop. Well, it was a nice view from out here, and while Mr. Stevens was flapping his gums, I watched a big osprey circling. These things are weird. I mean, totally crazy birds. I watched this guy circling, looking for breakfast. Then he spotted it and began this insane kamikaze dive into the water, shrieking like his balls were on fire. Then he hit the water, disappeared, then shot up and out like he had a rocket up his ass. In his talons was a silver fish who'd been just paddling along down there, chomping minnows or something, and whoosh, he's airborne, about to slide down the gullet of this crazy bird. I mean, the silver fish maybe has a wife, kids, and whatever, and he goes out for a little breakfast, and before he can bat an eye, he is breakfast. Survival of the fittest and all that. Awesome. Totally. We were about a quarter mile from Plum Island when a strange but familiar noise caught our attention. Then we saw it. A big white helicopter with red Coast Guard markings passed us off our starboard side. The guy was going low and slow, and leaning out the door of the helicopter was a man, secured by straps or something. The man was wearing a uniform, a radio helmet, and was carrying a rifle. Mr. Stevens commented, That's the Deer Patrol. He explained, as a purely precautionary measure, we look for deer that might swim to or from Plum Island. No one spoke. Mr. Stevens thought he should expand on that and said, deer are incredibly strong swimmers and they've been known to swim to Plum from Orient and even Gardiner's Island and Shelter Island, which is 7 miles away. We discourage deer from taking up residence or even visiting Plum Island. Unless, I pointed out, they sign the form. Mr. Stevens smiled again. He liked me. He liked the Gordons, too, and look what happened to them. Beth asked Mr. Stevens, why do you discourage deer from swimming to the island? Well, we have what's called a never leave policy. That is, whatever comes on the island may never leave unless it's decontaminated. That includes us when we leave later. Big items that can't be decontaminated, such as cars, trucks, lab equipment, construction debris, garbage, and so forth, never leave the island. Again, no one spoke. Mr. Stevens, realizing he'd frightened the tourists, said, I don't mean to suggest the island is contaminated. Fooled me, I admitted. Well, I should explain. There are 5 levels of biohazard on the island, or I should say, 5 zones. Level 1, or Zone 1, is the ambient air, all the places outside the biocontainment laboratories, which is safe. Zone 2 is the shower area between the locker rooms and the laboratories, and also some low-contagion workplaces. You'll see this later. Then Level 3 is the biocontainment labs where they work with infectious diseases. Level 4 is deeper into the building and includes the pens where diseased animals are held, and also where the incinerators and dissection rooms are. He looked at each of us to see if he had our attention, which he most certainly did, and continued, recently we have added a Level 5 capability, which is the highest biocontainment level. There are not many Level 5 facilities in the world. We added this one because some of the organisms we were receiving from places such as Africa and the Amazon jungle were more virulent than suspected. He looked at each of us and said, sort of sotto voce, in other words, we were getting blood and tissue samples infected with Ebola. I said, I think we can go back now. Everyone smiled and tried to laugh. Ha ha. Not funny. Mr. Stevens continued, the new laboratory is a state-of-the-art containment facility, but there was a time when we had the old post-World War II facility, and that wasn't, unfortunately, as safe. So at that time we adopted the never-leave policy as a precaution against spreading infection to the mainland. The policy is still officially in effect, but it's somewhat relaxed. Still, we don't like things and people traveling too freely between the island and the mainland without being decontaminated. That, of course, includes deer. Beth asked again, but why? Why? Because they might pick up something on the island. Like what? I asked. A bad attitude. Mr. Stevens smiled and replied, maybe a bad cold. Beth asked, do you kill the deer? Yes. No one spoke for a long moment. Then I asked, how about birds? Mr. Stevens nodded and replied, birds could be a problem. I asked my follow-up question, and mosquitoes? Oh yes, mosquitoes could be a problem. But you must remember that all lab animals are kept indoors, and all experiments are done in negative air pressure biocontainment labs. Nothing can escape. Max asked, how do you know? Mr. Stevens replied, because you're still alive. On that optimistic note, while Sylvester Maxwell contemplated being compared to a canary in a coal mine, Mr. Stevens said, when we disembark, please stay with me at all times. Hey, Paul, I wouldn't have it any other way. Chapter 8 As we approached the island, the Plum runner slowed. I stood, went to the port side, and leaned against the rail. To my left, the old stone Plum Island lighthouse came into view, and I recognized it because it was a favorite subject of bad watercolor artists around here. To the right of the lighthouse, down by the shore, was a big billboard-sized sign that said, "Caution, cable crossing, no trawling, no dredging." So if terrorists were interested in knocking out power and communications to Plum Island, the authorities gave them a little hint. On the other hand, to be fair, I assumed Plum had its own emergency generators, plus cell phones and radios. Anyway, the Plum runner slipped through this narrow channel and into a small cove which looked artificial, as though it had been called into being not by God Almighty, but by the Army Corps of Engineers, who liked to put the finishing touches on creation. There weren't many buildings around the cove, just a few tin warehouse-type structures, probably left over from the military days. Beth came up beside me and said softly, "Before you got to the ferry, I was there. I saw it. Thanks." The ferry did a 180 and backed into the slip. My colleagues were standing at the rail now, and Mr. Stevens said, "We'll wait until the employees disembark." I asked him, "Is this an artificial harbor?" He replied, "Yes, it is. The Army constructed it when they built the artillery batteries here before the Spanish-American War." I suggested, "You may want to lose that cable crossing sign." He replied, "We have no choice. We have to let boats know. Anyway, it's on the navigation charts." "But it could say freshwater pipe. You don't have to give the whole thing away." "True." He glanced at me and was about to say something, but didn't. Maybe he wanted to offer me a job. The last of the employees disembarked, and we went down the stairs and exited the ferry through the opening in the stern rail. And here we were on the mysterious island of Plum. It was windy, sunny, and cool on the dock. Ducks waddled around the shoreline, and I was glad to see they didn't have fangs or flashing red eyes or anything. As I said, the island is shaped like a pork chop. Maybe a baby lamb chop, and the cove is at the fat end of the chop, as if someone took a little bite out of the meat, to continue the idiotic comparison. There was only one boat tied up at the dock, a 30-something-footer with a cabin, a searchlight, and an inboard motor. The name of this craft was the Prune. Someone had fun naming the ferry and this boat, and I didn't think it was Paul Stevens, whose idea of nautical humor was probably watching hospital ships being torpedoed by U-boats. I noticed a wooden, weather-faded sign that said Plum Island Animal Disease Center. Beyond the sign was a flagpole, and I saw that the American flag was at half-staff here also. The employees who just disembarked boarded a white bus that pulled away, and the ferry blasted its horn. But I didn't see anyone boarding for the trip back to Orient. Mr. Stevens said, "Please stay here." He strode off, then stopped to speak to a man dressed in an orange jumpsuit. There was a weird feel to this place. People in orange jumpsuits, blue uniforms, white buses, and all this stay here and stay together crap. I mean, here I was on a restricted island with this blonde SS lookalike, an armed helicopter circling around, armed guards all over the place, and I'm feeling like I somehow stepped into a James Bond movie, except that this place is real. I said to Max, "When do we meet Dr. No?" Max laughed, and even Beth and Messrs. Nash and Foster smiled. Beth addressed Max. "Which reminds me, how is it that you never met Paul Stevens?" Max replied, "Whenever there was a joint meeting of law enforcement agencies, we'd invite the Plum Island security director as a courtesy. None of them ever showed. I spoke to Stevens once on the phone, but never laid eyes on him until this morning." Ted Nash said to me, "By the way, Detective Corey, I've discovered that you're not a Suffolk County detective." I never said I was. "Oh, come on, fella. You and Chief Maxwell led me and George to believe you were." Max said, "Detective Corey has been hired by the town of Southold as a consultant in this case." Really? Asked Mr. Nash. He looked at me and said, "You are a New York City homicide detective, wounded in the line of duty on April 12th. You're currently on convalescent leave." "Who asked you?" Mr. Foster, ever the peacemaker, interjected, "We don't care, John. We just want to establish credentials and jurisdictions." Beth said to Messrs. Nash and Foster, "Okay then, this is my jurisdiction and my case, and I have no problem with John Corey being here." "Fine," said Mr. Foster. Mr. Nash did not second that, leading me to believe he did have a problem, which was also fine. Beth looked at Ted Nash and demanded, "Now that we know who John Corey works for, who do you work for?" Nash paused, then said, "CIA." "Thank you." She looked at George Foster and Ted Nash and informed them, "If either of you ever visits the crime scene again without signing in, I will notify the DA. You will follow all procedures just as the rest of us have to. Understood?" They nodded. Of course, they didn't mean it. Paul Stevens returned and said, "The director is not available just yet. I understand from Chief Maxwell that you'd like to see some of the island, so we can drive around now. Please follow—" "Hold on," I said, pointing to the prune. "Is that yours?" "Yes. It's a patrol boat." "It's not patrolling. We have another one out now." "Is this where the Gordons docked their boat?" "Yes." "All right, please follow." "Do you have vehicle patrols around the island?" I asked. He obviously didn't like being questioned, but he replied, "Yes, we have vehicle patrols around the island." He looked at me and asked impatiently, "Any more questions, detective?" "Yes." "Is it usual for an employee to use his or her own boat to commute to work?" He let a second or two go by, then replied, "When the never leave policy was strictly enforced, it was prohibited. Now we've relaxed the rules a little, so we sometimes get an employee who takes his or her boat to work, mostly in the summer." "Did you authorize the Gordons to commute by boat?" He replied, "The Gordons were senior staff and conscientious scientists. As long as they practiced good decontamination techniques and observed safety and security regulations and procedures, then I had no real problem with them commuting with their own boat." "I see." I inquired, "Did it ever occur to you that the Gordons could use their boat to smuggle deadly organisms out of here?" He considered a second or two, then answered obliquely, "This is a workplace, not a jail. My main focus here is to keep unauthorized people out. We trust our people, but just to be sure, all our employees have gone through background checks by the FBI." Mr. Stevens looked at his watch and said, "We're on a tight schedule. Follow me." We followed the tightly wound Mr. Stevens to a white minibus and boarded. The driver wore the same light blue uniform as the security guards, and in fact, I noticed he wore a holstered pistol. I sat behind the driver and patted the seat beside me for Beth, but she must have missed my gesture because she sat in the double seat across the aisle from me. Max sat behind me, and Messrs. Nash and Foster sat in separate seats farther back. Mr. Stevens remained standing and said, "Before we visit the main facility, we'll take a spin around the island so you can get a feel for the place and better appreciate the challenges of securing an island of this size with about 10 miles of beach and no fences." He added, "There's never been a breach of security in the history of the island." I asked Mr. Stevens, "What kind of sidearms am I seeing in the holsters of your guards?" He replied, "The pistols are Army-issue Colt .45 automatics." He looked around the bus, then asked, "Did I say something interesting?" Max informed him, "We think the murder weapon was a .45. Beth said, "I'd like to do an inventory of your weapons, and I'd like to run a ballistics test on each of them." Paul Stevens didn't reply enthusiastically. Beth asked, "How many .45 pistols do you have here?" He said, 20. Max inquired, "Do you have one on you?" Stevens patted his jacket and nodded. Beth asked, "Do you always carry the same piece?" "No." He added, "I draw one from the armory every weekday." He looked at Beth and said, "It sounds like I'm being interrogated." "No," Beth replied. "You're only being asked questions as a friendly witness. If you were being interrogated, you'd know it." Mr. Nash behind me said, "Perhaps we should let Mr. Stevens get on with his agenda. We'll have time to question people later." Beth said, "Proceed." Mr. Stevens, still standing, said, "All right. Before we move on, I'll give you my little speech that I give to visiting scientists, dignitaries, and the press." He glanced at his stupid clipboard, then began in a rote tone, "Plum Island comprises 840 acres of mostly forest and some pasture land and a parade ground, which we'll see later. The island is mentioned in the ship's logs of early Dutch and English sailors. The Dutch named the island after the beach plum that grows along the shore. Plum Island in Old Dutch, if anyone is interested. The island belonged to the Montauk Indian tribe, and it was bought by a fellow named Samuel Willis in 1654 from Chief Wyandanch. Willis and the other settlers after him used the island to pasture sheep and cattle, which is ironic considering what it is used for now." I yawned. "Anyway," Stevens continued, "there was no permanent settlement on this island. So you might ask, how did the settlers pasture cattle on an island that was uninhabited? According to records, the gut between Orient and Plum was so shallow in the 16 and 1700s that cattle could cross at low tide. A hurricane around the late 1700s deepened the gut, and that ended the island's usefulness as pasture. However, from the beginning of the English presence, the island was visited by a succession of pirates and privateers who found the island's isolation very convenient." I felt a sudden panic attack coming on. Here I was, trapped in a small bus with this monotonal, monochromatic moron who was starting with Genesis, and we were only up to about 1700 or something with 3 centuries to go, and the friggin' bus wasn't even moving, and I couldn't leave unless I shot my way out. What did I do to deserve this? Aunt June was looking down on me from heaven and laughing her butt off. I could hear her, "Now, Johnny, if you can tell me what I said yesterday about the Montauk Indians, I'll buy you an ice cream cone." No, stop! Stevens went on, "During the Revolution, American patriots from Connecticut used the island to stage raids on the Tory strongholds in Southold. Then George Washington, who'd visited the North Fork—" I put my hands over my ears, but I could still hear a low hum. Finally, I raised my hand and asked him, "Are you a member of the Peconic Historical Society?" "No, but they helped me compile this history." "Is there, like, a brochure or something that we can read later and you can save this for a congressman?" Beth Penrose said, "I find this fascinating." Messrs. Nash and Foster made some seconding noises. Max laughed and said, "You're outvoted, John." Stevens smiled at me again. Why did I think he wanted to pull his .45 and empty his magazine in me? He said, "Bear with me, detective. We have some time to kill anyway." He continued, but I noticed that he sped up his words. "So, on the eve of the Spanish-American War, the government purchased 130 acres of the island for coastal defenses, and Fort Terry was established. We'll see the abandoned Fort Terry later." I glanced at Beth and saw she was staring intently at Paul Stevens, apparently absorbed in his narrative. As I stared at Beth Penrose staring at Paul Stevens, she turned toward me and we made eye contact. She seemed embarrassed that I'd caught her looking at me, and she smiled quickly and turned back to Stevens. My heart skipped a beat. I was in love. Again. Mr. Stevens was going on. I should point out that there are over 300 years of historical artifacts here on the island, and that if it weren't for the restricted access to this island, there would be a good number of archaeologists digging in what are mostly untouched sites. We're currently negotiating with the Peconic Historical Society to see if we can come to some arrangement about an experimental dig. In fact, he added, the Gordons were members of the Peconic Historical Society, and they were the liaisons between the Department of Agriculture, the Historical Society, and some archaeologists at Stony Brook State University. The Gordons and I had identified some good sites that we felt wouldn't compromise or interfere with safety and security. All of a sudden, I was interested. Sometimes a word or phrase or name comes up in an investigation, and then it comes up again, and it becomes something to think about. Such was the Peconic Historical Society. I mean, my aunt belonged to it, and you see flyers and bulletins around from this bunch, and they do cocktail parties, fundraisers, lectures, and all that stuff, and that's pretty normal. Then the Gordons, who don't know Plymouth Rock from a Scotch on the rocks, join up. And now Oberfuhrer Stevens drops it into his spiel. Interesting. Mr. Stevens prattled on. In 1929, there was a devastating outbreak of foot and mouth disease in the United States, and the Department of Agriculture opened its first station on the island. This begins the modern history of the island in respect to its present mission. Any questions? I had a few questions about the Gordons snooping around the island away from where they were supposed to be working in the laboratory. These were clever people, I concluded. The speedboat, then the Peconic Historical Society, then the cover of the archaeological digs so they could recon the island. It was possible that none of this was related and it was all coincidence. But I don't believe in coincidence. I don't believe that underpaid scientists from the Midwest often get involved in an expensive powerboating hobby and archaeology and local historical societies. These things are not consistent with the resources, the personalities, the temperaments, or the past interests of Tom and Judy Gordon. Unfortunately, the questions I had for Mr. Stevens couldn't be asked without giving away more than I was likely to get. Mr. Stevens was going on about the Department of Agriculture, and I was able to safely tune out and do some noodling. I realized that before Stevens had mentioned the archaeological interest of the Gordons, he'd said something else that had pinged in my brain. I mean, think of a sonar wave moving through the water. The wave hits something and sends a ping back to the earphones. Ping. Something that Stevens said had pinged. But I was so bored senseless when he'd said it, I missed it. And now I wanted to go back, but I couldn't remember what it was that caused the ping. Stevens announced, "All right, we'll drive around the island a bit." The driver woke up and threw the minibus into gear. The road, I noticed, was well paved, and there were no other vehicles to be seen, and no other people. We drove around the area of the huge main building, and Mr. Stevens pointed out the water tower, the sewage decontamination plant, the power station, machine shops, and steam plants. The place seemed to be self-contained and self-sufficient, making me think again of a Bondian villain's lair where a madman plotted the destruction of the planet. All in all, this was some operation, and we hadn't even seen the inside of the main research building yet. Now and then we passed a building that Mr. Stevens failed to identify, and if any of us asked him about the building, he'd say paint storage or feed storage or something. And well they may have been, but the man didn't inspire credibility. In fact, I had the distinct feeling he enjoyed the secrecy crap and got his jollies by pulling our chains a little. Nearly all the buildings, except for the new main research building, were former military structures. Most made of red brick or reinforced concrete, and the vast majority of the buildings were deserted. All in all, this had once been a substantial military installation, one in a string of fortresses that guarded New York City against a hostile navy that never showed up. We came to a grouping of concrete buildings with grass growing through the cement pavement. Stevens said, "The big building is called 257, after the old Army designation. It was the main laboratory some years ago. After we moved out, we decontaminated it with poison gas, then sealed it forever, just in case anything in there is still alive." No one spoke for a few seconds. Then Max asked, "Isn't this where there was a biocontainment leak once?" "That was before my time," Stevens said. He looked at me and smiled his waxy smile. "If you'd like to take a look inside, Detective, I can get you the key." I smiled back and asked, "Can I go alone?" "That's the only way you can go into 257. No one will go in there with you." Nash and Foster chuckled. Boy, I haven't had so much fun since I tripped on some slime and landed on a 10-day-old corpse. I said, "Hey, Paul, I'll go if you go." "I don't particularly want to die," Stevens replied. As the bus drew closer to Building 257, I saw that someone had painted in black on the concrete a huge skull and crossbones, and it struck me that this death's head had actually two meanings. The Jolly Roger, the pirate flag that the Gordons had flown from their mast, and it was also the symbol for poison or contamination. I stared at the black skull and bones against the white wall, and when I turned away, the image was still in front of my eyes, and when I looked at Stevens, the death's head was superimposed on his face, and the skull and Stevens were both grinning. I rubbed my eyes until the optical illusion faded. Geez, if it hadn't been broad daylight with people around, this could get creepy. Stevens continued, "In 1946, Congress authorized money to build a research facility. The law states that certain infectious diseases may not be studied on the mainland of the United States. This was necessary in the days when biocontainment wasn't very advanced. So Plum Island, which was already wholly owned by the government and which happened to be shared by the Department of Agriculture and the Army, was a natural site for the study of exotic animal diseases." I asked, "Are you saying that only animal diseases are studied here?" "That's correct." "Mr. Stevens, while we'd be upset if the Gordons stole foot-and-mouth virus and the cattle herds of the United States, Canada, and Mexico were wiped out, that is not the reason we're all here. Are there diseases present in the Plum Island laboratory, crossover diseases, that can infect humans?" He looked at me and replied, "You'll have to ask the director, Dr. Zollner, that question. I'm asking you." Stevens thought a moment, then said, "I'll say this. Because of the coincidence of the Department of Agriculture sharing this island for a while with the Army, there was a lot of speculation and rumor that this was a biological warfare center. I guess you all know that." Max spoke up and said, "There is plenty of evidence that the Army Chemical Corps was developing diseases here at the height of the Cold War to wipe out the entire animal population of the Soviet Union. And even I know that anthrax and other animal diseases can be used as biological weapons against a human population. You know that too." Paul Stevens cleared his throat, then explained, "I didn't mean to imply that there wasn't any biological warfare research done here. Certainly there was for a while in the early 1950s, but by 1954 the offensive biological warfare mission had changed to a defensive mission. That is to say, the Army was studying only ways to prevent our livestock industry from being purposely infected by the other side." He added, "I will not answer any more questions of that nature. But I will say that the Russians sent a biological warfare team here a few years ago, and they found nothing to cause them any anxiety." I always thought that voluntary arms compliance inspections were sort of like a suspected murderer leading me on a guided tour of his house. "No, Detective, there's nothing in that closet of any interest. Now, let me show you my patio." The bus turned onto a narrow gravel road, and Mr. Stevens went on with his prescribed talk, concluding with, "So, since the mid-1950s, Plum Island is undoubtedly the world's foremost research facility for the study, cure, and prevention of animal diseases." He looked at me and said, "Now, that wasn't so bad, was it, Detective Corey?" "I've survived worse." "Good. Now we'll leave the history behind us and do some sightseeing. Right ahead of us is the old lighthouse, first commissioned by George Washington. This present one was built in the mid-1850s. The lighthouse isn't used any longer and is an historic landmark." I looked out the window at the stone structure sitting in a field of grass. The lighthouse more resembled a two-story house with a tower rising out of its roof. I asked, "Do you use it for security purposes?" He looked at me and said, "Always on the job, aren't you?" "Well, sometimes I have people stationed there with a telescope or a night vision device when the weather is too nasty for helicopters or boats. The lighthouse is then our only means of 360-degree surveillance." He looked at me and asked, "Is there anything else you'd like to know about the lighthouse?" "No, that's about it for now." The bus turned onto another gravel lane. We were now heading east along the north shore of Plum Island, with the coastline to the left and gnarled trees to the right. I noticed that the beach was a pleasant stretch of sand and rocks, virtually virginal, and except for the bus and the road, you could imagine yourself as a Dutchman or Englishman in 16 whatever, stepping onto this shore for the first time, walking along the beach and trying to figure out how to screw the Indians out of the island. Ping. Ping. There it was again. But what was it? Sometimes if you don't force it, it just comes back by itself. Stevens was prattling on about ecology and keeping the island as pristine and wild as possible, and while he was going on about that, the helicopter flew over, looking for deer to slaughter. The road generally followed the coastline, and there wasn't much to see. But I was impressed with the loneliness of the place, the idea that not a solitary soul lived here and that you were unlikely to meet anyone on the beach or on the roads, which apparently went nowhere and had no purpose except for the one road that ran between the ferry and the main lab. As if reading my mind, Mr. Stevens said, "These roads were all built by the Army to connect Fort Terry to the coastal batteries. The deer patrols use the roads, but otherwise, they're empty." He added, "Since we've consolidated the entire research facility into one building, most of the island is empty." It occurred to me, of course, that the deer patrols and the security patrols were one and the same. The helicopters and boats may well have been looking for swimming deer, but they were also looking for terrorists and other bad actors. I had the disturbing feeling that this place could be breached. But that wasn't my concern, and it wasn't why I was here. So far, the island had turned out to be less spooky than I'd expected. I didn't actually know what to expect, but like a lot of places whose sinister reputation precedes them, this place didn't seem too bad once you saw it. When you see this island on maps and navigation charts, most of the time there aren't any features shown on the island. No roads, no mention of Fort Terry, nothing except the words Plum Island, Animal Disease Research, U.S. Government, Restricted. And the island is usually colored yellow, the color of warning. Not real inviting, not even on a map. And if you see it from the water, as I did several times with the Gordons, it looks shrouded in mist, though I wonder how much of that is real and how much is in the mind. And if you go so far as to picture the place as you might think it looks, you get this Poe-like image of the ultimate dim Thule, a dark landscape of dead cattle and sheep, bloating and rotting in the fields, vultures feeding on the carrion, then dying themselves from the infected flesh. That's what you think, if you think about it. But so far the place looked sunny and pleasant. The danger here, the real horror, was bottled up in the biocontainment areas, in Zones 3 and 4 and the big-time Temple of Doom, Zone 5. Tiny slides and test tubes and petri dishes crawling with the most dangerous and exotic life forms that this planet has evolved. If I were a scientist looking at this stuff, I might wonder about God. Not about his existence, but his intent. Anyway, that was about as much deep thought as I was capable of without getting a headache. Beth asked Paul Stevens, "How do boaters know not to land here?" "There's a warning on all maps and charts," Mr. Stevens replied. "In addition, there are signs along all of the beaches. Plus, the patrols can deal with anchored or beached boats." Beth asked, "What do you do with trespassers?" Stevens replied, "We warn the boaters not to come near or on the island again. Second offenders are detained and turned over to Chief Maxwell." He looked at Max. "Right?" "Right. We get 1 or 2 a year." Paul Stevens tried a joke and said, "Only the deer get shot on sight." Mr. Stevens got serious and explained, "It's not a dangerous breach of security or biocontainment if people stray onto the island. As I said, I don't mean to give the impression that the island is contaminated. This bus is not a biocontainment vehicle, for instance. But because of the proximity of the biocontainment areas, we would rather keep the island free of unauthorized people and all animals." I couldn't help but point out, "From what I can see, Mr. Stevens, a boatload of even semi-competent terrorists could land on the island some night, knock off your handful of guards, and grab all kinds of scary things from the labs or blow the place sky high, releasing deadly bugs into the environment. In fact, when the bay freezes over, they don't even need a boat. You're connected to the mainland." Mr. Stevens replied, "I can only tell you that there's more security here than meets the eye." "I hope so." "Count on it." He looked at me and said, "Why don't you try it one night?" I love a challenge, and replied, "I'll bet you $100 I can get into your office, steal your high school equivalency diploma from the wall, and have it hanging in my office the next morning." Mr. Stevens kept staring at me, his dead, waxy face immobile. Creepy. I said to him, "Let me ask you the question we're all here to have answered. Could Tom and Judy Gordon have smuggled microorganisms off this island? Tell us the truth." Paul Stevens replied, "Theoretically, they could have." No one in the bus spoke, but I noticed that the driver turned his head and did a double take. Mr. Stevens asked, "But why would they?" "Money," I replied. "They really didn't seem the type," said Mr. Stevens. "They liked animals. Why would they want to wipe out the world's animals?" "Maybe they wanted to wipe out the world's people so that the animals could have a happy life." "Ridiculous," said Stevens. "The Gordons took nothing from here that would hurt any living thing. I'll bet my job on that." "You already have. And your life." I noticed that Ted Nash and George Foster were mostly quiet, and I knew they'd been briefed much earlier, and they were probably afraid they'd sound sort of like, "Been there, done that, got the t-shirt." Mr. Stevens turned his attention back to the windshield and said, "We're approaching Fort Terry. We can get out here and look around." The bus stopped, and we all got out. Chapter 9. It was a nice morning, and the sun was warmer here in the middle of the island. Paul Stevens led us around the fort. Fort Terry had no walls and actually resembled a deserted town. It was unexpectedly picturesque with a brick jailhouse, an old mess hall, a rambling 2-story brick barracks with a veranda, the commandant's house, a few other turn-of-the-century buildings, and a white-clapboard chapel on a hill. Mr. Stevens pointed to another brick building and said, "That's the only building still used. The firehouse." Max commented, "This is a long distance to the lab." "Yes," Stevens replied, But the new laboratory is virtually fireproof and has its own internal firefighting system. He added, "These fire trucks are used mostly for brush fires and fires in buildings without biocontainment." Max, who'd lived his whole life upwind or downwind from this island, said to Stevens, "But a fire or a hurricane could destroy the power generators that filter the biocontainment areas. Right?" "Anything is possible." He added, "Some people live near nuclear reactors. This is the modern world, full of unimaginable horrors, chemical, biological, and nuclear nightmares waiting to clean the slate for the next evolving species." I looked at Paul Stevens with new interest. It occurred to me that he was nuts. In front of the barracks was a field of cut grass that swept down to the water some distance away. Flocks of Canada geese were strutting around the field, cackling and honking, or whatever the hell they do when they're not crapping. Stevens explained, "That was the parade ground. We keep the grass cut so that aircraft can see the concrete letters that are embedded in the grass. The letters say Plum Island, restricted. We don't want small planes landing here." He made a little joke. "The sign keeps airborne terrorists away." We walked around a bit and Stevens said, "Before we built the main facility, a lot of the administration offices were housed here at Fort Terry. Now almost everything, lab, security, storage, administration, and animals, is under one roof, which is very good from the standpoint of security." He said to me, "So even if the perimeter security were breached, the main building is virtually unbreachable." "You're really tempting me," I said. Mr. Stevens smiled again. I loved it when he smiled at me. He said, "For your information, I have a college degree from Michigan State, and it's hanging on the wall behind my desk, but you'll never see it." I smiled back. God, I love pissing people off who annoy me. I liked Max. I liked George Foster. I loved Beth. But I didn't like Ted Nash or Paul Stevens. Liking 3 out of 5 people was really good for me. 4 out of 6 if I counted myself. Anyway, I'm getting really intolerant of liars, fools, blowhards, and power freaks. I think I had more tolerance before I got shot. I have to ask Dom Finelli. The old parade ground ended abruptly in a steep drop to a rocky beach below, and we found ourselves standing at the edge overlooking the sea. It was a breathtaking view, but it highlighted the loneliness of this place, the otherworldly and end-of-the-world feeling associated with islands in general, and this island in particular. This must have been a very isolated duty station, an extremely boring outpost with little to do except watch the sea. Probably the artillerymen here would have welcomed the sight of an enemy armada. Stevens said, "This beach is where the seals come every year in late autumn." I asked, "Do you shoot them?" "Of course not. As long as they stay on the beach." As we walked back from the beach, Stevens drew our attention to a big boulder at the end of the parade ground. Sitting in a cleft of the boulder was a rusty cannonball. He said, "That's from about the time of the Revolution. British or American. It's one of the things the Gordons dug up." "Where did they find it?" "Right around here, I guess. They dug a lot around the Seal Beach and this parade ground." "Did they?" "They seem to have a knack for knowing where to dig. They turned up enough musket balls to arm a regiment." "You don't say." "Keep talking, Mr. Stevens." "They used one of those metal detectors." "Good idea." "It's an interesting hobby." "Indeed it is. My aunt was a big digger. I didn't know the Gordons were into digging. I never saw anything they uncovered." "Well, they had to leave everything here." "Because of contamination?" "No, because it's federal land." This was interesting, and Nash and Foster were starting to listen, which is not what I wanted, so I changed the subject by saying to Stevens, "I think the bus driver is trying to get your attention." Stevens looked toward the bus, but the driver was just staring up at a flock of geese. Stevens glanced at his watch and said, "Well, let's see the rest of the island, then we have an appointment with Dr. Zollner." We boarded the bus, and off we went, heading east into the rising sun, out toward the spit of land that was the curved bone of the pork chop. The beach was magnificent, about 2 miles of unlittered, untrodden sand washed by the blue waters of the Long Island Sound. No one spoke in the presence of this majestic display of nature. Not even me. Stevens, still standing, glanced at me now and then, and I smiled at him. He smiled back. It was not a really fun kind of smile. Finally, at the narrow end of the island, the bus stopped, and Mr. Stevens said, "This is as far as we can go with the bus. Now we walk." We all got out of the bus and found ourselves in the middle of an amazing old ruin. Wherever I looked, I saw massive concrete fortifications overgrown with vines and brush, pillboxes, bunkers, gun emplacements, ammunition magazines, tunnels, brick and concrete roadways, and huge 3-foot-thick walls with rusty iron doors in them. Stevens said one of these underground passages leads to a secret laboratory where captured Nazi scientists are still working to develop the ultimate, indestructible virus that will wipe out the world's population. He let that sink in a second or two, then continued, "In another underground laboratory is the preserved remains of 4 aliens that were recovered from the UFO crash in Roswell, New Mexico." Again, there was a silence. Finally, I said, "Can we see the Nazi scientists first?" Everyone laughed. Sort of. Mr. Stevens smiled his winning smile and said, "These are 2 of the absurd myths associated with Plum Island." He added, "People report seeing strange-looking aircraft taking off and landing after midnight on the parade ground. They claim AIDS was originated here and also Lyme disease." He looked around and said, "I guess these old fortifications with all the underground passages and rooms can play on some fertile imaginations. You're welcome to look around. Go anywhere you please. If you find the aliens, let me know." He smiled again. He had a really weird smile, and I thought maybe he was an alien. Mr. Stevens said, "But, of course, we all have to stay together. I need everyone in my sight at all times." This didn't quite square with "go anywhere you please," but it was close enough. So John, Max, Beth, Ted, and George reverted to adolescence and had some fun climbing around the ruins, up staircases, over parapets and all that, with Mr. Stevens always close by. At one point we walked along a long brick roadway that sloped down to a pair of steel doors. The doors were ajar and we all went inside. It was dark, cool, damp, and probably crawling with things. Stevens followed us and said, "This leads into a huge ammunition magazine." His voice echoed in the black void. There was a narrow-gauge railroad on the island that carried the ammunition and gunpowder from the harbor to these underground storage areas. It's a very complex and sophisticated system, but as you can see, it's entirely abandoned. There is nothing secret that goes on here. He said, "If I had a flashlight, we could go further and you'd see that no one lives, works, plays, or is interred in here." "Then where are the Nazis and the aliens?" I inquired. "I moved them to the lighthouse," replied Mr. Stevens. I asked him, "But you can see our concern that the Gordons could have set up a clandestine lab in a place like this." Mr. Stevens replied, "As I said, I don't suspect the Gordons of anything. But because this possibility was raised, I'm having my men search this entire complex. Also, there are about 90 above-ground abandoned military buildings all over the island. We have a lot of searching to do." I said, "Send your driver for a bunch of flashlights. I'd like to look around." There was a silence in the darkness. Then Stevens said, After you see Dr. Zollner, we can come back here and explore the underground rooms and passages if you wish. We walked back into the sunlight, and Stephen said, "Follow me." We followed him and came onto a narrow road that led toward the eastern tip of Plum Island, the end of the curved bone. As we walked, Stephen said, "If you look around, you can see more gun emplacements. We once used these circular gun walls as animal pens, but now all animals are kept inside." Beth remarked, "That sounds cruel." Mr. Stevens replied, "It's safer." Finally, we reached the easternmost tip of the island, a bluff rising maybe 40 feet above a rock-strewn beach. Erosion had undermined a concrete bunker, and it lay in pieces down the face of the bluff, and some of it had tumbled into the water. It was a magnificent view, with the shoreline of Connecticut faintly visible to the left, and straight ahead a speck of land called Great Gull Island, about 2 miles away. Stevens directed our attention to the south and said, "Do you see that rock pile there? That island was used for artillery and bombing practice. If you're a boater, you know to stay away from there because of all the unexploded shells and bombs in the area. Past that rock pile is the north shore of Gardiner's Island, which, as Chief Maxwell knows, is the private property of the Gardiner clan and is off-limits to the public. Beyond Great Gull is Fisher's Island, which, like Plum, was frequented by pirates in the 1600s. So, from north to south, we have Pirates Island, Plague Island, Perilous Island, and Private Island." He smiled at his wit. Appropriately, it was a half-smile. Suddenly, we saw one of the patrol boats rounding the headland. The crew of 3 spotted us, and one of the men raised a pair of binoculars. Recognizing Paul Stevens, I suppose, the man waved, and Stevens waved back. I looked down from the bluff at the beach below and noticed that the sand here had horizontal stripes of red, like a white layer cake with raspberry filling. A voice called out behind us, and I saw the bus driver walking up the narrow road. Stevens said to us, "Stay here," and went to meet the driver. The driver handed Stevens a cell phone. This is the part where the guide disappears and we see the bus driving off, leaving Bond alone with the girl. But then frogmen come out of the water with submachine guns and open fire. Then the helicopter... "Detective Corey." I looked at Beth. "Yes?" "What do you think so far?" I noticed that Max, Nash, and Foster were climbing over and around the gun emplacements, and macho men that they were discussing artillery ranges, calibers, and guy stuff. I was alone with Beth. I said, "I think you're swell." "What do you think about Paul Stevens?" "Nuts." "What do you think about what we've seen and heard so far?" "Package tour. But now and then I learn something." She nodded, then asked, "What's with this archaeological stuff? Did you know about that?" "No." I added, "I knew about the Peconic Historical Society, but not about the archaeological digs here. For that matter, the Gordons never once mentioned that they bought an acre of useless land overlooking the Sound." "What useless acre on the Sound?" "I'll tell you later." I said, "There's like all these little pieces, you know, and they sort of point to drug running, but maybe they don't. There's something else going on here. Did you ever hear a ping in your head?" "Not lately. Do you?" "Yeah, sounds like a sonar ping." "Sounds like 3/4 disability." "No, it's a sonar wave. The wave went out, it hit something, and it came back. Ping." "Next time you hear it, raise your hand." "Right. I'm supposed to be resting, and you've been upsetting me since I met you." "Likewise." She changed the subject and said, "You know, the security here is not as good as I thought it would be, considering what's on this island. If this was a nuclear facility, you'd see a lot more security." "Yeah. The barrier security sucks, but maybe the internal security in the lab is better. And maybe, as Stevens claims, there's more here than meets the eye. Basically, though, I get the feeling that Tom and Judy could have waltzed out of here with whatever they wanted. I just hope they didn't want anything. Well, I think we're going to find out later today or maybe tomorrow that they did steal something, and we're going to be told what it is. What do you mean? I asked. I'll tell you later, she replied. Tell me over dinner tonight. I guess I have to get this over with. It really won't be that bad. I have a sixth sense for bad dates. I'm a good date. I've never pulled a gun on a date. Chivalry is not dead. She turned and walked away. She stopped at the edge of the bluff and looked out over the water. The Sound was to the left and the Atlantic to the right, and, as with the gut on the other side of the island, the wind and currents mixed it up here. Gulls seemed to stand still in mid-air and whitecaps collided, causing the sea to churn. She looked good standing there in the wind. Blue skies, white clouds, gulls, sea and sun and all that. I pictured her naked in that same pose. Mr. Stevens returned from his phone call and said, "We can get back on the bus now." We all walked along the road that skimmed the bluff. In a few minutes we were back in the area of the ruined artillery fortifications. I noticed that one of the steep rises on which the fortifications were built had recently eroded, exposing strata of fresh earth. The topmost stratum was organic compost, which is what you'd expect, and beneath that was white sand, which was also normal. But the next stratum was a reddish streak of what looked like rust, then more sand, then another line of rust red, just like on the beach. I said to Stevens, "Hey, nature calls. I'll be right back." "Don't get lost," said Mr. Stevens, not altogether joking. I went around the base of the hill, picked up a piece of deadwood, and began jabbing it into the vertical surface of the grassy slope. The black compost and grass fell away, and I could see the strata of white and red. I took a handful of the reddish-brown soil and saw that it was actually clay mixed with sand and maybe some iron oxide. It looked very much like the stuff in and on Tom and Judy's running shoes. Interesting. I put a handful of the soil in my pocket and turned around, only to see Stevens standing there watching me. He said, "I think I mentioned the never leave policy." "I think you did." "What did you put in your pocket?" "My dick." We stood staring at each other, then he finally said, "On this island, Detective Corey, I am the law. Not you, not Detective Penrose, not even Chief Maxwell, and not the two gentlemen with you." He fixed me with those icy eyes, then said, "May I see what you put in your pocket?" "I can show it to you, but then I have to kill you." I smiled. He thought a moment, running through his options, then came to the correct decision and said, "The bus is leaving." I walked past him and he fell in behind me. I half expected a garrote around my neck, a blow to the head, a shiv in my spine. But Paul Stevens was smoother than that. He'd probably offer me a cup of coffee later, laced with anthrax. We boarded the bus and off we went. We'd all taken our former seats and Stevens remained standing. The bus headed west, back toward the area of the ferry dock and the main lab. A pickup truck with two men in blue uniforms carrying rifles passed us going the opposite way. All in all, I'd learned more than I thought I would, seen more than I'd expected, and heard enough to make me curiouser and curiouser. I was convinced that the answer to why Tom and Judy Gordon had been killed was on this island. And as I said, when I knew why, I would ultimately know who. George Foster, who had been mostly silent up to now, asked Stevens, "You're quite sure the Gordons left in their own boat at noon yesterday?" "Absolutely. According to the logbook, they had worked in the biocontainment section in the morning, signed out, showered, and gotten on a bus like this, which took them to the ferry dock. They were seen by at least 2 of my men getting into their boat, the Spirochete, and heading out into Plum Gut. Foster asked, "Did anyone in the helicopter or the patrol boat see them once they were out in the gut?" Stevens shook his head. "No," I asked. Beth queried, "Is there anywhere along this shoreline where a boat can be hidden?" "Absolutely not. There are no deep coves, no inlets on Plum. It's a straight beach except for the one man-made cove where the ferry comes in." I asked, "If your patrol boat had seen the Gordons' boat anchored anywhere near the island, would your people have chased them off?" "No. The Gordons, in fact, did sometimes anchor and fish or swim off the coast of Plum. They were well known to the patrols." I didn't know the Gordons were such avid fishermen. I asked, "Were they ever seen by your people anchored near the beach after dark, late at night?" Stevens thought a moment, then replied, "Only once that came to my attention." He added, "2 of my men in the patrol boat mentioned that the Gordons' boat was anchored close to the South Beach one night in July, about midnight. My men noticed the boat was empty, and they shined their spotlights over the beach. The Gordons were on the beach." He cleared his throat in a way that suggested what the Gordons were doing on the beach. Mr. Stevens said, "The patrol boat left them in peace." I thought about this a moment. Tom and Judy struck me as the sort of couple who'd make love anywhere, so doing it on a deserted beach at night was not unusual. Doing it on Plum Island Beach, however, raised both my eyebrows and a few questions. Oddly, I'd once had a sort of reverie about making love to Judy on a wave-washed beach. Maybe more than once. Every time I had this thought, I slapped myself in the face. Naughty, naughty, piggy, piggy. The bus went past the ferry dock, then swung north, stopping in an oval-shaped driveway in front of the main research facility. The curved front of the new 2-story Art Deco-style building was made of some sort of pink and brown block. A big sign rising from the lawn said, "Department of Agriculture," and there was another flagpole with the flag at half-mast. We all got out of the bus, and Paul Stevens said, "I hope you enjoyed your tour of Plum Island and that you got a good feel for our security arrangements." I asked, "What security?" Mr. Stevens looked hard at me and said, "Everyone who works here is well aware of the potential for disaster. We're all security conscious, and we're all dedicated to the job and to the highest standards of safety that exist in this field. But you know what? Shit happens." This profanity and flippancy from Mr. Ramrod Straight sort of surprised everyone. I said, "Right. But did it happen yesterday?" "We'll know soon enough." He looked at his watch and said, "All right, we can go inside now. Follow me." Chapter 10. The semicircular lobby of the Plum Island Research Laboratory was 2 stories high, with a mezzanine running around the central staircase. It was a light and airy space, pleasant and welcoming. The doomed animals probably came in the back. On the left wall were the standard government chain-of-command photos. The President, the Secretary of Agriculture, and Dr. Carl Zollner. A rather short chain for a government agency, I thought, leading me to believe that Dr. Zollner was maybe a heartbeat or 2 away from the Oval Office. Anyway, there was a reception counter, and we had to sign in and exchange our blue clip-on passes for white passes on a plastic chain that we hung around our necks. A good security procedure, I thought. The island was divided between this building and everything else, and within this building were the zones. I should not underestimate Mr. Stevens. An attractive young lady with a knee-length skirt had come down the staircase before I had a chance to check out her thighs, and she introduced herself as Donna Alba, Dr. Zollner's assistant. She smiled and said, "Dr. Zollner will be with you shortly. Meanwhile, I'll show you around." Paul Stevens said to us, I'll take this opportunity to check in with my office and see if there are any further developments." He added, "Donna will take good care of you." He looked at me and said, "Please stay with Ms. Alba at all times." "What if I have to go to the men's room?" "You already did." He went up the stairs, stopping, I'm sure, at Dr. Zollner's to report on the 5 intruders. I looked at Donna Alba. Mid-20s, brunette, good face and body, blue skirt, white blouse, and running shoes. I suppose if you considered the daily boat commute and the possibility of having to travel somewhere on the island, then high heels weren't practical. In fact, I thought, if you liked a predictable commute and an average day at the office, Plum Island wasn't your kind of place. In any case, Donna was attractive enough so that I recalled she'd been on the 8 a.m. ferry with us this morning, and she was therefore not yet acquainted with Messrs. Nash and Foster, and was therefore probably not on the inside of any cover-up. Anyway, Donna asked that we all introduce ourselves, which we did, without using any upsetting job titles such as homicide detective, FBI, or CIA. She shook hands all around and gave Nash a special smile. Women are such bad judges of character. Donna began, "Welcome to the Plum Island Animal Disease Center Research Facility. I'm sure Paul briefed you and gave you a nice history of the island and a good tour." Her face tried to remain smiley, but I could see it was forced. She said to us, It's terrible what happened. I really liked the Gordons. Everyone liked them." She glanced around like people do in police states and said, "I'm not supposed to discuss or comment on any of that, but I thought I should say how I felt." Beth glanced at me and, seeing, I think, a possible weak spot in the Plum Island armor, said to Donna, "John and Max were good friends of Tom and Judy." I looked into Donna Alba's eyes and said, "We appreciate all the help and cooperation we've gotten from the staff here," which so far consisted of Mr. Stevens giving us the 50-cent tour of the ruins and wilderness, but it was important for Donna to believe that she could speak freely. Not here and now, of course, but when we visited her home. She said, "I'll show you around a bit. Follow me." We did a little walk around the lobby, and Donna pointed out various things on the walls, including blown-up news articles and horror stories from around the world about mad cow disease and something called rinderpest and swine fever, and other gruesome diseases. There were maps showing outbreaks of this and that, charts, graphs, and photos of cattle with blistered lips and stringy saliva running from their mouths, and pigs with horrible oozing sores. You wouldn't mistake this for the lobby of a steakhouse. Donna now drew our attention to the doors in the rear of the lobby. The doors were painted that peculiar warning yellow, like the color of Plum Island on a map, and they stood out against the colors of the lobby, which were mostly shades of gray. On the left door was a sign that said Locker Room Women, and on the right, Locker Room Men. Both doors said Authorized Personnel Only. Donna said, "These doors lead to the biocontainment areas. This lobby, along with the administrative offices, is actually a separate building from the biocontainment building, though this appears to be one structure. But in fact, what connects this area with biocontainment are those 2 locker rooms." Max inquired, "Are there any other ways in or out of the biocontainment areas?" Donna replied, "You can go in through the service entrance where the animals, the feed, supplies, and everything are brought in, but you can't leave that way. Everything and everybody that leaves has to go through the decontamination area, which includes the showers." Mr. Foster inquired, "How are the products of dissection, wastes and all that, disposed of?" "Through the incinerator or designated drains that lead to the water and waste decontamination plant," Donna replied. She added, "That's it. These 2 doors in, a service door in the rear, drains and incinerators, and on the roof, special air filters that can trap the smallest virus. This is a very tight building." Each of us was thinking our own thoughts about the Gordons. about smuggling stuff out of the labs. Donna continued, "The locker rooms are still Zone 1, like this lobby. But when you move from the locker rooms, you go into Zone 2, and you have to be dressed in lab whites. Before you move out of Zone 2, 3, or 4, and back into Zone 1, you have to shower. The shower is a Zone 2 area." "Is the shower co-ed?" I inquired. She laughed. "Of course not." She added, "I understand that you all have been cleared to go into Zones 2, 3, and 4 if you want to." Ted Nash smiled his stupid smile and asked, "Will you be accompanying us?" She shook her head. "I don't get paid for that." Neither did I at $1 a week. I asked Donna, "Why aren't we cleared for Zone 5? She looked at me, sort of surprised. 5? Why would you want to go there?" "I don't know. Because it's there." She shook her head. "There are only 10 or so people who are authorized to go into 5. You have to put on this kind of spacesuit. Were the Gordons authorized to go into 5? She nodded. "What goes on in Zone 5? "You should ask Dr. Zollner that question." She glanced at her watch and said, "Follow me." "Stay together," I added. We walked up the staircase, me trailing behind because my bad leg was getting draggy, and also because I wanted to check out Donna's legs and butt. I know I'm a pig. I could conceivably contract swine fever. So we began a tour of the 2 wings that flanked the 2-story lobby. Everything was painted the same dove gray or dark gray, which I guess has replaced the pukey green of older federal buildings. On the walls of the corridors were photos of past lab directors, scientists, and researchers. I noticed that almost all the doors in the long corridors were closed, and they were all numbered, but none of them had the name of a person or function on them, except the lavatories. Good security, I thought, and again I was impressed with Paul Stevens' paranoid mind. We entered the research library where a few egghead types were browsing through the stacks or reading at tables. Donna said this is one of the finest libraries of its type in the world. I couldn't imagine too many animal disease libraries in the universe, but I said to Donna, "Wow." Donna retrieved a handful of brochures, press releases, and other propaganda from a long table and handed them out to us. The trifold brochures had titles such as Hog Cholera, African Swine Fever, African Horse Sickness, and something called Lumpy Skin Disease, which, judging from the scary photos in the brochure, I think one of my old girlfriends had. I couldn't wait to get home and read this stuff, and in fact, I said to Donna, "Can I have 2 more Rinderpest brochures, please?" "2 more? Sure." She retrieved them for me. She was really nice. She then got us each a copy of the monthly magazine called Agricultural Research, whose cover featured a hot story titled Sex Pheromone to Foil Cranberry Fruitworm. I asked Donna, "Can I have a brown wrapper to cover this?" Oh, you're kidding, right? George Foster said to her, "Try not to take him too seriously." "Au contraire, Mr. Foster. You should take me very seriously. But if you confuse my doltish sense of humor with carelessness or inattention, so much the better." So, we continued the 50-cent tour, Part 2. We saw the auditorium, then came to the second-floor cafeteria, a nice, clean, modern room with big windows from which you could see the lighthouse, the Gut, and Orient Point. Donna offered us coffee, and we all sat at a round table in the nearly empty dining area. We chatted a minute, then Donna said, "The researchers in biocontainment fax their lunch orders to the kitchen. It's not worth showering out. That's what we call it, showering out. Someone delivers all the orders into Zone 2, then whoever delivers has to shower out. The scientists are very dedicated, working in biocontainment 8 or 10 hours a day. I don't know how they do it." I asked Donna, "Do they order hamburgers?"
Excuse me? The scientists. Do they order beef and ham and lamb and stuff like that from the kitchen? I guess. I date one of the researchers. He likes his steak. And he does dissections on diseased and putrid cows? Yes. I guess you get used to it. I nodded. The Gordons did dissections too, and they loved their steaks. Weird. I mean, I just can't get used to stinking human corpses. Anyway, I guess it's different with animals. Different species and all that. I knew this might be the only time I'd be able to get away from the herd, so I glanced at Max and stood, announcing, "Men's room." "Over there," Donna said, pointing to an opening in the wall. "Please don't leave the cafeteria." I put my hand on Beth's shoulder and pressed down, indicating she should stay with the feds. I said to her, "Make sure Stevens doesn't come back and slip anthrax in my coffee." I went to the passage where the two restrooms were located. Max joined me and we stood in the dead-end corridor. Restrooms are much more likely to be bugged than corridors. I said, they can say they fully cooperated, showed us the whole island and the entire facility except for Zone 5. In fact, it would take a few days to cover this whole building, including the basement, and it would take a week to interrogate the staff. Max nodded. He said, "We have to assume the people here are as anxious as we are to figure out what, if anything, is missing." He added, "Let's trust them on that." I replied, even if they find out or already know what the Gordons stole, they're not going to tell us. They'll tell Foster and Nash. So what? We're investigating a murder. When I know what and why, I'm close to who, I said. In normal cases. With cases of national security and all that stuff, you're lucky if they tell you anything. There's nothing on this island for us. They control the island, the workplace of the victims. We control the murder scene, the home of the victims. Maybe we can horse trade some information with Foster and Nash. But I don't think they care who killed the Gordons. They want to make sure the Gordons didn't kill the rest of the country, you know? Yeah, Max, I know. But my cop instincts tell me, hey, what if we catch the killer and we can't put him on trial because there aren't 12 people left alive in the state of New York to form a jury? Cut the melodrama. I considered a moment, then said to him, this may not have anything to do with bugs. Think drugs. He nodded. Thought about it. I like that one. Yeah. Really? What do you think of Stevens? Max looked over my shoulder and I turned to see a blue uniformed guard come into the passage. He said, "Gentlemen, can I help you find something?" Max declined the offer and we went back to the table. When they send someone to interrupt a private conversation, it means they weren't able to eavesdrop. After a few minutes of coffee and chit-chat, Ms. Alba checked her watch again and announced, "We can see the rest of the wing now, then go to Dr. Zollner's office." You said that half an hour ago, Donna, I reminded her gently. He's very busy this morning, she replied. The phone hasn't stopped ringing. Washington, news people from all over the country. She seemed amazed and incredulous. She said, I don't believe what they're saying about the Gordons. Not for 1 minute. No way. We all left the cafeteria and wandered around dull gray corridors a while. Finally, while viewing the computer room, I'd had enough, and I said to Donna, I'd like to see the laboratory where the Gordons worked. That's in biocontainment. You can probably see that later. Okay. How about Tom and Judy's office here in the admin area? She hesitated, then said, You can ask Dr. Zollner. He didn't tell me to take you to the Gordons' office. I didn't want to get rough with Donna, so I glanced at Max in a way cops understand. Max, you're now the bad cop. Max said to Ms. Alba, As the chief of police of Southold Township, of which this island is a part, I require you now to take us to the office of Tom and Judy Gordon, whose murders I am investigating.
Not bad, Max, despite the shaky syntax and grammar. Poor Donna Alba looked like she was going to faint. Beth said to her, "It's all right. Do what Chief Maxwell asks." Now it was the turn of Messrs. Foster and Nash, and I already knew what they were going to say. George Foster turned out to be the designated dickhead. He said, because of the nature of the Gordons' work and the probability that their office contains papers or documents relating to national security, I interjected helpfully, and so forth and blah, blah, blah. Teddy Boy thought he should go on record and said, the Gordons had a secret clearance and therefore their papers are classified secret. Bullshit. Excuse me, Detective Corey. I'm speaking. He fixed me with a really nasty glare, then said, however, in the interests of harmony and to avoid jurisdictional disputes, I will make a phone call which I'm confident will get us access to the Gordons' office. He looked at me, Max, and Beth and asked, all right? They nodded. Of course, the Gordons' office had already been completely searched and sanitized last night or early this morning. As Beth had said, we were only going to see what they wanted us to see. But I gave George and Ted credit for thinking to make a big stink over this, as though we were going to find some really interesting stuff in the Gordons' office. Donna Alba seemed relieved and said to Nash, I'll call Dr. Zollner. She picked up a telephone and hit the intercom button. Meanwhile, Ted Nash whipped out a flip phone and walked some distance away with his back to us and talked, or made believe he was talking, to the gods of national security in the great capital of the confused empire. Charade over, he returned to us mortals at the same time Donna finished with Dr. Zollner. Donna nodded that it was okay, and Nash also nodded. Donna said, please follow me. We followed her into the corridor and headed for the east wing of the building, past the open staircase we'd come up. We came to room 265, and Donna opened the door with a master key. The office had 2 desks, each with its own PC, a modem, shelves, and a long work table covered with books and papers. There was no lab equipment or anything of that nature, just office stuff, including a fax machine. We poked around the Gordons' desks a while, opening drawers, looking at papers, but as I said, this office had been picked clean earlier. In any case, people who were involved in a conspiracy don't calendar it in or leave incriminating memos around. Still, you never know what you might find. I rolled through their Rolodex cards, noting that they knew people from all over the world, mostly scientific types, it seemed. I looked under Gordon and saw a card for Tom's parents, and names of people who must have been his sister, his brother, and other family members. All in Indiana. I didn't know Judy's maiden name. I looked for Corey, John, and found my name, though I don't recall them ever calling me from work. I looked for Maxwell Sylvester and found his office and home numbers. I looked for Wiley Margaret, but she wasn't there, and I wasn't surprised. Then I looked for Murphy, the Gordons' next-door neighbors, and they were there, Edgar and Agnes, which made sense. I found Tobin Frederick, and I recalled the time I'd gone with the Gordons to the winery of Frederick Tobin for a wine tasting. I looked for and found the number of the Peconic Historical Society and the home number of its president, one Emma Whitestone. I looked under D for drug runner, Pedro, and C for Colombian drug cartel, but no luck. I tried T for terrorists and A for Arab terrorists, but I came up empty. I didn't see Stevens or Zollner, but I imagined there must be a separate directory of every employee on the island, and I intended to get a copy of it. Nash was playing with Tom's PC, and Foster was playing with Judy's. This is probably the one thing they hadn't had time to fully check out this morning. I noted that there were virtually no personal items in the office, not a photograph, not a piece of art, not even a desk item that wasn't government issue. I asked Donna about this, and she replied, there's no rule against personal items in Zone 1 areas,
But people tend not to bring much on the ferry to put in their office, except maybe cosmetics, medicines, and stuff like that. I don't know why. Actually, we can requisition almost anything we want, within reason. We're a little spoiled that way. My tax money at work. She smiled. We have to be kept happy on this crazy island. I walked over to a big bulletin board where Beth and Max were reading the few scraps of paper pinned to the cork. Out of earshot of the feds, I said, "This place has been picked clean already." Max asked, "By who?" Beth said, "John and I saw our two friends getting off the Plum Island ferry this morning. They've already been here, already met Stevens, already saw this office." Max seemed surprised, then annoyed. He said, "Damn. That's against the law." I said, "I'd let it go if I were you. But you can see why I'm not in the best of moods? I haven't noticed any difference, but now I'm pissed." Donna, in her most accommodating voice, interrupted our discussion and said, "We're a little behind schedule now. Maybe you can come back here later?" Beth said to her, "What I would like you to do is to see that this room is padlocked. I'm going to send people here from the county police force, and they will look around." Nash said, "I assume what you mean by look around is that you're going to take items into custody." "You can assume that." Foster said, "I believe a federal law has been broken, and I intend to take whatever evidence I need from federal property, Beth. But I'll make all of it available to the Suffolk County Police." Beth said, "No, George, I'll take this whole office into custody and make it available to you." Donna, sensing an argument, said quickly, "Let's go see the duty office. Then we'll see Dr. Zollner." We went back into the corridor and followed her to a door marked 237. She punched in a code on a keypad and opened the door, revealing a large, windowless room. She said, "This is the duty office, the command, control, and communication center of all of Plum Island." We all entered and I looked around. Countertops ran along all the walls, and a young man sat with his back to us, talking on a telephone. Donna said, "That's Kenneth Gibbs, Paul Stevens' assistant. Kenneth is duty officer today." Kenneth Gibbs turned in his chair and waved at us. I looked around the room. On the tables were 3 different types of radio transmitters and receivers, a computer terminal, a TV set, 2 fax machines, telephones, cell phones, a teletype, and a few other electronic gizmos. 2 ceiling-mounted TV cameras scanned the room. On the wall were all sorts of maps, radio frequencies, memos, a duty roster, and so forth. This was Paul Stevens' operation. Command, Control, and Communication, known as CCC or C3. But I didn't see a door that could have led into Stevens' private office. Donna said, "From here, we are in direct contact with Washington and with other research facilities all over the U.S., Canada, Mexico, and the world. We're also in contact with the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. In addition, we have a direct line to our fire department and other key places on the island, plus the National Weather Service and many other agencies and organizations who support Plum Island." "Such as the military?" I asked. "Yes, especially the Coast Guard." Gibbs put the phone down and joined us. We did the intro thing. Gibbs was a tall guy of about 30-something, blue eyes and short blonde hair like his boss, neatly pressed trousers and shirt with a blue tie. A blue blazer hung over one of the chairs. Gibbs, I was sure, was a product of the laboratory here, cloned from Stevens' pecker or something. Gibbs said, "I can answer any questions you may have about this office." Beth said to Donna, "Would you mind leaving us with Mr. Gibbs for a few minutes?" She looked at Gibbs, who nodded. Donna went out into the corridor. Max, being the only Plum Island neighbor in our group, had his own agenda and asked Gibbs, "What do you do if there's a major nor'easter or hurricane on the way?" Gibbs replied, "During working hours, we evacuate." "Everyone?" "Some people have to stay behind to look after the store.
I would stay behind, for instance. So would Mr. Stevens, a few other security people, some firemen, a maintenance man or two to be sure the generators and air filters keep working, and maybe one or two scientists to monitor the bugs. I guess Dr. Zollner would want to go down with his ship. He laughed. Maybe it was just me, but I couldn't get into the funny part of fatal diseases blowing all over the place. Gibbs added, during non-working hours, when the island is nearly deserted, we would have to get key people on the island. Then we would have to get our ferries and other watercraft to the submarine pens at New London where they'll be safe. The subs go out to the ocean and dive deep where they're safe. He added, we know what we're doing here. We're prepared for emergencies. Max said, if there were ever a biocontainment leak, would you be kind enough to call me? You'd be almost the first to know, Mr. Gibbs assured the chief. Max replied, I know that. But I'd like to know by telephone or radio, not by coughing up blood or something. Gibbs seemed a little put off and said, my SOP manual instructs me who to call and in what order. You are among the first. I've asked that a warning siren be installed here that can be heard on the mainland. If we call you, you can sound a siren for the civilian population if you want. Gibbs added, I'm not anticipating any biocontainment leaks, so the point is moot. No, the point is this place scares the shit out of me, and I'm not feeling any better now that I see it. You have nothing to worry about. I was glad to hear that. I asked Mr. Gibbs, what if there were armed intruders on the island? Gibbs looked at me and asked, you mean like terrorists? Yeah, I mean like terrorists. Or worse, disgruntled postal workers. He was not amused and replied, well, if our security people couldn't handle it, we would call the Coast Guard. Right from here. He jerked his thumb toward a radio. What if this room was knocked out first thing? There's a second CCC in the building. In the basement? Maybe. I thought you were investigating a murder. I love rent-a-cops giving me lip. I said, that's correct. Where were you at 5:30 last night? Me? You. Oh, let me think. Where's your .45 automatic? In the drawer over there. Has it been fired recently? No. Well, I sometimes take it to the pistol range. When was the last time you saw the Gordons? Let me think. How well did you know the Gordons? Not well. Did you ever have a drink with them? No. Lunch? Dinner? No. I said, did you ever have occasion to speak to them officially? No. Well? A few times. About their boat. They like to use the Plum Island beaches. The Gordons would come here by boat sometimes on Sundays and holidays, and they'd anchor their boat off one of the deserted beaches on the south side of the island, then swim to shore, trailing a rubber raft. On the raft, they had their picnic stuff. We have no problem with that. In fact, we used to have a July 4th picnic for all the employees and their families. It was the one time when we allowed non-workers on the island, but we had to stop that because of liability concerns. I tried to picture such a holiday outing, sort of like beach blanket biocontainment. Gibbs went on, the Gordons never brought anyone with them, which would have been against the rules. But their boat presented a problem. What sort of problem? Well, for one thing, during the day, it attracted other pleasure boaters who thought they could also come ashore and use the island. And after dark, it presented our patrol boats with a navigation hazard. So I spoke to them about both problems, and we tried to work it out. How did you try to work it out? The easiest solution would have been for them to come into the cove and take one of our vehicles to the remote end of the island. Mr. Stevens had no problem with that, even though it bent the rules about official vehicle use and all that. It was better than what they were doing. But they didn't want to come into the cove or use a vehicle. They wanted to do it their way. Take their speedboat to one of the beaches, rubber raft, and swim. More fun, they said. more spontaneous and adventurous. Who runs this island? Stevens, Zollner, or the Gordons?
We have to pamper the scientists here, or they get upset.
The joke among the non-scientists is that if you annoy or argue with a scientist about anything, you wind up getting mysteriously sick with a 3-day virus. Everyone got a chuckle out of that. Kenneth Gibbs went on. Anyway, we got them to agree to leave their navigation lights on, and I made sure the Coast Guard helicopters and boats knew their boat. We also made them promise to anchor only where we had one of our big no trespassing signs on the beach. That usually keeps the faint-hearted away. What were the Gordons doing on the island? Gibbs shrugged. Picnicking, I guess. Hiking. He added, they had the run of almost 900 deserted acres on holidays and after working hours. I understand they were amateur archaeologists. Oh, right. They ran around the ruins a lot. They were collecting things for a Plum Island museum.
Museum?
Well, just a display. It was supposed to go in the lobby, I think. The stuff's stored in the basement. What kind of stuff? Mostly musket balls and arrowheads. One cowbell, a brass button from a Continental Army uniform, some odds and ends from around the time of the Spanish-American War, a whiskey bottle, whatever. Mostly junk. It's all cataloged and stored in the basement. You can see it if you want. Beth said, maybe later. She asked, I understand that the Gordons were organizing an official dig. Do you know about that? Yeah. We don't need a bunch of people from Stony Brook or the Peconic Historical Society rooting around the island. But they were trying to work it out with the USDA and the Department of the Interior. He added, Interior has the final say about artifacts and all that. I asked Mr. Gibbs, didn't it ever occur to you that the Gordons might be up to something? Like smuggling stuff out of the main building and hiding it out by a beach during a so-called archaeological dig, then recovering it later with their boat? Kenneth Gibbs did not reply. I prompted, did it occur to you that the picnicking and archaeological crap was a cover for something? I guess, in retrospect... Hey, everybody's on my case. Like I should have suspected something. Everybody forgets that those two were golden. They could do whatever the hell they wanted, short of pushing Zollner's face in a pile of cow crap. I don't need Monday morning quarterbacking. He added, I did my job. Probably he did. And by the way, I heard the ping again. Beth was talking to Gibbs and she asked, did you or any of your people see the Gordons' boat after it left the cove yesterday at noon? No, I asked. In other words, you can be certain that the boat was not anchored off this island yesterday afternoon. No, I can't be certain of that. Max inquired, how often do your boats make the circuit of the island? Gibbs answered, we usually use one of the two boats. Its route covers about 8 or 9 miles around the island, so at about 10 to 12 knots, you're talking about a complete circle every 40 to 60 minutes, unless they stop someone for something. Beth said, so if a boat were lying a half mile or so away from Plum Island, and a person aboard was watching with binoculars, he or she would see your patrol boat, the Prune, right? The Prune and the Plum Pudding. Right. He or she would see one of those patrol boats, and if that person or persons knew the routine, he, she, or they would know they had 40 to 60 minutes to come toward shore, anchor, get to shore in a rubber raft, accomplish whatever, and get back to their boat without anyone seeing them. Mr. Gibbs cleared his throat and said, possible, but you're forgetting the helicopter patrols and the vehicle patrols that skirt the beach. The helicopter and vehicles are completely random. Beth nodded and observed, we just did a tour of the island, and in the nearly 2 hours I only saw the Coast Guard helicopter once, and a vehicle, a pickup truck, once, and your patrol boat once. As I say, It's random. Would you take a chance?
I might, Beth said. Depends on the payoff.
Gibbs informed us, there are also random Coast Guard boats that make passes now and then, and if you want me to be very candid, we have electronic devices that do most of the work. I asked Gibbs, where are the monitors? I motioned around the office.
In the basement.
What do you have? TV cameras, motion sensors, noise sensors? I'm not at liberty to say.
All right, Beth said. Write out your name, address, and phone number. You'll be asked to come in for questioning.
Gibbs seemed annoyed, but also relieved he was off the hook for now. Also, I had the strong suspicion that Gibbs, Foster, and Nash had made one another's acquaintance earlier this morning. I went over to look at the stuff on the wall near the radios. There was a big map of eastern Long Island, the Sound, and southern Connecticut. On the map were a series of concentric circles, with New London, Connecticut at the center. It looked like one of those atomic bomb destruction maps that tell you how fried your ass is going to be relative to your distance from ground zero. I saw on this map that Plum Island was within the last circle, which I guess was either good or bad news, depending on what this map was about. The map didn't explain, so I asked Mr. Gibbs, "What is this?" He looked to where I was pointing and said, "Oh, there's a nuclear reactor in New London. Those circles represent the various danger zones if there were an explosion or meltdown." I considered the irony of a nuclear reactor in New London posing a danger to Plum Island, which itself posed a danger to everyone in New London, depending on the wind. I asked Kenneth Gibbs, "Do you think the nuke people have a map showing the danger to them of a biocontainment leak on Plum Island?" Even straight Mr. Gibbs had to smile at that, though it was a weird smile. Gibbs and Stevens probably practiced that smile on each other. Gibbs said, "Actually, the people at the nuclear reactor do have a map, such as you describe." He added, "I sometimes wonder what would happen if an earthquake caused a biocontainment leak and a nuclear leak at the same time. Would the radioactivity kill the germs?" He smiled again. Weird. He mused philosophically, "The modern world is full of unimaginable horrors." This seemed to be the Plum Island mantra. I suggested helpfully, "If I were you, I'd wait for a good southerly wind and release the anthrax. Get them before they get you." "Yeah, good idea." I asked Mr. Gibbs, "Where is Mr. Stevens' office?" "Room 250. "Thanks." The intercom buzzed and a male voice came out of the speaker saying, "Dr. Zollner will see his guests now." We all thanked Mr. Gibbs for his time, and he thanked us for coming, which made us all liars. Beth reminded him that she'd be seeing him in her office. We met Donna out in the corridor, and as we walked, I commented to her, "These doors don't have names or titles on them." "Security," she replied tersely. "Which is Paul Stevens' office?" "Room 225, she replied. Proving once again that the best security is a lie. She led us to the end of a corridor and opened door number 200. Chapter 11. Donna said, "Please have a seat. Dr. Zollner's secretary, June, will be with us in a moment." We all sat, and Donna stood there waiting for June. After a minute or so, a middle-aged woman with a tight expression came out of a side door. Donna said, "June, these are Dr. Zollner's guests." June barely acknowledged us and sat at her desk without a word. Donna wished us a good day and departed. I noticed that we were never left alone for even a second. I'm a real fan of tight security, except when it's directed at me. Anyway, I missed Donna already. She was really nice. There are a lot of nice women out there, but between my recent divorce and more recent hospitalization and convalescence, I hadn't really been in the game. I regarded Beth Penrose. She looked at me, almost smiled, then turned away. I next regarded George Foster. He always seemed a picture of composure. I assumed that behind those vacuous eyes was a fine brain. I hoped so. Sylvester Maxwell was tapping his fingers impatiently on the arm of his chair. I think he was generally pleased that he'd hired me, but he might be wondering how he could control $1-a-week independent consultant who was generally pissing off everyone. The waiting room was the same dove gray with dark gray trim and gray carpet as the rest of the structure. You could get sensory deprivation in this place. Regarding room 250, what I knew for sure about room 250 is that neither Paul Stevens nor his diploma was in there. There were probably 20 rabid dogs in room 250 waiting to eat my cojones. Regarding room 225, I wasn't sure. Nothing on this island was quite what it seemed, and no one was entirely truthful. I said to the secretary, my aunt was named June. She looked up from her desk and stared at me. I continued, it's a pretty name. Reminds me of late spring and early summer, for some reason. Summer solstice, you know? June kept staring at me, and her eyes narrowed. Scary. I said to June, call Dr. Zollner on the intercom and tell him he has 10 seconds to receive us, or we'll get an arrest warrant for obstruction of justice. 9 seconds. She hit the intercom and said, Dr. Zollner, please come here. Now. 5 seconds. The door to the right opened and a big, beefy, bearded man in a white shirt and blue tie appeared. He said, yes? What is the problem? June pointed directly to me and said, him. Beefy looked at me. Yes? I stood. Everyone else stood. I recognized Dr. Zollner from the chain of command photos in the lobby, and I said, we have come across the sea and have traveled many miles, Doctor, and overcome many obstacles to find you, and you repay us by jerking us off. Excuse me? June butted in, shall I call security, Doctor? No. He looked at his guests and said, well, come in. We went in. Dr. Zollner's corner office was big, but the furniture, walls, and carpet were the same as all the others. There was an impressive array of framed things hanging on the wall behind his desk. On the other walls were crappy abstracts, real junk like you see in the best museums. Still standing, we all introduced ourselves, using our titles and job descriptions this time. It appeared to me, and this had to be a guess again, that Zollner had already met Nash and Foster. We all pressed the flesh, and Zollner smiled brightly. He said, so, welcome. I trust Mr. Stevens and Ms. Alba have been helpful. He had a slight accent, German probably, if the name was any indication. As I said, he was big. Fat, actually, and he had white hair and a white Van Dyke beard and thick glasses. In fact, he looked like Burl Ives, if you want the truth. Dr. Zollner invited us to sit. Sit. And we sat. He began by saying, I am still in shock over this tragedy. I couldn't sleep last night. Beth inquired, who called you last night with the news, Doctor? Mr. Stevens. He said he'd been called by the police. Zollner continued, the Gordons were brilliant scientists and very well respected among their colleagues. He added, I hope you solve this case very quickly. Beth replied, so do we. Zollner continued, also let me apologize for keeping you waiting. I've been on the phone all morning. Nash said, I assume, Doctor, you've been advised not to give interviews? Zollner nodded. Yes, of course. No, I didn't give any information, but I read the prepared statement, the one that came from Washington. Foster requested, can you read it to us? Yes, of course. He rummaged around his desk, found a sheet of paper, adjusted his specs, and read, "The Secretary of Agriculture regrets the tragic deaths of Doctors Thomas and Judith Gordon, employees of the Department of Agriculture. We will not engage in speculation regarding the circumstances of these deaths. Questions regarding the investigation of these deaths should be directed to the local police, who can better answer those questions." Dr. Zollner finished reading what amounted to nothing. Max said to Zollner, "Please fax that to the Southold police so we can read it to the press after substituting the FBI for the local police." Mr. Foster said, "The FBI is not involved in this case, Chief." "Right, I forgot. Neither is the CIA." He looked at Beth. "How about the county police? You guys involved?" Beth replied, "Involved and in charge." She said to Dr. Zollner, "Can you describe to us the duties of the Gordons?" "Yes. They were involved mostly with genetic research. Genetic alteration of viruses to make them unable to cause disease, but able to stimulate the body's immune system." "A vaccine?" Beth asked. "Yes, a new type of vaccine. Much safer than using a weakened virus." "And in their work, they had access to all types of virus and bacteria?" "Yes, of course. Mostly virus." Beth went on, shifting to the more traditional homicide investigation questions regarding friends, enemies, debts, threats, relationships with co-workers, recalled conversations with the deceased, how the deceased appeared to act in the last week or so, and on and on. Good homicide stuff, but probably not totally relevant. Yet it all had to be asked, and it would be asked again and again of almost everyone the Gordons knew, then asked again of those already interviewed to see if there were any inconsistencies in their statements. What we needed in this case, if you assumed the theft of deadly bugs, was a big break, the advance-to-go card, something to bypass the procedural crap before the world ended. I looked at the abstracts on the walls and realized that these weren't paintings, but color photographs. I had a feeling these were diseases, bacteria and stuff, infecting blood and cells and all that, photographed with a microscope. Weird. But actually they weren't all that bad. Zollner noticed my gaze and interrupted his reply to some question, saying, "Even disease-causing organisms can be beautiful." "Absolutely," I agreed. "I have a suit with that pattern. The green and red squiggly ones there." "Yes, that's a filovirus. Ebola, actually. Died, of course. Those little things could kill you in 48 hours. No cure." "And they're here in this building?" "Perhaps." "Cops don't like that word, Doctor. Yes or no?" "Yes, but safely stored, frozen, and under lock and key." He added, "And we only play with simian Ebola here. Monkey Ebola, not human Ebola." "And you've done an inventory of your bugs?" "Yes. But, to be honest, there is no way we could account for every specimen. And then you have the problem of someone propagating certain organisms in an unauthorized place." Yes, I know what you're getting at. You believe the Gordons took some very exotic and deadly organisms and perhaps sold them to, well, let's say a foreign power. But I assure you, they would not do that. Why not? Because it's too terrible to contemplate. That's very reassuring, I said. Hey, we can go home now. Dr. Zollner looked at me, not used to my humor, I suppose. He really did look like Burl Ives, and I was going to ask him for a photo and autograph. Finally, Dr. Zollner leaned across his desk toward me and said in his slight accent, "Detective Corey, if you had the key to the gates of hell, would you open them? If you did, you should be a very fast runner." I contemplated this a moment, then replied, "If opening the gates of hell is so unthinkable, then why do you need a lock and key?" He nodded and replied, "I suppose to protect us from madmen." He added, "Of course the Gordons were not mad." No one replied. We'd all been through this before, verbally and mentally, a dozen times since last night. Finally, Dr. Zollner said, "I have another theory, which I will share with you, and which I believe will prove true within this day. Here is my theory, my belief. The Gordons, who were wonderful people, but somewhat carefree and terrible with money, stole one of the new vaccines they were working on. I believe they were further advanced on the research of a vaccine than they led us to believe. Unfortunately, this sometimes happens in science. They may have made separate notes and even separate sequencing gels. These are transparent plates where genetically engineered mutations, which are inserted into a disease-causing virus, show up as something resembling a barcode," he explained. No one said a word, and he continued, "So consider that the Gordons could have discovered a wonderful new vaccine for a terrible disease-causing virus, animal, human, or both, and kept this discovery secret, and over months assembled all their notes, genetic gels, and the vaccine itself in some hidden area of the laboratory, or in a deserted building on the island. Their purpose, of course, would be to sell this to perhaps a foreign pharmaceutical firm. Perhaps they intended to resign from here, take a job with a private firm, and pretend to make the discovery there. Then they would get a very handsome bonus amounting to millions of dollars, and the royalties could be tens of millions of dollars, depending on the vaccine." No one spoke. I glanced at Beth. She had actually predicted this when we were standing on the bluff. Dr. Zollner continued, "This makes sense, no? People who work with life and death would rather sell life. If for no other reason, then it's safer, and it's more profitable. Death is cheap. I could kill you with a whiff of anthrax. Life is more difficult to protect and preserve. So if the death of the Gordons was in any way connected to their work here, then it was connected, as I said. Why would you think of disease-causing virus and bacteria? Why do your minds work that way? As we say, if your only tool is a hammer, then every problem looks like a nail. Yes? Well, but I don't blame you. We always think the worst. And this is your job." Again, no one spoke. Dr. Zollner looked at each of us and continued. "If the Gordons did this, it was unethical and also illegal. And whoever was their agent, their middleman, was also unethical and greedy, and it would appear he was also murderous." It appeared that the good Dr. Zollner had thought this through. He went on. "This would not be the first time that government scientists or corporate scientists have conspired to steal their own discovery and become millionaires. It's very frustrating for geniuses to see others make millions from their work, and the stakes are very high. If this vaccine, for instance, could be used in a widespread disease such as AIDS, then we are talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. Even billions for the discoverers." We all glanced at one another. Billions. So, there you are. The Gordons wanted to be rich, but more, I think, they wanted to be famous. They wanted to be recognized. They wanted the vaccine named after them, like the Salk vaccine. That would not have happened here. What we do here is kept very quiet, except within the scientific community. The Gordons were somewhat flamboyant for scientists. They were young. They wanted material things. They wanted the American dream.
and they were sure they had earned it. And you know, they really had. They were brilliant, overworked, and underpaid. So they sought to remedy that. I only wonder what it was they discovered, and I worry that we will not recover it. I wonder, too, who killed them, though I'm sure I know why. So, what do you think? Yes? No? Ted Nash spoke first and said, "I think that's it, Doctor. I think you're right." George Foster nodded. "We had the right idea, but the wrong bug. Vaccine, of course." Max, too, nodded and said, "Makes perfect sense." "I'm relieved. Yeah." Beth spoke. "I still have to find the murderer. But I think we can stop looking for terrorists and start looking for another type of person or persons." I looked at Dr. Zollner a while, and he looked back at me. His glasses were thick, but you could see the blue twinkling eyes. Maybe not Burl Ives. Maybe Colonel Sanders. That was it. How appropriate. The head of the world's largest animal disease research lab looks like Colonel Sanders. He said to me, "Detective Corey, you have a contrary thought, perhaps?" "Oh, no. I'm with the majority on this one. I knew the Gordons, and apparently you did too, Doctor. You're right on the mark." I looked at my colleagues and said, "I can't believe we never thought of that. Not death. Life. Not disease, but a cure." "Vaccine," said Dr. Zollner. "A preventive, not a cure. There's better money in vaccines. If it's a flu vaccine, for instance, then 100 million doses are dispensed each year in America alone. The Gordons were doing brilliant work with viral vaccines." "Right. Vaccine." I asked Dr. Zollner, "And you say they'd have had to plan this for some time?" "Oh, yes. As soon as they realized they were onto something, they'd begin making false notes, false test results, and at the same time keeping legitimate notes and so forth. It's the scientific equivalent of double bookkeeping. And no one would realize what was going on. There were no checks or controls. Well, there are, of course. But the Gordons were each other's research partner, and they were very senior. Also, their area of expertise, viral genetic engineering, is somewhat exotic, and not easily checked by others. And finally, if there's a will, and there's a genius IQ at work, then there's a way." I nodded. "Incredible. And how did they smuggle this stuff out? I mean, how big is a Jell-O plate?" "Gel plate." "Right. How big?" "Oh, perhaps 1.5 feet wide and 2.5 feet long." "How do you get that out of biocontainment?" "I'm not sure." "And their notes?" "Facts. I'll show you later." "And the actual vaccine?" "That would be easier. Anal and vaginal." I don't want to sound crude, Doc, but I don't think they could get a 30-inch gel plate up their ass without attracting a little attention. Dr. Zollner cleared his throat and replied, "You don't actually need the gel plates if you could photocopy them, or take a photo with one of those little spy cameras." Incredible. I thought of the fax machine in the Gordons' office. "Yes. Well, let's go see if we can figure out what happened and how it happened." He stood. "If anyone does not want to go into biocontainment, you may sit in the lobby or in the cafeteria." He looked around, but no one said anything. He smiled, more Burl Ives than Colonel Sanders, I think. He said, "Well, everyone is brave then. Please, follow me." We all stood, and I said, "Stay together?" Dr. Zollner smiled at me and said, "When you are in biocontainment, my friend, you will naturally want to stay as close to me as possible." It struck me that I should have gone to the Caribbean to convalesce. Chapter 12. We returned to the lobby and stood before the 2 yellow doors. Dr. Zollner said to Beth, "Donna awaits you in the locker room. Please follow her instructions, and we will meet you at the rear door of the ladies' locker room." Zollner watched her go through the yellow door, then said to us, "Gentlemen, please follow me." We followed the good doctor into the men's locker room, which turned out to be a hideous orange place, but otherwise typical of any locker room. An attendant handed us open locks without keys and freshly laundered lab whites. In a plastic bag were paper underwear, socks, and cotton slippers. Zollner showed us to a row of empty lockers and said, "Please remove everything, including underwear and jewelry." So we all stripped down to our birthday suits, and I couldn't wait to tell Beth that Ted Nash carried a .38 with a 3-inch barrel and that the barrel was longer than his dick. George Foster said, apropos of my chest wound, "Close to the heart." I have no heart. Zollner pulled on his oversized whites, and now he looked more like Colonel Sanders. I snapped my padlock on the locker hasp and adjusted my paper underwear. Dr. Zollner looked us over and said, "So, we are all ready? Then please follow me." "Hold on," Max said. "Don't we get face masks or respirators or something?" "Not for Zone 2, Mr. Maxwell. Maybe for Zone 4, if you want to go that far. Come, follow me." We went to the rear of the locker room, and Zollner opened a red door marked with the weird-looking biohazard symbol, and beneath the symbol the words Zone 2. I could hear rushing air and Dr. Zollner explaining, "That's the negative air pressure you hear. It's up to 1 pound per square inch less in here than outside, so no pathogens can escape accidentally." I hate when that happens. Also, the particulate air filters on the roof clean all exhaust air from in here. Max looked stubbornly skeptical, like a man who doesn't want any good news to interfere with his long-held belief that Plum Island was the biohazard equivalent of 3 Mile Island and Chernobyl combined. We went into a concrete block corridor, and Zollner looked around and asked, "Where is Miss Penrose?" I replied, "Doc, are you married?" "Yes." "Oh, of course. She may take longer to get changed." No maze about it, fella. Finally, from the door marked Women, Lady Penrose appeared, dressed in loose-fitting whites and cotton slippers. She still looked sexy, more Cupid-like in white, I thought. She heard the rushing air sound, and Zollner explained the negative air pressure, gave us some instructions about being careful not to bump into carts or racks of vials or bottles filled with lethal bugs or chemicals, and so forth. Zollner said, "All right, please follow me, and I will show you what goes on here so you can tell your friends and colleagues that we are not making anthrax bombs." He laughed, then said in a serious tone, "Zone 5 is off limits because you need special vaccinations, and also training to put on the biohazard suits and respirators and all of that. Also, the basement is off limits." "Why," I asked, "is the basement off limits?" "Because that's where we hide the dead aliens and the Nazi scientists." He laughed again. I love being the straight man for a fat PhD with a Dr. Strangelove accent. Really. More to the point, I knew that Stevens had indeed spoken to Zollner. I would have liked to have been a tsetse fly on that wall. Mr. Foster attempted humor and said, "I thought the aliens and the Nazis were in the underground bunkers." "No, the dead aliens are in the lighthouse," Zollner said. "We moved the Nazis out of the bunkers when they complained about the vampires." Everyone laughed. Ha, ha, ha. Humor in biocontainment. I should write to Reader's Digest. As we walked, Dr. Zaney said it's safe in this zone. Mostly we have genetic engineering labs, some offices, electron microscopes. Low-risk, low-contagion work here. We walked through concrete block corridors, and every once in a while Dr. Zollner would open a yellow steel door and say hello to someone inside an office or laboratory and inquire as to their work. There were all sorts of weird windowless rooms, including a place that looked like a wine cellar, except the bottles in the racks were filled with cultures of living cells, according to Zollner. Zollner gave us a commentary as we walked through the battleship gray corridors. There are newly emerging viruses that affect animals or humans or both. We humans and the higher animal species have no immunological responses to many of these deadly diseases. Present antiviral drugs are not very effective, and so the key to avoiding a future worldwide catastrophe is antiviral vaccines, and the key to the new vaccines is genetic engineering. Max asked, "What catastrophe?" Dr. Zollner continued walking and talking very breezily, I thought, considering the subject. He said, "Well, regarding animal diseases, an outbreak of foot-and-mouth disease, for instance, could wipe out much of this nation's livestock and ruin the livelihoods of millions of people. The cost of other foods would probably quadruple. The foot-and-mouth virus is perhaps the most contagious and virulent in nature, which is why the biological warfare people have always been fascinated by it. A good day for the biowarfare gentlemen is a day when their scientists can genetically engineer the FMD virus to infect humans. But worse, I think, some of these viruses mutate on their own and become dangerous to people." No one had a comment or question on that. We peeked in on more labs, and Zollner would always say a few encouraging words to the pale eggheads in white who labored in surroundings that made me nervous just looking at them. He'd say things like, "What have we learned today? Have we discovered anything new?" and so on. It appeared that he was well-liked, or at least tolerated by his scientists. As we turned down yet another in a series of seemingly endless corridors, Zollner continued his lecture. In 1983, for instance, a highly contagious and deadly influenza broke out in Lancaster, Pennsylvania. There were 17 million dead. Chickens, I mean. Poultry. But you see what I'm getting at. The last big deadly human influenza epidemic in the world was in 1918. There were about 20 million dead worldwide, including 500,000 in the United States. Based on our present population, the equivalent number of dead now would be approximately 1.5 million people. Could you imagine such a thing today? And the 1918 virus wasn't particularly virulent, and of course, travel was much slower then and less frequent. Today, the highways and skyways can spread an infectious virus around the world in days. The good news about the deadliest viruses, such as Ebola, is that they kill so fast, they barely have time to leave an African village before everyone in it is dead. I asked, "Is there a 1 o'clock ferry?" Dr. Zollner laughed. "You are feeling somewhat nervous, yes? Nothing to fear here. We are very cautious, very respectful of the little bugs in this building." Sounds like the "my dog doesn't bite" crap. Dr. Zollner ignored me and continued on. It is the mission of the United States Department of Agriculture to prevent foreign animal pestilence from coming to these shores. We are the animal equivalent of the Centers for Disease Control in Atlanta. As you may imagine, we work closely with Atlanta because of these crossover diseases, animal to human and vice versa. We have a large quarantine complex in Newburgh, New York, where all animals coming into this country must stay in quarantine for a period of time. You know, it's like a Noah's Ark of animals arriving every day. Foreign racehorses, circus animals, zoo animals, breeding stock, exotic commercial animals such as ostriches and llamas, exotic pets such as Vietnamese pot-bellied pigs, and all sorts of birds from the jungle. 2.5 million animals each year. He looked at us and said, Newburgh has been called the Ellis Island for the animal kingdom. Plum Island is the Alcatraz. No animal that comes to us from Newburgh, or from anywhere, leaves here alive. I must tell you, all these animals being imported into this country for recreation and amusement have caused us here a lot of work and much anxiety. It's only a matter of time. He added, You can extrapolate from the animal kingdom to the human population. I certainly could. He stayed silent a moment, then said, Plum Island's cannons once guarded the shores of this country, and now this facility does the same. Rather poetic, I thought, for a scientist. Then I recalled reading that line in one of the press releases that Donna handed me. Zollner liked to talk, and my job is to listen, so it was working out okay. We walked into a room that Zollner said was an X-ray crystallography lab, and I wasn't about to argue with him. A woman was bent over a microscope, and Zollner introduced her as Dr. Chen, a colleague and good friend of Tom and Judy. Dr. Chen was about 30 and rather attractive, I thought, with a long shock of black hair tied back with a sort of netting, suitable for close microscope work by day, I guess, and who knew what at night when the hair came down. Behave, Corey. This is a scientist, and she's a lot smarter than you are. Dr. Chen greeted us, and she looked rather serious, I thought, but probably she was just upset and sad over the deaths of her friends. Once again, Beth made sure that it was understood that I was a friend of the Gordons, and on that level, if no other, I was earning my $1 a week. I mean, people don't like a bunch of coppers hammering them with questions, but if one of the cops is a mutual friend of the deceased, then you have a little edge. Anyway, we all agreed that the Gordons' deaths were a tragedy, and we spoke well of the dead. The subject shifted to Dr. Chen's work. She explained, in lay terms so that I sort of understood her, I am able to X-ray virus crystals so that I can map their molecular structure. Once we do that, we can then attempt to alter the virus to make it unable to cause disease. But if we inject this altered virus into an animal, the animal may produce antibodies that we hope will attack the natural, disease-causing version of the virus. Beth asked, And this is what the Gordons were working on? Yes. What specifically were they working on? What virus? Dr. Chen glanced at Dr. Zollner. I'm not happy when witnesses do that. I mean, it's like the pitcher gets the signal from the coach to throw a curve or a slider or whatever. Dr. Zollner must have signaled for a fastball because Dr. Chen said straightforwardly, Ebola. No one said anything. Then Dr. Zollner said, Simian Ebola, of course. Monkey Ebola. He added, I would have told you sooner, but I thought you'd want it explained more fully by one of the Gordons' colleagues. He nodded to Dr. Chen. Dr. Chen continued, The Gordons were trying to genetically alter a simian Ebola virus so that it would not cause disease, but would produce an immune response in the animal. There are many strains of the Ebola virus, and we're not even sure which strains can cross the species barrier. You mean, Max said, infect people? Yes, infect humans. But this is an important first step toward a human Ebola vaccine. Dr. Zollner said, Most of our work here has traditionally been done with what you'd call farm animals, food and leather-producing animals. However, over the years, certain government agencies have underwritten other types of research. I asked, such as the military doing biological warfare research? Dr. Zollner didn't answer directly, but said, This island is a unique environment, isolated, but close to major transportation and communication centers, and also close to the best universities in the nation, and close to a highly educated pool of scientists. In addition, this facility is technically advanced. So aside from the military, we work with other agencies, here and abroad,
whenever something very unusual or potentially dangerous to humans comes along, such as Ebola. In other words, I said, you sort of rent rooms here. It's a big facility, he replied. Did the Gordons work for the U.S. Department of Agriculture? I asked. I'm not at liberty to say. Where did their paychecks come from? All paychecks are from the USDA. But not every scientist who gets a USDA paycheck is a USDA employee, correct? I don't intend to get into a semantic duel with you, Mr. Corey. He looked at Dr. Chen. Please, continue. She said, there are so many separate tasks and steps to this sort of work that no one can see the whole picture except the project supervisor. That was Tom. Judy was the assistant project supervisor. In addition, they were both excellent researchers themselves. In retrospect, I can see what they were doing, which was to ask for tests on procedures that were something like a red herring, and sometimes they'd tell one of us on the project that they'd reached a dead end. They closely monitored the actual clinical tests on the monkeys, and the animal handlers were not well informed. Tom and Judy were the only ones who were privy to all the information. She thought a moment, then said, I don't believe they started out to deceive. I think when it hit them how close they were to a workable vaccine for simian Ebola, they saw the possibilities of transferring the technology to a private laboratory where the next logical step was a human vaccine. Maybe they believed that this was the best thing in the interests of humanity. Maybe they thought they could develop this vaccine more quickly and effectively outside this place, which is, like most government agencies, prone to red tape and slowness. Max said, let's stick to the theory of profit motive, Dr. Chen. The interests of humanity isn't cutting it for me. She shrugged. Beth motioned toward the microscope. Can I take a look? Dr. Chen said, those are dead Ebola, of course. Live Ebola is only in Zone 5. But I can show you live Ebola viruses safely on videotape. She turned to a TV monitor and hit the VCR. The screen brightened to show 4 almost transparent crystals, tinted a sort of pink color, 3-dimensional, reminding me of a prism. If they were alive, they were playing possum. Dr. Chen said, I'm mapping the molecular structure, as I said, so that the genetic engineers can cut and splice this or that piece. Then the altered virus is propagated and injected into a monkey. The monkey has one of 3 responses. It contracts Ebola and dies. It doesn't contract Ebola but doesn't produce Ebola antibodies, or it doesn't contract Ebola and does produce Ebola antibodies. That is the response we're looking for. That means we have a vaccine. But not necessarily a safe or effective vaccine. The monkey may develop Ebola later, or more commonly, when we later inject the monkey with natural Ebola virus, the antibodies aren't effective in overcoming the disease. The immune response is too weak, or the immune response does not protect against all strains. It's very frustrating work. Viruses are so simple, molecularly and genetically, but they are more challenging than bacteria in that they are easy to mutate, hard to understand, and hard to kill. In fact, the question is, are those crystals really alive as we understand life? Look at them. They look like ice chips. Indeed, we were all staring at the crystals on the screen. They looked like something that dropped off a chandelier. It was hard to believe that those guys and their cousins and brothers had caused so much human misery and death, not to mention animal deaths. There was something scary about an organism that looked dead but came to life when it invaded living cells and reproduced so fast it could kill a healthy 200-pound man in 48 hours. What was God thinking? Dr. Chen turned off the TV monitor. Beth asked Dr. Chen about the Gordons' behavior yesterday morning, and Dr. Chen said that the Gordons seemed somewhat tense. Judy complained of a migraine, and they decided to go home. This did not surprise any of us. I asked Dr. Chen directly, "Do you think they took anything out of here yesterday?" She thought a moment, then replied, "I don't know. How can I say?" Beth asked, "How difficult is it to smuggle something out of here? How would you do it?" "Well, I could take any test tube here, or even in another lab, go into the ladies' room and insert the tube or vial in one of two orifices. No one would miss a single vial, especially if it hadn't been logged and identified. Then I go into the shower room, throw my lab clothes into a hamper, shower, and go to my locker. At this point, I could remove the vial from wherever and put it in my handbag. I get dressed, leave through the lobby, get on the bus to the ferry, and go home. No one watches you shower. There are no cameras. You'll see when you leave here yourself." I asked, "And larger items? Items too big too big?" "Whatever will fit under your lab clothes can make it as far as the shower room. It is there where you have to be clever. For instance, if I took a sequencing gel into the shower room, I could hide it in my towel." Beth said, "You could also hide it in the hamper with your lab clothes." "No, you can never go back. The clothes are contaminated. In fact, after you use the towel, that must also go into a separate hamper. It is here that anyone who is looking would see if you were carrying anything. But if you shower out at an odd time, the chances are you will be alone." I tried to picture this scene, of Judy or Tom smuggling God knew what out of this building yesterday afternoon when no one else was in the shower room. I asked Dr. Chen, "If it's assumed that everything in here has some degree of contamination, why would you want to put a vial of something in your whatever?" She replied, "You practice some basic decon first, of course. You wash your hands with the special soap in the restrooms. You may use a condom to wrap a vial or test tube, or use sterile gloves or sheet latex for larger items. You have to be careful, but not paranoid." Dr. Chen continued, "As for computer information, it can and is electronically transferred from biocontainment to the offices in the administration area. So it's not necessary to steal disks or tapes." She added, "As for handwritten and typewritten notes, graphs, charts, and so forth, it's standard procedure to fax all of that out of here and into your own office. There are fax machines all around, as you can see, and each office outside of biocontainment has an individual fax. That's the only way you can get notes out of here. Years ago, you had to use special paper, rinse it in a decontamination fluid, leave it to dry, then retrieve it the next day. Now, with the fax, your notes are waiting for you when you return to the office." Amazing, I thought. I'll bet the folks who invented the fax never thought of that. I can picture the TV commercial. "Laboratory notes covered with germs? Fax them to your office. You have to shower, but they don't." Or something like that. Beth looked at Dr. Chen and asked her directly, "Do you think the Gordons took anything out of here that was dangerous to living things?" "Oh, no. No. Whatever they took, if they took anything, wasn't pathogenic. Whatever it was therapeutic, helpful, antidotal, however we want to term it. It was something good. I would bet my life on that." Beth said, "We're all betting our lives on that." We left Dr. Chen and the X-ray room and continued our tour. As we walked, Dr. Zollner commented, "So, as I said before, and as Dr. Chen seems to agree, if the Gordons stole anything, it was a genetically altered viral vaccine. Most probably a vaccine for Ebola, since that was the main thrust of their work." Everyone seemed to agree with that. My own thinking was that Dr. Chen had been a little too pat and perfect, and that she didn't know the Gordons as well as she or Zollner said she did. Dr. Zollner gave a commentary as we strolled the labyrinthine corridors. He said, "Among the viral diseases we study are malignant catarrh, Congo-Crimean hemorrhagic fever, and blue tongue. We also study a variety of pneumonias, rickettsial diseases, such as heart water, a wide range of bacterial diseases, and also parasitic diseases. Doc, I got a C in biology, and that's because I cheated. You lost me on the rickshaw disease. But let me ask you this. You have to produce a lot of this stuff in order to study it. Correct? Yes, but I can assure you we don't have the capacity to produce enough of any organism in the quantities needed for warfare, if that's what you're getting at. I said, I'm getting at random acts of terrorism. Do you produce enough germs for that? He shrugged. Perhaps. That word again, Doc. Well, yes, enough for a terrorist act. Is it true, I inquired, that a coffee can full of anthrax, spritzed into the air around Manhattan Island, could kill 200,000 people? He thought a moment, then replied, that could be. Who knows? It depends on the wind. Is it summertime? Is it lunchtime? It's like tomorrow evening rush hour. All right. 200,000. 300,000. 1,000,000. It doesn't matter, because no one knows, and no one has a coffee can full of anthrax. Of that, I can assure you. The inventory was quite specific on that. That's good. But not as specific on other things. As I told you, if anything is missing, it is an antiviral vaccine. That is what the Gordons were working on. You'll see. Tomorrow you will all wake up alive, and the day after that. But 6 or 7 months from now, some pharmaceutical company or some foreign government will announce an Ebola vaccine, and the World Health Organization will purchase 200 million doses to start with, and when you discover who is getting the richest from this vaccine, you will discover your murderer. No one replied for a few seconds. Then Max said, You're hired, Doctor. Everyone smiled and chuckled. In fact, we all wanted to believe. We did believe, and we were so relieved that we were walking on air, giddy over the good news, thrilled that we weren't going to wake up with terminal blue tongue or something. And in truth, no one was focusing as closely on the case now as we had been earlier. Except me. Anyway, Zollner continued showing us all sorts of rooms and talked about diagnoses and reagent production, monoclonal antibody research, genetic engineering, tick-borne viruses, vaccine production, and so forth. It was mind-boggling. It takes an odd type to go into this sort of work, I thought, and the Gordons, whom I considered normal people, must have been considered by their peers as somewhat flamboyant by comparison, which was how Zollner described them. I mentioned this to Zollner, and he replied, Yes, my scientists here are rather introverted, like most scientists. Do you know the difference between an introverted biologist and an extroverted biologist? No. An extroverted biologist looks at your shoes when he talks to you. Zollner laughed heartily at this one, and even I chuckled, though I don't like it when people upstage me. But it was his lab. Anyway, we saw the various places where the Gordons' project had been worked on, and we also saw the Gordons' own lab. Inside the Gordons' small lab, Dr. Zollner said, As project directors, the Gordons mostly supervised, but they did some work here on their own. Beth said, No one else worked in this lab? Well, there were assistants, but this laboratory was the private domain of the doctors, Gordon. You can be sure I spent an hour in here this morning looking for something that was not right, but they wouldn't leave anything incriminating around. I nodded. In fact, there may have been incriminating evidence at any previous time, but if yesterday was to be the culmination of the Gordons' secret work and final theft, then they would have sanitized the place yesterday morning or the day before. But that supposed that I believed all this stuff about an Ebola vaccine, and I wasn't sure I did. Beth said to Dr. Zollner, You are not supposed to enter the workplace of homicide victims and look around, remove things, or touch anything. Zollner shrugged, as well he should under these circumstances. He said, So how was I supposed to know that? Do you know my job? Beth said, I just want you to know. For next time. All right. The next time 2 of my top scientists are murdered, I'll be sure not to go into their laboratory." Beth Penrose was bright enough to let it go and said nothing. Clearly, I thought, Ms. By-the-Book was not handling the unique circumstances of this case very well. But I gave her credit for trying to do it right. If she'd been one of the crew on the Titanic, she'd have made everyone sign for the life jackets. We all looked around the lab, but there were no notebooks, no beakers labeled Eureka, no cryptic messages on the blackboard, no corpses in the supply closet, and in fact nothing at all that the average layperson could understand. If anything interesting or incriminating had been here, it was gone. Compliments of the Gordons, or Zollner, or even Nash and Foster if they'd ventured this far on their earlier visit this morning. So I stood there and tried to commune with the spirits that possibly still occupied this room. Judy, Tom, give me a clue, a sign. I closed my eyes and waited. Finelli says the dead speak to him. They identify their murderers, but they always speak Polish or Spanish or sometimes Greek, so he can't understand them. I think he's pulling my leg. He's crazier than I am. Unfortunately, the Gordons' lab was a bust, and we continued on. We spoke to a dozen scientists who worked with or for the Gordons. It was obvious that A, everyone loved Tom and Judy, B, Tom and Judy were brilliant, C, Tom and Judy wouldn't hurt a fly unless it advanced the cause of science in the service of man and beast, D, the Gordons, while loved and respected, were different, E, the Gordons, while scrupulously honest in their personal dealings, would probably screw the government and steal a vaccine worth its weight in gold, as someone phrased it. It occurred to me that everyone was reading from the same script. We continued our walk and climbed a staircase to the second floor. My bad leg was dragging and my bad lung was wheezing so loudly I thought everyone could hear it. I said to Max I thought this wasn't going to be strenuous. He looked at me and forced a smile. He said to me softly, "I get claustrophobic sometimes." Me too. In truth, it wasn't claustrophobia that was troubling him. Like most men of courage and action, myself included, Max didn't like a danger he couldn't pull his gun on. Dr. Zollner was going on about the training programs that were conducted here, the visiting scientists, graduate students, and veterinarians who came from all over the world to learn and teach here. He also spoke of the facility's foreign cooperative programs in places like Israel, Kenya, Mexico, Canada, and England. In fact, he said, the Gordons went to England about a year ago. Pierbright Laboratory, south of London. That's our sister lab there. I asked Dr. Zollner, "Do you get visitors from the Army Chemical Corps?" Dr. Zollner looked at me and commented, "Whatever I say, you see something to question. I'm glad you're listening." I'm listening for the answer to my question. The answer is, it's none of your business, Mr. Corey. It is, Doctor. If we suspect that the Gordons stole organisms that can be used in biological warfare, and that's what got them murdered, then we have to know if such organisms exist here. In other words, are there biological warfare specialists here in this building? Do they work here? Experiment here? Dr. Zollner glanced at Messrs. Foster and Nash and then said, "I would be less than truthful if I said no one from the Army Chemical Corps comes here. They are extremely interested in vaccines and antidotes for biological hazards. The United States government does not study, promote, or produce agents of offensive biological warfare. But it would be national suicide not to study defensive measures. So someday, when that bad fellow with the can of anthrax paddles his canoe around Manhattan Island, we can be ready to protect the population." Dr. Zollner added, "You have my assurances that the Gordons had no dealings with anyone from the military, did not work in that area, and in fact had no access to anything so lethal, except Ebola. You do listen. My staff should pay as much attention. But why bother with an Ebola weapon? We have anthrax. Trying to improve on anthrax is like trying to improve on gunpowder. Anthrax is easy to propagate, easy to handle. It diffuses nicely into the air, kills slowly enough for the infected population to spread it around, and cripples as many victims as it kills, causing a collapse of the enemy's healthcare system. But officially, we don't have anthrax bombs or artillery shells. The point is, if the Gordons were trying to develop a biological weapon to sell to a foreign power, they wouldn't bother with Ebola. They were too smart for that. So put that suspicion to rest. I feel much better. By the way, when did the Gordons go to England? Let's see. May of last year. I recall that I envied them going to England in May. He asked me, "Why do you ask?" "Doc, do scientists know why they're asking questions all the time?" "Not all the time." "I assume the government paid all expenses for the Gordons' trip to England." "Of course. It was all business." He thought a moment, then said, "Actually, they took a week in London at their own expense." "Yes, I remember that." I nodded. What I didn't remember was any unusually large credit card bills in May or June of last year. I wondered where they'd spent the week. Not in a London hotel, unless they skipped out on the bill. I didn't recall any large cash withdrawals either. Something to think about. The problem with asking really clever questions in front of Foster and Nash was that they heard the answers. And even if they didn't know where the questions were coming from, they were smart enough to know, contrary to what I indicated to Zollner, that most questions had a purpose. We were walking down a very long corridor, and no one was speaking. Then Dr. Zollner said, "Do you hear that?" He stopped dead and put his hand to his ear. "Do you hear that?" We all stood motionless, listening. Finally, Foster asked, "What?" "Rumbling. It's a rumbling. It's—" Nash knelt down and put the palms of his hands on the floor. "Earthquake?" "No," Zollner said. "It's my stomach. I'm hungry." He laughed and slapped his fat. "Lighten up," he said in his German accent, which made it sound even more funny. Everyone was smiling except Nash, who stood stiffly and brushed his hands off. Zollner went to a door painted bright red, on which was plastered 6 standard OSHA-type signs, as follows: biohazard, radioactive, chemical waste, high voltage, poison hazard, and finally, untreated human waste. He opened the door and announced, "Lunchroom." Inside the plain white cement block room were a dozen empty tables, a sink, a refrigerator, microwave oven, bulletin boards covered with notices and messages, and a water cooler and coffee maker, but no vending machines, the fact being that no one wanted to come in here and service them. Sitting on a counter was a fax machine, a menu of the day's fare, and paper and pencil. Dr. Zollner said, "Lunch is on me." He wrote himself a big order, which I saw included the soup du jour, which was beef. I didn't even want to think about where the beef came from. For the first time since I left the hospital, I ordered Jell-O, and for the first time in my life, I skipped the meat dishes. No one else seemed particularly hungry, and they all ordered salads. Dr. Zollner faxed the order and said, "The lunch hour here doesn't start until 1. But they will deliver quickly because I requested it." Dr. Zollner suggested we wash our hands, which we all did at the sink with some weird brown liquid soap that smelled like iodine. We all got coffee and sat. A few other people came in and got coffee and took things out of the refrigerator or faxed orders. I looked at my watch to see the time and saw my wrist. Zollner said, "If you'd brought your watch in, I'd have to decontaminate it and quarantine it for 10 days. My watch wouldn't survive a decontamination. I glanced at the clock on the wall. It was 5 minutes to 1 p.m. We made small talk for a few minutes. The door opened and a man in lab whites entered, pushing a stainless steel cart which looked like any other lunch cart, except it was covered with a sheet of plastic wrap. Dr. Zollner pulled off the wrap and disposed of it. Then, perfect host, gave us each our orders and dismissed the man and the cart. Max asked, "That guy has to shower now?" Oh, yes. The cart is first put in a decon room and retrieved later. I asked, is it possible to use that cart to smuggle large items out of here? Dr. Zollner was arranging his large lunch in front of him with the expertise of a real trencherman. He looked up from his labor of love and said, now that you mention it, yes. That cart is the only thing that makes a regular journey between administration and biocontainment. But if you used it to smuggle, you'd have to have 2 other people in on it. The person who pushes it in and out, then the person who washes it and takes it back to the kitchen. You're very clever, Mr. Corey. I think like a criminal. He laughed and dug into the beef soup. Yuck. I regarded Dr. Zollner as I slurped my lime jello. I liked the guy. He was funny, friendly, hospitable, and smart. He was lying through his teeth, of course, but other people had forced him to do that. Probably the 2 jokers across the table for starters, and God knew who else in Washington had briefed Dr. Z on the phone all morning, while we were rambling around the ruins and getting brochures on rinderpest and blue balls or whatever. Dr. Z in turn had briefed Dr. Chen, who was a little too perfect. I mean, of all the people we could have questioned, Zollner led us to Dr. Chen, whose work seemed to be only peripherally related to the Gordons' work. And she was introduced as a good friend of the Gordons, but wasn't. I'd never heard her name mentioned before today. And then there were the other scientists to whom we'd spoken briefly before Zollner whisked us off. They, too, had been on the same page as Chen. There was a lot of smoke and mirrors in this place, and I'm sure there always had been. I said to Zollner, I don't believe this story about the Ebola vaccine. I know what you're hiding and what you're covering up. Dr. Zollner stopped in mid-chew, which was a chore for him. He stared at me. I said, it's the Roswell aliens, isn't it, Doc? The Gordons were about to blow the lid on the Roswell aliens. The room was real quiet, and even some of the other scientists glanced at us. Finally, I smiled and said, that's what this green jello is. Alien brains. I'm eating the evidence. Everyone smiled and chuckled. Zollner laughed so hard he almost choked. Boy, I'm funny. Zollner and I could do a great routine. Corey and Zollner. That might be better than the Corey files. We all went back to our lunches and made chit-chat. I glanced at my companions. George Foster had looked a little panicky when I said I didn't believe the Ebola vaccine thing, but he was fine now, eating alfalfa sprouts. Ted Nash had looked less panicky and more murderous. I mean, whatever was going on here, this was not the time or place to yell bullshit or liar. Beth and I made eye contact, and as usual I couldn't tell if she was amused by me or if she was annoyed. The way to a woman's heart is through a funny bone. Women like men who make them laugh. I think. I looked at Max, who seemed less phobic in this almost normal room. He seemed to enjoy his 3-bean salad, which is not the thing that should be on a menu in an enclosed environment. We picked at the chow, then the conversation got back to the possibly purloined vaccine. Dr. Z said, someone before mentioned that this vaccine would be worth its weight in gold, which made me recall something. A few of the vaccines that the Gordons were testing had a golden hue, and I recall the Gordons once referring to the vaccines as liquid gold. I thought that odd, perhaps, because we never speak in terms of money or profit here. Of course not, I said. You're a government agency. It's not your money, and you never have to show a profit. Dr. Zollner smiled. And the same in your business, sir. The very same. In any case, now we believe that the Gordons came to their senses and, no longer satisfied with working in the interests of science for government wages, they discovered capitalism and went for the gold. Correct. He added, you've spoken to their colleagues. You've seen what they did here. And now you can draw only one conclusion. Why are you still skeptical? I'm not skeptical, I lied. Of course I was skeptical. I'm a New Yorker and a cop. But I didn't want to upset Dr. Zollner, Mr. Foster, or Mr. Nash, so I said, I'm just trying to make sure the facts fit. The way I see it, either the Gordons' murders had nothing to do with their work here and we're all following a false trail, or if their murders were related to their work, then most probably it had to do with the theft of a viral vaccine worth millions. Liquid gold. And it would appear that the Gordons were double-crossed, or maybe they tried to double-cross their partner and were murdered. Ping. Jeez. There it was again. What? It was out there. I couldn't see it, but I could hear its echo, and I could sense its presence. But what was it? Mr. Corey? Huh? Dr. Zollner's twinkling blue eyes were appraising me through his little wire-frame glasses. He said, Is there something on your mind? No. Oh, yeah. If I had to remove my watch, why can you keep your glasses? That's the one exception. There is an eyeglass bath on the way out. Does this lead you to yet another clever thought or theory? Gel sequencing plates disguised as eyeglasses. He shook his head. Idiotic. I think the gel plates were smuggled out in the lunch cart. Right. Dr. Z looked at the clock on the wall and said, Shall we continue? We all stood and deposited our plastic and paper in a red trash can lined with a red plastic bag. Out in the corridor, Dr. Zollner said, We will now enter Zone 3. There is a higher risk of contagion in Zone 3, of course, so if anyone does not want to go, I will have someone escort you back to the shower room. Everyone seemed eager to burrow further into the bowels of hell. Well, that might be overstating the response. Presently, we moved through a red door that was marked Zone 3. Here, Zollner explained, his researchers worked with live pathogens. Parasites, viruses, bacteria, fungi, and other yuckies. And he showed us a lab where a woman sat on a stool at a sort of opening in the wall. She had a mask on and her hands were covered with latex gloves. In front of her face was a plastic shield, something like a sneeze shield at a salad bar, but she wasn't handling coleslaw. Zollner said, There is an exhaust in the opening where the pathogens are, so the risk of anything floating into the room is small. Why, Max asked, does she have a mask and we don't? Good question, I agreed. Zollner said she's much closer to the pathogen. If you want to get closer to take a look, I'll get you a mask. Pass, I said. Pass, everyone agreed. Dr. Zollner moved closer to the woman and exchanged a few inaudible words with her. He turned, approached us, and said, She's working on the virus that causes blue tongue disease. He thought a moment, then said, Perhaps I got too close. He stuck out his tongue, which was actually bright blue, and looked down his nose. God in heaven! Or is it the blueberry pie I had for lunch? He laughed. We laughed. In truth, the gallows humor was wearing thin, even for me, and I have a lot of tolerance for stupid jokes. We all left the room. This part of the building looked less populated than Zone 2, and the people I saw looked a bit less jolly. Zollner said, There isn't much to see here, but if I say that, then Mr. Corey will insist on seeing every nook and cranny of the place. Ah, Dr. Zollner, I said, have I given you cause to say such things about me? Yes. Well, then, let's see every nook and cranny of the place. I heard some groans, but Dr. Z said, Very well, follow me. We spent the next half hour or so looking at nooks and crannies, and in truth, most of Zone 3 looked the same. Room after room of men and women peering through microscopes, making slides out of slime, slides from the blood and tissue of living and dead animals, and so on. Some of these people actually had their lunches with them and were eating while they played around with disgusting stuff. We spoke to another dozen or so men and women who knew or worked with Tom and Judy, and while we were getting a more clear and more fully formed picture of their work, We didn't learn much new about their heads. Still, I thought this was a useful exercise. I like to fix in my mind the milieu of the deceased, and later I usually think of something bright to follow up on. Sometimes just casual chats with friends, family, and colleagues will turn up a word or two that can lead to the solution. Sometimes. Zollner explained, most of these viruses and bacteria cannot cross the species barrier. You could drink a test tube full of foot and mouth disease virus and not get much more than an upset stomach, though a cow would die from a quantity that would fit on the head of a pin. Why? Why? Because the genetic makeup of a virus has to be able to, well, mesh with a cell to infect it. Human cells do not mesh with FMD virus. Beth said, but there's some evidence that mad cow disease has infected humans. Anything is possible. That's why we are careful. He added, bugs bite. Actually, bugs suck. We went into another brightly lit room, and Zollner said, in here we work with parasites. The worst is the screwworm. We've found a clever way to control this disease. We have discovered that the male and female screwworms only mate once in their lives, so we sterilize millions of the males with gamma rays and drop them by plane over Central America. When the male mates with the female, no offspring result. Clever, yes? I had to ask, but is the female screwworm fulfilled? She must be, Zollner replied. She never mates again. Beth offered, there's another way to look at that. Zollner laughed. Yes, there is a female point of view there. The persiflage finished, we all took turns looking at screwworm larvae under a microscope. Disgusting. And on we went, into laboratories, and into rooms where horrible microbes and parasites were grown and stored, and into all sorts of weird places whose purposes and functions I only dimly understood. I kept in mind that my friends, Tom and Judy, walked these corridors and entered many of these rooms and labs every day. And yet they seemed not to be depressed or anxious about any of it. At least not so I noticed. Finally, Dr. Z said, that's all of Zone 3. Now, once again, I must ask you if you want to go farther. Zone 4 is the most contaminated of all the zones, more so actually than Zone 5. In 5, you are always in a biohazard suit and respirator, and everything is decontaminated often. In fact, there is a separate shower for Zone 5. But Zone 4 is where you will see the animal pens, the sick and dying animals, and also the incinerator and the necropsy rooms, if you wish. So, though we are clinically dealing here with animal diseases only, there may be other pathogens in the ambient environment. He added, that means germs in the air. Max asked, do we get face masks? If you wish. He looked around and said, all right, follow me. We approached yet another red door, this one marked Zone 4 with the biohazard symbol. Some clown had stuck a particularly gruesome skull and crossbones decal on the door. The skull was cracked and a snake slithered out of the crack and threaded itself through one of the skull's eye sockets. Also, a spider was crawling out of the grinning mouth. In fact, Dr. Zollner said, I believe Tom is responsible for that horrible thing. The Gordons added some levity to this place. Right. Until they died. Our host opened the red door, and we found ourselves in a sort of anteroom. There was a metal cart in a small room on which was a box of latex gloves and a box of paper face masks. Dr. Z said, for anyone who wishes. This was sort of like saying parachutes or life vests are optional. I mean, either you need the damn things or you don't. Zollner clarified his offer. It's not mandatory. We're going to shower out after this anyway. I personally don't bother with gloves or masks. Too cumbersome. But you may feel better with them. I had the distinct feeling he was daring us, As in, I always take the shortcut through the cemetery, but if you'd rather walk the long way, that's okay with me. Wimp. I said, "This place can't be any dirtier than my bathroom." Dr. Zollner smiled. "Most probably a lot cleaner." Apparently no one wanted to look like a pussy by practicing good prophylaxis, which is how little bugs get us in the end. So off we went, through the second red door, and found ourselves in the same kind of gray concrete corridor as in the rest of the biocontainment zones. The difference here was that the doors were wider and each one had a big latching handle on it. Zollner explained, "These are airlock doors." I noticed, too, that every door had a small window, and a clipboard hung from the wall beside each one. Dr. Zollner took us to the closest door and said, "All these rooms are pens, and all have viewing windows. What you see may upset you, or make your lunch unsettled, so no one has to look." He examined the clipboard hanging on the concrete wall and said, "African equine fever." He peeked through the viewing window and said, "This guy's not bad. Just a bit listless. Take a look." We all took turns looking at the beautiful black horse in the enclosed, prison-like room. True enough, the horse looked okay, except now and then you could see him heave as if he were having trouble breathing. Zollner explained, "All the animals in here have been challenged with a virus or bacteria." "Challenged?" I asked. "Is that like infected?" "Yes. We say challenged." "Then what happens? They become less than well, then go into an involuntary non-breathing mode?" "Correct. They get sick and die. Sometimes, however, we sacrifice them. That means we kill them before the disease has run its full course." He added, "I think everyone who works here likes animals, which is why they are involved with this type of work. No one in this facility wants to see these creatures suffer, but if you ever saw millions of cattle infected with foot and mouth disease, you'd see why the sacrifice of a few dozen here is necessary." He put the chart back and said, "Come." There was a great warren of these unhappy rooms, and we went from pen to pen where a variety of animals were in various stages of dying. At one pen, the cow saw us and walked unsteadily up to the door and looked at us, looking at her. Dr. Zollner said, "This one is in bad shape. Advanced FMD. See how she walked? And look at those blisters on her mouth. She can't even eat at this stage because of the pain. The saliva looks like rope, it's so thick. This is a dreadful disease and an old enemy. There are accounts of this in ancient writings. As I said, this disease is highly contagious. An outbreak in France once spread to England on the wind across the Channel. It is one of the smallest viruses yet discovered, and it seems to be able to live dormant for long periods of time." He stayed silent a moment, then said, "Someday, something like this may mutate and begin infecting human hosts." By now, I think we were all mentally and physically challenged, as Dr. Z might say. In other words, our minds were numb and our asses were dragging. Worse, though, our spirits were down, and if I had a soul, it would be troubled. Finally, I said to Dr. Zollner, "I don't know about anyone else, but I've seen enough." Everyone seconded that. I, however, had a last, stupid thought, and I said, "Can we see what the Gordons were working with? I mean the simian Ebola?" He shook his head. "That is Zone 5. He thought a minute, then said, "But I can show you a pig with African swine fever, which, like Ebola, is a hemorrhagic fever. Very similar." He led the way to another corridor and stopped at a door numbered 1130. He examined the chart on the wall and said, "This one's in the final stages. The bleeding out stage. He'll be gone by morning. If he goes before then, he'll be put in a cooler, then dissected first thing tomorrow, then incinerated. This is a very frightening disease that has nearly wiped out the swine population in parts of Africa. There is no known vaccine or treatment. As I say, it's a close cousin to Ebola. He looked at me and motioned toward the viewing window. Look. I stepped up to the window and looked inside. The floor of the room was painted red, which surprised me at first, but then I understood. Near the center of the room was a huge pig lying on the floor, almost motionless, and I could see blood around its mouth, snout, and even its ears. Despite the red floor, I noticed a glistening pool of blood near its hindquarters. Behind me, Zollner was saying, "You see it bleeding out, yes? Hemorrhagic fever is terrible. The organs turn to mush. You can see now why Ebola is so feared." I noticed a big metal drain in the center of the floor, and the blood was running into the drain. And I couldn't help it, but I was back in the gutter on West 102nd Street, and my life was draining into the damn sewer, and I could see it. And I knew how the pig felt watching his own blood leaking out of him, and the rushing sound in the ears, and the pounding in the chest as the blood pressure dropped and the heart tried to compensate by beating faster and faster until you knew it was going to stop. I heard Zollner's voice from far away. "Mr. Corey? Mr. Corey? You can step away now. Let the others take a look. Mr. Corey?" Chapter 13. "We don't want any viruses or bacteria hitchhiking a ride back to the mainland," Dr. Zollner said, unnecessarily. We stripped, put the lab whites and slippers in a hamper and the paper underwear in a trash can. I was not totally focused, just sort of doing what everyone else was doing. We all followed Dr. Z to the shower room, Max, Nash, Foster, and I, and we stood under the shower heads washing our hair with a special shampoo, scrubbing our nails with a brush and disinfectant. We all gargled with some sort of horrid mouthwash, rinsed and spit. I kept soaping up and rinsing off until finally Zollner said, "That's enough. You'll catch pneumonia and die." He laughed. I dried off with the provided towel, threw it in a hamper, then walked naked back to my locker, germ-free and squeaky clean, at least on the outside. Other than the men I'd entered with, there was no one around. Even the attendant wasn't visible. I could see how a person could conceivably smuggle large items out of the lab and into the locker room. But I don't think that's what happened, so it didn't matter if it were possible or not. Zollner had disappeared and come back with locker keys, which he distributed. I opened my locker and began getting dressed. Some very thoughtful fellow, quite possibly Mr. Stevens, had been kind enough to launder my shorts, and in doing so had inadvertently washed the red clay right out of my pocket. Oh well. Good try, Corey. I examined my .38 and it looked okay, but you never know when some joker is going to file the firing pin, clog the barrel, or take the powder out of your rounds. I made a mental note to check the piece and the ammo more closely at home. Max, whose locker was beside mine, said softly, "That was an experience." I nodded and asked, "Now do you feel better about living downwind from Plum Island?" "Oh yeah, I feel fucking terrific." "I was impressed with the biocontainment," I said. "State of the art." "Yeah, but I'm thinking about a hurricane or a terrorist attack." "Mr. Stevens will protect Plum Island from a terrorist attack." "Yeah. How about a hurricane?" "Same drill as a nuclear attack. Bend over, put your head between your legs, and kiss your ass goodbye." "Right." He looked at me and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" "Sure." "You sort of got spacey back there." "Tired. My lung is wheezing." "I feel responsible about dragging you into this." "I can't imagine why." He smiled and said, "If you nail Ms. Tightass, you owe me one." "I haven't the slightest idea what you're talking about." I slipped into my docksiders and stood. I said to Max, "You must be having an allergic reaction to this soap. Your face is all blotchy." "What?" He put his hands to his cheeks and made for the closest mirror. He kept looking at himself, leaning closer over the wash basin. What the hell are you talking about? My skin is fine. Must be the light in here. Cut the crap, Corey. This isn't a funny subject. Right. I went to the door of the locker room where Dr. Z was waiting. I said to him, despite my bad manners, I'm very impressed with your operation, and I thank you for your time. I enjoyed your company, Mr. Corey. I regret having met you under these sad circumstances. George Foster joined us and said to Dr. Zollner, I intend to make a favorable report regarding your biocontainment procedures. Thank you. But I think the perimeter security could be better, and I'll recommend that a study be conducted. Zollner nodded. Foster went on, fortunately, it would appear that the Gordons did not steal any dangerous substance, and if they stole anything, it was an experimental vaccine. Dr. Zollner, again, nodded. Foster concluded, I would recommend a permanent detachment of Marines at Fort Terry. I was anxious to get out of the orange locker room and into the sunlight, so I moved toward the door and everyone followed. Out in the big, gleaming lobby, Dr. Z looked for Beth. Still not getting it. Anyway, we all walked to the reception counter where we exchanged our white plastic chain passes for the original blue clip-on ones. I said to Zollner, is there a gift shop where we can buy souvenirs and T-shirts? Zollner laughed. No, but I'll suggest it to Washington. In the meantime, you should praise that you haven't picked up a souvenir of another kind. Thanks, Doc. Dr. Zollner looked at his watch and said, you can catch the 3:45 ferry if you wish, or you can come back to my office if you have anything further to discuss. I'd wanted to go back to the artillery batteries and explore the underground passages, but I thought if I suggested that, I'd have a mutiny on my hands. Also, to be honest, I was not up to another trek around the island. I said to Dr. Zollner, we await the boss. We don't make major decisions without her. Dr. Z nodded and smiled. It appeared to me that Zollner didn't seem particularly worried about any of this. About people questioning his security or his biocontainment procedures, or even about the possibility that his two-star scientists stole something good and valuable, or something bad and deadly. It occurred to me that Zollner was not worried because even if he'd somehow screwed up, or if he could be held accountable for someone else's screw-up, he was already off the hook. He'd already cut his deal with the government. He was cooperating in a cover-up in exchange for a free pass on this problem. There was also a possibility, however remote, that Dr. Z killed the Gordons or knew who killed them. As far as I was concerned, everyone who was close to the Gordons was a suspect. Beth came out of the ladies' locker room and joined us at the reception counter. I noticed that she hadn't done a complete paint-by-numbers job, and her cheeks glowed with that freshly scrubbed look. She exchanged passes, and Dr. Zollner related his offers and our options. Beth looked at us and said, I've seen enough, unless you want to do the underground bunkers or something else. We all shook our heads. She said to Dr. Zollner, we reserve the right to revisit the island any time until this case is closed. As far as I'm concerned, you're welcome any time. He added, but it's not my decision. A horn sounded outside, and I looked through the glass doors. A white bus was out front, and a few employees were boarding. Dr. Z said, forgive me if I don't accompany you to the ferry. He shook hands with all of us and bid us fond adieu, with not a hint of good riddance. A real gentleman. We went out into the sunlight, and I breathed gallons of fresh air before boarding the bus. The driver was another security guy, and I guess he was our escort. There were only 6 employees on the bus, and I didn't recognize any of them from our tour. The bus made the 5-minute trip to the dock and stopped. We all got out and walked to the blue and white ferry, the Plum Runner. We went into the big cabin, the horn sounded, and we cast off. The 5 of us remained standing, making small talk. One of the boat's crew, a weather-beaten gent, came around and collected our passes. He said, so, did you like the island of Dr. Moreau? This literary reference took me aback, coming from an old salt. We chatted with the guy for a minute and learned his name was Pete. He also told us that he felt pretty bad about the Gordons. He excused himself and went up the stairs that led to the top deck and the bridge. I followed, and before he opened the door to the bridge, I said, "Got a minute?" "Sure." "Did you know the Gordons?" "Sure did. We rode this boat together for 2 years on and off." "I was told they used their own boat to commute." "Sometimes. Nice new Formula 303. Twin Mercs, fast as hell." Time to be blunt. I asked, "Any chance they were running drugs with that thing?" "Drugs? Hell no. They couldn't find an island, much less a drug ship." "How do you know?" "I'd talk boats with them once in a while. They couldn't navigate worth a damn. They didn't even have a navigation system on board, you know?" "Right." Now that he mentioned it, I never saw a satellite nav device on board. But if you were a drug runner, you needed a satellite navigation device. I said to Pete, maybe they were pulling a fast one on you. Maybe they were the best navigators since Magellan. "Who?" "Why do you think they couldn't navigate?" "I tried to get them into the Power Squadron course, you know? And they weren't interested." Pete was a little dense. I tried again. "Maybe they were making believe they couldn't navigate. You know, so no one would think they were running drugs." "Yeah?" He scratched his head. "Maybe. Don't think so. They didn't like the open water. If they were in their boat and they saw the ferry, they'd get on the leeward side and stay with us all the way. They never liked to lose sight of land. Does that sound like a drug runner to you?" "I guess not." "So, Pete, who killed them and why?" He did a theatrical double take, then said, "Damned if I know." "You know you thought about it, Pete. Who and why? What did you first think? What did people say?" He hemmed and hawed, then replied, "Well, I guess I thought they stole something from the lab. You know, like something to wipe out the world. And they were going to sell it to foreigners or something, you know? And the deal went bad, and they got knocked off." "And you don't think that anymore?" "Well, I heard something different." "Like what?" "Like what they stole was a vaccine worth millions." He looked at me. "Is that right?" "That's it. They wanted to get rich quick, and instead they got dead quick. The wages of sin is death." "Yep." Pete excused himself and went into the wheelhouse. It was interesting, I thought, that Pete, and probably everyone else, including yours truly, had the same initial reaction to the Gordons' deaths. Then, on second thought, I came up with drug running. Now we're doing vaccine. But sometimes your first reaction, your gut reaction, is the right one. In any event, what all three theories had in common was money. I stood on the top deck and watched the green shore of Plum Island recede into the distance. The sun was still high in the west, and it felt good on my skin. I was enjoying the ride, the smell of the sea, even the movement of the boat. I had the disturbing thought that I was going native. Next, I'd be shucking clams, whatever that means. Beth Penrose came up on deck and watched the ship's wake a while, then turned and leaned back against the rail, her face into the sun. I said to her, "You predicted what Zollner was going to say." She nodded. "It makes sense, and it fits the facts, and it resolves the problem we had with believing the Gordons were capable of stealing deadly organisms, and also the problem we had believing they were running drugs." She added, "The Gordons stole something good, something profitable. Money. Money is the motivator. Saint seducing gold, as Shakespeare said." I think I've had enough Shakespeare for this year. I mulled a moment and said, "I don't know why I never thought of that. I mean, we were so hung up on plague and stuff, we never thought of the antidotes. Vaccines, antibiotics, and antivirals and all of that. That is what the scientists are studying on Plum, and that is what the Gordons stole. Gee whiz, I'm getting dumb." She smiled and said, "Well, to tell you the truth, I started thinking about vaccines and all of that last night. Then when Stevens mentioned foot-and-mouth vaccine, I knew where that was going." "Right. Now everyone can rest easy. No panic, no hysteria, no national emergency. Geez, I thought we'd all be dead by Halloween." We looked at each other and Beth said, "It's all a lie, of course." "Yeah, but it's a really good lie. This lie takes the heat off Plum Island and off the feds in general. Meanwhile, the FBI and CIA can work the case quietly without us and without media attention. You, Max, and I just got dealt out of the Plum Island part of this case." "Right. Though we still have a double homicide to solve. On our own." "That's right," I said to Beth. "And I think I'm going to miss Ted Nash." She smiled, then looked at me with a serious expression and said, "I wouldn't cross a man like that." "Screw him." "So you're a tough guy." "Hey, I took 10 slugs and finished my coffee before I walked to the hospital." "It was 3. You spent a month in the hospital and you're still not completely recovered." "You've been talking to Max. How sweet." She didn't respond. She rarely took the bait, I noticed. I'd have to remember that. She asked me, "What did you think of Stevens?" "The right man for the right job." She asked, "Does he lie?" "Of course." "How about Zollner?" "I liked him." "Does he lie?" "Not naturally, the way Stevens does. He's been prompted, though. Rehearsed." She nodded, then asked, "Is he running scared?" "No." "Why not?" "Nothing to be frightened about. It's all under control. Stevens and Zollner have made their deals with the government." She nodded in understanding. That was my impression. The cover-up was conceived, written, and directed late last night, early this morning. The lights burned all night in Washington and on Plum Island. This morning, we saw the play. "You got it." I added, "I told you not to trust those 2 jokers." She nodded again, then said, "I've never been in a situation where I couldn't trust the people I was working with." "I have. It's a real challenge. Watch your mouth, cover your ass, grow eyes in the back of your head, smell for rats, and listen for what's not said." She glanced at me and asked, "Were you feeling okay back there?" "I'm feeling fine." "You should get some rest." I ignored this and said to her, "Nash has a teeny-weeny." "Thank you for sharing that with me." "Well, I wanted you to know because I saw that you were interested in him, and I didn't want you wasting your time with a guy who has a third pinky between his legs." "That's very thoughtful of you. Why don't you mind your own business?" "Okay." The sea got a little choppier in the middle of the gut, and I steadied myself against the rail. I looked at Beth, who had her eyes closed now, and with her head tilted back was catching a few UVs. I may have mentioned that she had one of those Cupid-like faces, innocent and sensuous at the same time. Early 30s, as I said, and once married, as she said. I wondered if her ex was a cop, or if he hated her being a cop, or what the problem was. People her age had some baggage. People my age have whole warehouses full of steamer trunks. Her eyes still closed, Beth asked me, "What would you do if you were handed a disability retirement?" "I don't know." I considered, then replied, "Max would hire me." "I don't think you're supposed to do police work if you get a 3/4, do you?" "I guess not." "I don't know what I'd do. Manhattan is expensive. That's where I live. I think I'd have to move. Maybe out here." "What would you do out here?" "Grow wine." "Grapes. You grow grapes and make wine." "Right." She opened her blue-green eyes and looked at me. Our eyes met, searched, penetrated, and all that. Then she closed her eyes again. Neither of us spoke for a minute, then she opened her eyes and inquired, Why don't we believe the Gordons stole a miracle vaccine in order to make a fortune? Because that still leaves too many questions unanswered. First, what's with the powerboat? You don't need a $100,000 boat to make a one-time score a golden vaccine, right? Maybe they knew they were going to steal the vaccine, so they knew they could afford the boat eventually, and they had some fun. When did they buy the boat? April last year, I replied. Right before the boating season. 10 thou down and they're financing the rest. Okay. Why else don't we believe the Plum Island version of events? Well, why would the customers of this vaccine have to murder two people? Especially if the person or persons on the Gordons' deck couldn't be sure of what the Gordons were delivering in the ice chest. She said, as for the murders, we both know people are killed for small reasons. As for the goods in the chest, what if the Gordons had accomplices on Plum who loaded the vaccine on their boat? The person on Plum calls the person or persons who are waiting for the Gordons and says the goods are on the way. Think accomplice on Plum Island. Think Mr. Stevens, or Dr. Zollner, or Dr. Chen, or Kenneth Gibbs, or anyone on the island. Okay, we'll put that in the clue bag. What else? She asked. Well, I'm no geopolitical expert, but Ebola is pretty rare, and the chances of the World Health Organization or the affected African governments ordering this stuff in quantities seem a little remote. People are dying in Africa of all sorts of preventable diseases like malaria and tuberculosis, and no one is buying 200 million doses of anything for them. Right. But we don't understand the ins and outs of the trade in legitimate therapeutic drugs, whether they're stolen, black market, copied, or otherwise. Okay, but you agree that the Gordons stealing this vaccine sounds implausible. She replied, no, it's plausible. I just feel it's a lie. Right. It's a plausible lie. A terrific lie. A terrific lie, I agreed. It changes the case. It sure does. What else? Well, I said, there's the chart book. Not much there, but I'd like to know what 44106818 means. Okay. And how about the archaeology on Plum? She asked. Right. That was a complete surprise to me and raises all sorts of questions, I said. Why did Paul Stevens give us that? Because it's public knowledge and we'd hear about it soon enough. Right. What's the meaning of the archaeological stuff? I have no idea. I added, but it has nothing to do with the science of archaeology. It was a cover for something, a reason to go to remote parts of the island. She said, or it may be meaningless. It may be. And then we have the red clay that I saw in the Gordons' running shoes, and which I saw on Plum. The route from the main lab into the parking lot, onto the bus, then to the dock has no place where you could pick up soft red clay in your treads. She nodded and said, I assume you took some of the clay when you went to tinkle? I smiled. As a matter of fact, I did. But when I got dressed in the locker room, someone had been kind enough to launder my shorts. She cracked, I wish they'd done the same for me. We both smiled. She said, I'll request soil samples. They can decontaminate them if they get hung up on the never leave policy. She added, you tend to take the direct approach, I see, such as filching the financial printouts, then stealing government soil, and who knows what else you've done. You should learn to follow protocols and procedures, Detective Corey, especially since this is not your jurisdiction or your case. You're going to get into trouble, and I'm not going to stick my neck out for you. Sure you are. And by the way, I'm usually pretty good with the rules of evidence, suspect rights, command structure, and all that crap when it's just regular homicides. This could have been, could still be, the plague to end all plagues. So I took a few shortcuts. Time is of the essence, the doctrine of hot pursuit and all that. If I save the planet, I'm a hero. You'll play by the rules, and you'll follow procedures.
Do not do anything to compromise an indictment or conviction in this case.
Hey, we don't even have half a suspect, and you're already in court. That's how I work a case. I said, I think I've done as much as I can here. I'm resigning my position as town homicide consultant.
Stop sulking.
She hesitated, then said, I'd like you to stay. I may actually be able to learn something from you. Clearly we liked each other, despite some run-ins and misunderstandings. Some differences of opinion, dissimilar temperaments, differences of age and background, and probably blood type, and tastes in music, and God knew what else. Actually, if I thought about it, we had not one thing in common except the job, and we couldn't even agree on that. And yet, I was in love. Well, okay, lust. But significant lust. I was deeply committed to this lust. We looked at each other again, and again we smiled. This was silly. I mean, really dopey. I felt like an idiot. She was so exquisitely beautiful. I liked her voice, her smile, her coppery hair in the sunlight, her movements, her hands. And she smelled soapy again from the shower. I love that smell. I associate soap with sex. That's a long story. Finally, she asked, What useless land? Huh? Oh, right. The Gordons. I explained about the checkbook entry and my conversation with Margaret Wiley. I concluded, I'm not a country boy, but I don't think people without bucks spend 25 G's just to have their own trees to hug. It's odd, she agreed. But land is an emotional thing. She added, My father was one of the last farmers in western Suffolk County, surrounded by subdivisions of split levels. He loved his land, but the countryside had changed. The woods and streams and the other farms were gone, so he sold. But he was not the same man afterward, even with $1 million in the bank. She stayed silent a moment, then said, I suppose we should go speak to Margaret Wiley, take a look at that land, even though I don't think it's significant to this case. I think the fact that the Gordons never told me they owned a piece of land is significant. Same with the archaeological digs. Things that don't make sense need explaining. Thank you, Detective Corey. I replied, I don't mean to lecture, but I give a class at John Jay, and sometimes a line or two slips out like that. She regarded me a moment, then said, I never know if you're pulling my leg or not. Actually, I wanted to pull her leg. Both legs, but I let that thought go and said, I really do teach at John Jay. This is John Jay College of Criminal Justice in Manhattan, one of the best such schools in the country, and I suppose she had a credibility problem with John Corey as professor. She asked, What do you teach? Well, certainly not rules of evidence, suspects' rights, or any of that. Certainly not. I teach practical homicide investigation, scene of the crime and that kind of thing. Friday nights. It's the ultimate murder mystery evening. You're welcome to sit in if I ever get back into it. Maybe January. I might do that. Come early. The class is always overflowing. I'm very entertaining. I'm sure of it. And I was sure Ms. Beth Penrose was finally considering it. The ferry was slowing as it approached the dock. I asked Beth, Have you spoken to the Murphys yet? No, Max did. They're on my list for today. Good. I'll join you. I thought you were quitting. Tomorrow. She took a notebook out of her bag and began perusing the pages. She said, I need from you the computer printouts that you borrowed. They're in my place. Okay. She scanned a page and continued, I'll call fingerprints and forensic. Plus, I've asked the DA for a subpoena for the Gordons' phone records for the last 2 years. Right. Also, get a list of licensed pistol holders in Southold Township. She asked, "Do you think the murder weapon might be a locally registered weapon?" "Maybe." "Why do you think that?" "Hunch. Meanwhile, keep dredging and diving for the bullets." "We are, but that's a real long shot. Pardon the pun. I have a lot of tolerance for bad puns." "Let me guess why." "Right. Also, if you round up the hardware on Plum Island, make sure the county does the ballistics tests, not the FBI." "I know." She detailed a bunch of other odds and ends that needed doing, and I could see she had a neat and orderly mind. She was also intuitive and inquisitive. She only lacked experience, I thought, to make a really good detective. To make a great detective, she had to learn to loosen up, to get people to talk freely, and too much. She came on a little grim and strong, and most witnesses, not to mention colleagues, would get their defenses up. "Loosen up." She looked up from her notebook. "Excuse me?" "Loosen up." She stayed quiet a moment, then said, "I'm a little anxious about this case." "Everyone is. Loosen up." "I'll try." She smiled. "I can do impersonations. I can do you. Want to see?" "No." She got all slouchy and wiggly, shoved one hand in her pocket and scratched her chest with the other, then spoke in a bass voice with a New York City accent. "Hey, like, what the hell's going on with this case, you know? What's with this bozo Nash, huh? The guy don't know a cow pie from a pizza pie. Guy's got the IQ of a box of rocks, you know? The guy's—" "Thank you," I said coolly. She actually laughed, then said to me, "Loosen up." I do not speak with such a pronounced New York City accent. "Well, it sounds like it out here." I was a little annoyed, but a little amused, too, I guess. Neither of us spoke for a few minutes. Then I commented, "I'm thinking that this case doesn't have such a high profile anymore, and that's good." She nodded. I continued, "Fewer people to deal with. No feds, no polls, no media, and for you, they won't be assigning more help than you need." I added, "When you solve this, you'll be a hero." She looked at me a long second, then asked, "You think we'll solve it?" "Of course." "And if we don't?" "No skin off my nose. You, on the other hand, will have a career problem." "Thanks." The ferry hit the rubber bumpers and the crewman threw down 2 lines. Beth, sort of thinking out loud, said, "So, in addition to the possibility of bad bugs and bad drugs, now we have the possibility of good drugs. And don't forget that Max told the media it was a double homicide of 2 homeowners who came on the scene of an ordinary burglary. And you know what? It could still be that." I looked at her and said, "Here's another one for you, and for you only. Consider that Tom and Judy Gordon knew something they weren't supposed to know, or saw something on Plum Island that they weren't supposed to see. Consider that someone like Mr. Stevens or your friend Mr. Nash whacked them. Consider that." She stayed silent a long time, then said, "Sounds like a bad movie of the week." She added, "But I'll think about it." Max called from the lower deck, "All ashore." Beth moved toward the stairway, then asked me, "What's your cell phone number?" I gave it to her, and she said, "We'll split up in the parking lot, and I'll call you in about 20 minutes. We joined Max, Nash, and Foster on the stern deck, and we all walked off together with the 6 Plum Island employees. There were only 3 people on the dock for the return to Plum, and I was struck again by how isolated the island was. In the parking field, Chief Sylvester Maxwell of the Southold PD said to everyone, "I'm satisfied that the most troubling part of this case has been cleared up. I have other duties, so I'm leaving Detective Penrose to work the homicide angle." Mr. Ted Nash of the Central Intelligence Agency said, "I'm satisfied too, and since there doesn't seem to be a national security breach or an international aspect to this situation, I'm going to recommend that my agency and I be relieved of this case. Mr. George Foster of the Federal Bureau of Investigation said, "It appears that government property has been stolen, so the FBI will remain involved with the case. I'm heading back to Washington today to report. The local FBI office will take charge of this case, and someone will be contacting you, Chief." He looked at Beth. "Or you, or your superior." Detective Elizabeth Penrose of the Suffolk County PD replied, "Well, it looks like I'm it. I thank you all for your help." We were ready to part, but Ted and I had to get in a few last friendly licks. He went first and said to me, "I truly hope we meet again, Detective Corey." "Oh, I'm sure we will, Ted. Next time try to impersonate a woman. That should be easier for you than an agriculture guy." He stared at me and said, "By the way, I forgot to mention that I know your boss, Detective Lieutenant Wolfe." Small world. He's an asshole, too. But put in a good word for me, will you, pal? I'll be sure to report that you send him your regards and that you're looking very fit to return to duty. Foster interrupted as usual and said, "It's been an interesting and intense 24 hours. I think this task force can be proud of its accomplishments, and I have no doubt the local police will bring this case to a satisfactory conclusion." I said, "In summation, long day, good job, good luck." Everyone was shaking hands now, even me, though I didn't know if I was out of a job or if I ever had a job to be out of. Anyway, brief goodbyes were said, and no one got smarmy or promised to write or meet again, and no one kissed or hugged or anything. Within a minute, Max, Beth, Nash, and Foster were in their own cars and were gone, and I was standing alone in the parking field with my finger up my nose. Weird. Last night, everyone thought the apocalypse had arrived. The Pale Horseman had begun his terrible ride. And now no one gave a rat's ass about 2 dead vaccine thieves in the morgue. Right? I began walking to my car. Who was in on the cover-up? Obviously, Ted Nash and his people, and George Foster, since he'd also been on the earlier ferry with Nash and the 4 guys in suits who disappeared in the Black Caprice. Probably Paul Stevens was in on it too, and so was Dr. Zollner. I was sure that certain agencies of the federal government had put together a cover, and it was good enough for the media, the nation, and the world. But it wasn't good enough for Detectives John Corey and Elizabeth Penrose. No, sir, it was not. I wondered if Max was buying it. People generally want to believe good news, and Max was so paranoid about germs that he'd really love to believe Plum Island was spewing antibiotics and vaccine into the air. I should talk to Max later. Maybe. The other question was this. If they were covering up, what were they covering up? It occurred to me that maybe they didn't know what they were covering up. They needed to change this case from high-profile horror to common thievery, and they had to do it quickly to get the heat off. Now they could start trying to figure out what the hell this was all about. Maybe Nash and Foster were as clueless as I was about why the Gordons were murdered. Theory 2. They knew why and who murdered the Gordons, and maybe it was Nash and Foster themselves. I really had no idea who these clowns were. With all this conspiracy stuff in mind, I remembered what Beth said regarding Nash. I wouldn't cross a man like that. I stopped about 20 yards from my Jeep and looked around. There were about 100 Plum Island employee vehicles in the ferry parking field now, but there weren't any people around. So I positioned myself behind a van and held out my keypad. Another feature that I got for my $40,000 was a remote ignition. I pressed the ignition button in a sequence, 2 longs and 1 short, and waited for the explosion. There was no explosion. The vehicle started. I let it run for a minute, then walked toward it and got inside. I wondered if I was being a little overly cautious. I guess if my vehicle had exploded, the answer is no. Better safe than sorry, I say. Until I knew who the killer or killers were, paranoia was my middle name. Chapter 14. I drove west on Main Road, my engine humming, my radio tuned to easy listening, rural scenes sliding by, blue skies, gulls, the whole 9 yards, the best that the third planet from the sun has to offer. The car phone rang and I answered, "Dial is stud, may I help you?" "Meet me at the Murphy residence," said Detective Penrose. "I don't think so," I replied. "Why not?" "I think I'm fired. If not, I quit." "You were hired by the week. You have to finish out the week." "Says who?" "Murphy House." She hung up. I hate bossy women. Nevertheless, I drove the 20 minutes to the Murphy house and spotted Detective Penrose parked out front, sitting in her unmarked black Ford LTD. I put my Jeep a few houses away, killed the engine, and got out. To the right of the Murphy's house, the crime scene was still taped off, and there was one Southold PD out front. The county mobile headquarters van was still on the lawn. Beth was on the cell phone as I approached, and she hung up and got out. She said, "I just finished a long verbal to my boss. Everyone seems happy with the Ebola vaccine angle." I asked, "Did you indicate to your boss that you think it's a crock of crap?" "No. Let's leave that thought alone. Let's solve a double murder." We went to the Murphys' front door and rang the bell. The house was a 1960s ranch, original condition, as they say. Pretty ugly, but decently maintained. A woman of about 70 answered the door, and we introduced ourselves. She stared at my shorts, probably remarking to herself about how freshly laundered they looked and smelled. She smiled at Beth and showed us inside. She disappeared toward the back of the house and called out, "Ed! Police again!" She came back into the living room and indicated a love seat. I found myself cheek to cheek with Beth. Mrs. Agnes Murphy asked us, "Would you like some Kool-Aid?" I replied, "No, thank you, ma'am. I'm on duty." Beth, too, declined. Mrs. Murphy sat in a rocker facing us. I looked around. The decorating style was what I call classical old fart. Dark, musty, overstuffed furniture, 600 ugly knickknacks, incredibly tacky souvenirs, photos of grandchildren, and so on. The walls were chalky green like an after-dinner mint, and the carpet was... well, who cares? Mrs. Murphy was dressed in a pink pantsuit made of a synthetic material that would last 3,000 years. I asked Mrs. Murphy, "Did you like the Gordons?" The question threw her, as it was supposed to. She got her thoughts together and replied, "We didn't know them very well, but they were mostly quiet." "Why do you think they were murdered?" "Well, how would I know?" We looked at one another a while, then she said, "Maybe it had something to do with their work." Edgar Murphy entered, wiping his hands on a rag. He had been in the garage, he explained, working on his power mower. He looked closer to 80, and if I were Beth Penrose preparing a future trial in my mind, I wouldn't give odds that Edgar would make it to the stand. He wore green overalls and work shoes and looked as pale as his wife. Anyway, I stood and shook hands with Mr. Murphy. I sat again, and Edgar sat in a recliner, which he actually reclined so he was looking up at the ceiling. I tried to make eye contact with him, but it was hard to do, given our relative positions. Now I remember why I don't visit my parents. Edgar Murphy said, "I already spoke to Chief Maxwell." Beth replied, "Yes, sir. I'm with Homicide." "Who's he with?" I replied, "I'm with Chief Maxwell." "No, you ain't. I know every cop on the force." This was about to become a triple homicide. I looked up at the ceiling to about where his eyes were focused and spoke, sort of like beaming up to a satellite and bouncing the signal down to the receiver. I said, "I'm a consultant." "Look, Mr. Murphy." Mrs. Murphy interrupted, "Ed, can't you sit up? That's very rude to sit like that." "The hell it is. It's my house. He can hear me okay. You can hear me okay, can't you? Yes, sir. Beth did some prelim, but related some of the details and times wrong on purpose, and Mr. Murphy corrected her, demonstrating that he had good short-term memory. Mrs. Murphy also did some fine-tuning of the events of the prior day. They seemed like reliable witnesses, and I was ashamed of myself for showing impatience with the elderly. I felt awful about wanting to squash Edgar in his recliner. Anyways, Beth and I spoke to Edgar and Agnes. It was obvious that there was little new to be learned regarding the bare facts. The Murphys were both in their sunroom at 5:30 p.m., having finished dinner. The elderly eat dinner about 4 p.m. Anyway, they were watching TV when they heard the Gordons' boat. They recognized the big engines, and Mrs. Murphy editorialized, "My, they're loud engines. Why would people need such big, loud engines?" "To annoy their neighbors, Mrs. Murphy." I asked both of them, "Did you see the boat?" "No," Mrs. Murphy replied. "We didn't bother to look." "But you could see the boat from your sunroom." "We can see the water, yes. But we were watching TV." "Better than watching the silly bay." Beth said, "John." Truly, I am a man of many prejudices, and I hate myself for all of them, but I'm a product of my age, my sex, my era, my culture. I smiled at Mrs. Murphy. "You have a beautiful house." "Thank you." Beth took over the questioning a while. She asked Mr. and Mrs. Murphy, "And you're sure you didn't hear any noise that could be a gunshot?" "Nope," Edgar Murphy replied. "My hearing's pretty good. Heard Agnes calling me, didn't I?" Beth said, "Sometimes gunshots don't sound like what we think they sound like. You know, on TV they sound one way, but in real life sometimes they sound like firecrackers or a sharp crack or a car backfiring. Did you hear any sound after the engine stopped?" "Nope." My turn. I said, "Okay, you heard the engines stop. Were you still watching TV?" "Yep, but we don't play it loud. We sit real close to it." "Backs to the windows?" "Yep." "Okay, you watched TV for 10 more minutes. What made you get up?" "It was one of Agnes's shows, some damn stupid talk show. Montel Williams." "So you headed next door to chat with Tom Gordon." "I needed to borrow an extension cord." Edgar explained that he went through a gap in the hedges, stepped onto the Gordons' wooden deck, and lo and behold, there were Tom and Judy, dead as doornails. Beth asked, "How far were you from the bodies?" "Not 20 feet. "Are you sure?" "Yep. I was at the edge of the deck, and they was like opposite their sliding glass door. 20 feet. "Okay. How did you know it was the Gordons?" "Didn't at first. I just sort of froze and stared. Then it hit me." "How did you know they were dead?" "Didn't really know at first. But I could see what looked like a third eye on his forehead. You know? They didn't move an inch. And their eyes was open, but no breathing, no moaning. Nothing." Beth nodded. "Then what did you do?" "I got the hell out of there." My turn. I asked Edgar, "How long do you think you actually stood there on the deck?" "Oh, I don't know." "Half an hour?" "Hell no. About 15 seconds. "Probably closer to 5, I suspected." I walked Edgar through these few seconds a couple of times, trying to make him remember if he heard or saw anything unusual at that moment, anything he'd forgotten to mention, but to no avail. I even asked if he recalled smelling gunpowder, but he was adamant. His first report to Chief Maxwell was all of it, and that was that. Mrs. Murphy agreed. I wondered what would have happened if Edgar had gone through the hedges about 10 minutes earlier. Probably he wouldn't have been sitting here now. I wondered if that had crossed his mind. I asked him, "How do you think the murderer got away if you didn't hear or see a car or boat?" Well, I thought about that. And? Well, there's a lot of people around here that walk, bicycle, jog and all. You know? I don't think anybody would take notice of anybody doing any of that. Right. But a jogger with an ice chest on his head might attract attention. There was a good chance the murderer was still somewhere in the area when Edgar came upon the bodies. I left the time and scene of the murder and began another line of questions. I asked Mrs. Murphy, "Did the Gordons have much company?" She replied, "A fair amount. They did a lot of cooking outside. Always had a few people over." Beth asked Edgar, "Did they take the boat out late?" "Sometimes. Hard to miss them engines. Sometimes they'd come in real late." "How late is late?" "Oh, like 2, 3 in the morning." He added, "Night fishing, I guess." One can fish from a Formula 303, as I'd done a few times with the Gordons, but a Formula 303 is not a fishing boat, as I'm sure Edgar knew. But Edgar was from the old school and believed that no one should speak badly of the dead, unless pressed. We went round and round asking about the Gordons' habits, about strange cars, and so forth. I'd never worked with Beth Penrose, of course, but we were on the same wavelength. We played a good duet. After a few minutes, Mrs. Murphy opined, "They were a real good-looking couple." I picked up the hint and asked, "Do you think he had a girlfriend?" "Oh, I didn't mean—" "Did she have a boyfriend?" "Well, when he wasn't home, she would have a gentleman caller, correct?" "Well, I'm not saying it was a boyfriend or anything." "Tell us about it." And she did, but it wasn't all that juicy. Once, back in June, when Tom was at work and Judy was home, a good-looking, well-dressed, and bearded gentleman came over in a white sports car of indeterminate make and left an hour later. Interesting, but not evidence of a torrid affair that could lead to a crime of passion. Then, a few weeks ago, on a Saturday when Tom was out in his boat, a man pulled into the driveway with a green Jeep, went into the backyard where Mrs. Gordon was sunning in a teeny-weeny bikini, took his shirt off and sunned next to her for a while. Mrs. Murphy said, "I don't think that's right when the husband's not home. I mean, she was half naked, and this feller pulls off his shirt and lays down right next to her, and they're just chatting away. Then he gets up and leaves before the husband comes back. Now, what was that all about?" I replied, it was perfectly innocent. I stopped by to see Tom about something. Mrs. Murphy looked at me, and I could feel Beth's eyes on me, too. I said to Mrs. Murphy, I was a friend of the Gordons. "Oh." Mr. Murphy chuckled up at the ceiling. He informed me, "My wife's got a dirty mind." Me too. I asked Mrs. Murphy, "Did you ever socialize with the Gordons?" "We had them here to dinner once when they first moved in about 2 years ago. They had us over for a barbecue right after. Never got together since then." I couldn't imagine why. I asked Mrs. Murphy, "Did you know any of their friends by name?" "No. I expect they were mostly Plum Island people. They're a strange bunch of ducks, if you want my opinion." And so on. They loved to talk. Mrs. Murphy rocked, Mr. Murphy played with the lever on the chair and kept changing inclines. During one of his flat-out positions, he asked me, "What did they do? Steal a whole bunch of germs to wipe out the world?" "No, they stole a vaccine that's worth a lot of money. They wanted to be rich." "Yeah? They was only renting next door. You know that?" "Yes." "Paying too damn much for the house." "How do you know?" "I know the owner. Young feller named Sanders. He's a builder. Bought the place from the Hoffmans, who were friends of ours. Sanders paid too much, then fixed it up and rented it to the Gordons. They paid too much rent." Beth said, "Let me be blunt, Mr. Murphy.
Some people think the Gordons were running drugs. What do you think? He replied without hesitation, "Could be. They was out in the boat at odd hours. Wouldn't be surprised." I asked, "Other than the bearded man in the sports car and myself, did you ever see any suspicious types in the yard or out front?" "Well, can't say as I have, to tell you the truth." "Mrs. Murphy?" "No, I don't think so. Most of the people seemed respectable. They drank too much wine. Recycling bin was full of wine bottles. Sometimes they got loud after they were drinking, but the music was soft. Not this crazy stuff you hear." "Did you have a key to their house?" I saw Mrs. Murphy shoot a glance at Mr. Murphy, who was staring at the ceiling. There was a silence, then Mr. Murphy said, "Yeah, we had the key. We kept an eye on the house for them because we're usually around." "And?" "Well, maybe last week we saw a locksmith truck there, and when the fella left, well, I just went over to try my key and it didn't work no more. I sort of expected Tom to give me a new key, but I never got one. He's got the key to my house, you know? So I called Gil Sanders and asked him, because the owner is supposed to have the key, but he didn't know nothing about that. It's none of my business, but if the Gordons wanted me to watch over the house, I guess I should have the key." He added, "Now I'm wondering if they was hiding something in there." "We're going to make you an honorary deputy, Mr. Murphy. Hey, don't repeat anything that was said here to anyone except Chief Maxwell. If anyone comes around claiming to be FBI or Suffolk County Police or New York State Police or anything like that, they might be lying. Call Chief Maxwell or Detective Penrose, okay?" "Okay." Beth asked Mr. Murphy, "Do you own a boat?" "Not anymore. Too much work and money." "Did anyone ever visit the Gordons by boat?" Beth asked. "Now and then I'd see a boat at their dock." "Did you know who the boats belonged to?" "Nope. But one time it was a boat like theirs. Speedboat. But it wasn't theirs. It had a different name." "You were close enough to see that?" I asked him. "I sometimes watch with binoculars." "What was the name on the boat?" "Can't remember. But it wasn't theirs." "Did you see anyone on board?" Beth asked. "Nope. Just happened to notice the boat. Never saw anyone get on or off." "When was this?" "Let's see. About June. Early in the season." "Were the Gordons home?" "Don't know." He added, "I watched to see who left the house, but somehow they got by me, and next thing I know, I hear the engine and the boat is heading out." "How is your distance vision?" "Not real good, except with the binoculars." "And yours, Mrs. Murphy?" "Same." Assuming there was more binocular watching of the Gordons' property than the Murphys cared to admit, I asked them, "If we showed you photos of people, could you tell me if you've ever seen them on the Gordons' property?" "Maybe." I nodded. Nosy neighbors can make good witnesses, but sometimes, like a cheap surveillance video camera, nosy neighbors witness too much that is irrelevant, blurry, boring, and muffled. We put another half hour into the questioning, but the yield was diminishing by the minute. In fact, Mr. Murphy had accomplished the near impossible by falling asleep during a police interview. His snoring was starting to get on my nerves. I stood and stretched. Beth stood and gave Mrs. Murphy her card. "Thank you for your time. Call me if either of you think of anything else." "I will." "Remember," Beth said, "I am the investigating detective assigned to this case. This is my partner. Chief Maxwell is assisting us. You should not speak to anyone else about this case." She nodded, but I didn't know if the Murphys could stand up to somebody like Ted Nash of the Central Intelligence Agency. I asked Mrs. Murphy, "Do you mind if we walk around your property?" "I guess not." We bid Mrs. Murphy farewell, and I said, "I'm sorry if I bored Mr. Murphy." "It's his nap time." "I see that." She walked us to the front door and said, "I'm scared." "Don't be,"
Beth said. "There are police watching the neighborhood." "We could get murdered in our beds." Beth replied, "We think it was someone the Gordons knew. A grudge. Nothing for you to worry about." "What if they come back?" I was getting annoyed again. "Why would the murderer come back?" I asked, a bit sharply. "They always return to the scene of the crime." "They never return to the scene of the crime." "They do if they want to kill the witnesses." "Did you or Mr. Murphy witness the murder?" "No." "Then you shouldn't worry about it," I said. "The killer might think we witnessed it." I glanced at Beth. She said, "I'll have a patrol car keep an eye on things. If you feel nervous or hear anything, dial 911. She added, "Don't you worry." Agnes Murphy nodded. I opened the door and got out into the sunlight. I said to Beth, "She actually has a point." "I know. I'll take care of it." Beth and I went around the side yard where we found the gap in the hedges. From the hedges you could see the rear of the Gordons' house and the deck, and if you stepped through and looked to the left, you could see down to the water. Out in the bay was a blue and white boat, and Beth said, "That's the Bay Constable's boat. We have 4 scuba divers looking for 2 little bullets in the mud and seaweed." Fat chance. The crime was not yet 24 hours old, and the scene was secured until at least the next morning, so we didn't enter the Gordon property because to do so would have meant another sign-in, and I was trying to sign out and sign off. But we walked along the Murphy side of the hedges toward the bay. The hedges became stunted toward the saltwater, and at a point some 30 feet from the water's edge I could see over them. We kept walking to where the bay lapped against the Murphys' bulkhead. The Murphys had an old floating dock to the left, and to the right was the Gordons' fixed dock. The spirochete was missing. Beth said the Marine Bureau took the boat to their docking area. The lab will work on it there. She asked me, "What do you think about the Murphys?" "I think they did it." "Did what?" "Murdered the Gordons." "Not directly, but they intercepted Tom and Judy on the deck, spoke to them for 30 minutes about the supermarket sales in the Saturday paper. The Gordons drew their guns and blew their own brains out." "Possible," Beth conceded. "But what happened to the guns?" "Edgar made toilet paper holders out of them." She laughed. "You're terrible. You'll be old someday." "No, I won't." Neither one of us spoke for a few seconds. We stood watching the bay. Water, like fire, is mesmerizing. Finally, Beth asked, "Were you having an affair with Judy Gordon?" "If I was, I'd have told you and told Max right up front." "You would have told Max, not me." "All right. I was not having an affair with Judy Gordon." "But you were attracted to her." "Every guy was. She was beautiful." I remembered to add, "and very bright," like I really gave a rat's ass about that. Well, sometimes I do, but I sometimes forget to list brains as an attribute. I added, "When you have a young, sexually attractive couple, maybe we should consider a sex angle." She nodded. "We'll think about it." From where we stood, I could see the flagpole in the Gordons' yard. The Jolly Rogers still flew from the mast, and the 2 signal pennants hung from the crossbeam, a.k.a. the yard arm. I asked Beth, "Can you draw those pennants?" "Sure." She took a notebook and pen and sketched the 2 pennants. "You think that's relevant? A signal?" "Why not? They're signal pennants." "I think they're just decorative, but we'll find out." "Right." I said to Beth, "Let's return to the scene of the crime." We crossed the property line and went down to the Gordons' dock. I said, "Okay, I'm Tom, you're Judy. We left Plum Island at noon, and now it's about 5:30. We're home. I kill the engines. You get off the boat first and tie the rope. I heft the chest up to the dock. Right?" "Right." I climb onto the dock, we lift the chest by the handles and start walking. We sort of simulated this, walking side by side. I said, we look up at the house. If anyone were on any of the 3 deck levels, we could see them, right? Right, she agreed. Let's say someone is there, but we know him or her or them, and we keep walking. Okay, but you'd think that person would come down to the dock to help. Common courtesy. Anyway, we're still walking. We continued side by side up to the 2nd level of the deck. Beth said at some point we would notice if the sliding glass door or screen was open. If it were, we'd be concerned and might stop or go back. The door shouldn't be open. Unless they were expecting someone to be waiting for them in the house. Right. She said, but that would have to be someone with the new key. We continued toward the house to the top level of the deck and stopped a few feet from the 2 chalk outlines, Beth opposite Judy's and me opposite Tom's. I said the Gordons have a few more feet to go, a minute or less to live. What do they see? Beth stared down at the chalk outlines, then looked at the house in front of us, at the glass doors, at the immediate area left and right. Finally, she said, they're still heading toward the house, which is 20 feet away. There's no indication they were trying to run. They're still side by side. There's no concealment anywhere except the house, and no one can get off 2 headshots from that distance. They had to know the killer, or they were not alarmed by the killer. Right. I'm thinking the killer could have been lying in a chaise lounge, faking sleep, which is why he or she didn't go down to greet the Gordons at the dock. The Gordons knew this person, and maybe Tom called out, "Hey, Joe, get up and help us with this chest of Ebola vaccine." Or anthrax. Or money. So the guy gets up, yawns, takes a few steps toward them from any of these chases, gets within spitting range, pulls a pistol, and drills them through their heads. Right? She replied, possible. She walked around the chalk outlines and stood where the killer must have stood, not 5 feet away from the feet of the chalk outlines. I moved up to where Tom had been standing. Beth raised her right hand and held her right wrist with her left hand. She pointed her finger right at my face and said, bang. I said they were not carrying the chest when they were shot. It would fly out of Tom's hand when he was shot. Tom and Judy put the chest down first. I'm not sure they were carrying any chest. That's your theory, not mine. Then where is the chest that was always in the boat? Who knows? Anywhere. Look at those 2 outlines, John. They're lying so close together, I wonder if they could have been carrying a 4-foot-long chest between them. I looked back at the outlines. She had a point, but I said, they could have put the chest down a few feet back, then walked toward their killer, who may have been lying on the chaise or standing here or had just walked out of this sliding door. Maybe. In any case, I think the Gordons were acquainted with their killer or killers. Agreed. I said to Beth, I don't think it was chance that put the killer there and the Gordons there. It would have been easier for the killer to do the shooting inside the house rather than out here. But he chose this spot. He set up his shots right here. Why? The only reason I can think of is that he had a registered pistol and he didn't want the bullets subject to ballistics later if he became a suspect. She nodded and looked out toward the bay. I continued inside the house. The rounds would have lodged somewhere, and maybe he wouldn't have been able to recover them. So he goes for 2 close-up headshots with a large caliber pistol and with nothing between the exit wounds and the deep bay. She nodded again. Looks that way, doesn't it? She added, that changes the profile of the killer. He's not a hophead or an assassin with an unregistered piece. It's someone with no access to an untraceable piece. It's a good citizen with a registered pistol. Is that what you're suggesting? I said, it fits what I see here. That's why you want the names of locals with registered weapons. Right. I added, Big caliber, registered as opposed to an illegal or hot weapon, and probably an automatic pistol as opposed to a revolver, because revolvers are nearly impossible to silence. Let's start with that theory. Beth said, "How does a good citizen with a registered pistol get an illegal silencer?" Good question. I pondered the whole profile I'd come up with and said, like anything else in this case, there's always one inconsistency that screws up a good theory. Right. She added, and then there are those 20-45 caliber automatics on Plum Island. Indeed there are. We talked it out a while, trying to piece this thing together, trying to make it 5:30 p.m. yesterday instead of 5:30 p.m. today. I could see a uniformed Southold policeman through the glass doors, but he didn't see us and moved away. After about 5 minutes of noodling, I said to Beth Penrose, "When I was a kid, I used to come out here from Manhattan with my all-American type family. Dad, Mom, brother Jim, and sister Lynn. We usually rented the same cottage near Uncle Harry's big Victorian, and we spent 2 weeks getting eaten by mosquitoes. We got poison ivy, we got fish hooks in our fingers, and then we got sunburned. We must have enjoyed it because we looked forward to it every year, the Coreys on their annual S&M outing." She smiled. I continued, "One year when I was about 10, I found a musket ball, and it blew my mind. I mean, some guy fired that thing 100 or maybe 200 years before. Then Harry's wife, my Aunt June, God rest her soul, took me to a place near the hamlet of Kachog that she said was once a Korchog Indian village, and she showed me how to look for arrowheads and cooking pits and bone needles and all that. Incredible." Beth said nothing, but she was looking at me as if this was very interesting. I went on, "I remember that I couldn't sleep nights thinking about musket balls and arrowheads, settlers and Indians, British soldiers and Continental soldiers and so forth. Before the 2 weeks of magic ended, I knew I wanted to be an archaeologist when I grew up. It didn't work out that way, but I think that was one reason I became a detective." I explained to her about Uncle Harry's driveway and how they once used cinders and clamshells to keep down the dust and mud. I said, so 1,000 years from now, an archaeologist is digging around and he finds these cinders and shells, and he makes the assumption it was a long cooking pit. Actually, he's found a driveway, but he's going to make what he thinks is a cooking pit fit his theory. Follow? Sure. Right. Okay, here's my speech to my class. Want to hear it? Shoot. Okay, class. What you see at the scene of a homicide is frozen in time. It is no longer a moving, living dynamic. You can create several stories about this still life, but these are only theories. A detective, like an archaeologist, can assemble hard facts and solid scientific evidence and still draw the wrong conclusions. Add to this a few lies and red herrings and people who were trying to help but make mistakes. Plus people who tell you what you want to hear consistent with your theory, and people with hidden agendas, and the murderer himself, who may have planted false clues. Through all this mess of contradictions, inconsistencies, and lies is the truth. I said to Beth, at this point, if my timing is right, the bell rings and I say, "Ladies and gentlemen, it is your job to know the truth." She said, "Bravo." "Thank you." "So who killed the Gordons?" she asked. "Beats the hell out of me," I replied. Chapter 15. We stood in the sun-dappled lane near Beth Penrose's black PD. It was approaching 6 o'clock. I said, "How about a cocktail?" She replied, "Can you find Margaret Wiley's house?" "Maybe. Is she serving cocktails?" "We'll ask. Jump in." I got in. She started the big engine and off we went, north through Nassau Point, across the causeway, and onto the mainland of the North Fork. "Which way?" she asked. "Right, I think." She took the turn with squealing tires. I said, "Slow down." She slowed down. It was pleasant with the windows down. The setting sun, the clean air, and all of that. We were away from the Bay Area now and were in farm and vineyard country. I said, when I was a kid, there were two kinds of farms. Potato farms owned mostly by Polish and German families who came here around the turn of the century, and the fruit and vegetable farms owned mostly by the original settlers. There are farms here that have been in the same family for 350 years. Hard to comprehend. She stayed silent a while, then said, my family owned the same farm for 100 years. Really? And your father sold it? Had to. By the time I was born, the farm sat in the middle of the suburbs. She added, we were considered weird. I was laughed at in school for being a farmer's daughter. She smiled and said, but Dad had the last laugh. $1 million for the acreage. Big money then. Big money now. I asked, have you inherited? Not yet, but I'm squandering a trust fund. I asked, will you marry me? No, but I'll let you drive my BMW. Slow down and turn left there. She turned and we headed north again. She glanced at me and said, I understood you were married? Divorced. Signed, sealed, and delivered? I think so. In truth, I didn't remember getting my final discharge papers. I remember a story on TV when you were hit. An attractive wife visiting the hospital with the mayor, the police commissioner. You remember that? Not really. Heard about it. I said, right and a quick left. We found ourselves on Lighthouse Road, and I said, go slow and we'll read numbers. The small road which led to Horton Point Lighthouse about a mile farther on had a scattering of small houses on both sides, surrounded by vineyards. We came to a pleasant brick cottage whose mailbox said Wiley. Beth stopped the car on the grass verge. I guess this is it. Probably. The phone book was full of Wileys, by the way. Probably old originals. We got out and went up a stone path to the front door. There was no bell, and we knocked. We waited. There was a car parked under a big oak tree alongside the house, so we walked around to the side, then to the back. A thin woman of about 70, wearing a flowered summer dress, was puttering around in a vegetable garden. I called out, Mrs. Wiley. She looked up from her garden, then came toward us. We met her on a patch of lawn between the house and the garden. I said, I'm Detective John Corey. I phoned you last night. This is my partner, Detective Beth Penrose. She stared at my shorts, and I thought maybe my fly was open or something. Beth showed Mrs. Wiley her badge case, and the lady seemed satisfied with Beth, but still uncertain about me. I smiled at Margaret Wiley. She had clear gray eyes, gray hair, and a sort of interesting face with translucent skin. A face that reminded me of an old painting. Not any particular painting, or artist or style, just an old painting. She looked at me and said, You called very late. I couldn't sleep. This double murder kept me awake, Mrs. Wiley. I apologize. I don't suppose I want an apology. What can I do for you? Well, I said, we were interested in the piece of land that you sold to the Gordons. I think I told you all I know. Yes, ma'am, you probably did. Just a few more questions. Sit over here. She led us to a grouping of green-painted Adirondack chairs beneath a weeping willow. We all sat. The chairs, which had been popular when I was a kid, had made a big comeback, and you saw them all over now. These particular chairs in Mrs. Wiley's yard, I suspected, had never been away, so that a comeback wasn't necessary. The house, the yard, the lady in the long cotton dress, the willow tree, the rusty swing set, and the old tire hanging by a rope from the oak tree. All of this had a 1940s and 1950s look, like an old photograph that had been color-tinted. Truly, time moved more slowly here. There was a saying that in Manhattan the present was so strong it obscured the past. But here the past was so strong it obscured the present. I could smell the sea, the Long Island Sound, about a quarter mile away, and I thought I caught a whiff of the grapes that had fallen to the ground in the nearby vineyard. This was a unique environment of sea, farm, and vineyard, an unusual combination found only in a few places along the East Coast. I said to Mrs. Wiley, "You have a beautiful place here." "Thank you." Margaret Wiley was my third old person of the day, and I determined to do better with her than I had with Edgar and Agnes. In fact, Margaret Wiley wasn't going to take any crap from me. I could sense that. She was the no-nonsense, old-family, get-to-the-point-and-mind-your-manners type. I'm a good interrogator because I can pick out personalities and types and tailor my approach accordingly. This doesn't mean I'm simpatico, sensitive, or empathetic. I'm an overbearing, egocentric, and opinionated male chauvinist pig. That's my comfort zone. But I listen and I say what has to be said. It's part of the job. I said to Mrs. Wiley, "Do you manage this place by yourself?" "Mostly. I have a son and 2 daughters, all married and living in the area. 4 grandchildren. My husband Thad died 6 years ago." Beth said she was sorry. That out of the way, Beth asked, "Do you own these vineyards?" "I own some of this land. I lease it to the wine people. Regular farmer's lease for a season. Wine people need 20 years, they say. I don't know anything about grapevines." She looked at Beth. "Does that answer your question?" "Yes, ma'am." Beth asked, "Why did you sell an acre to the Gordons?" "What does that have to do with their murders?" Beth replied, "We don't know until we find out more about the transaction." It was a simple land sale. I said to Mrs. Wiley, "To be frank, ma'am, I find it odd that the Gordons spent so much money for land that couldn't be developed." "I think I told you, Detective. They wanted a view of the Sound." "Yes, ma'am." "Did they mention any other use they might want to make of the land? For instance, fishing, boating, camping?" "Camping. They mentioned pitching a tent. And fishing. They wanted to surf cast at night from their own beach. They also said something about wanting to buy a telescope. They wanted to study astronomy. They'd visited the Custer Institute. Have you been there?" "No, ma'am." It's a small observatory in Southold. The Gordons had taken an interest in astronomy. That was news to me. You'd think that people who looked at bugs through a microscope all day wouldn't want another lens in their eye at night. But you never know. I asked, "And boating?" "You can't launch any boat from there, except maybe a canoe. The land is on a high bluff, and you couldn't get anything except a canoe up there, then down to the beach. But you could land a boat on the beach." "Maybe at high tide, but there are treacherous rocks along that stretch. You could probably anchor and swim or walk to the beach at low tide." I nodded, then asked, "Did they mention any agricultural interest in the land?" "No. It's not good for much. Didn't I tell you that?" "I don't recall." "Well, I did." She explained, "Whatever's growing on that bluff took a long time to get used to the wind and the salt air." She added, "You might try root vegetables on the landward side." "Right." I tried another tack and inquired, "What was your impression of the Gordons?" She looked at me, thought a moment, then replied, "A nice couple. Very pleasant." "Happy?" "They seemed happy." "Were they excited about their purchase?" "You could say so." "Did they approach you about selling your land?" "Yes. They made some inquiries first. I heard about that long before they came to me. When they asked me, I told them I wasn't interested." "Why's that?" "Well, I don't like to sell land." "Why not?" "Land should be held and passed on to the family." She added, "I've inherited some parcels through my mother's side. This piece of land that the Gordons were interested in was from my husband's side." She seemed to reflect a moment, then added, "Thad made me promise not to sell any of it. He wanted it to go to the children. But this was only an acre. I didn't really need the money, of course.
but the Gordons seemed to have been heart-set on this bluff. She glanced at me and Beth and said, "I asked the children, and they thought that their father would approve." It always amazed me that widows and children, who were entirely clueless about what to get the old boy for Christmas or Father's Day, knew exactly what the late great Pop would want after he popped off. Mrs. Wiley continued, "The Gordons understood that the land couldn't be developed." "You mentioned that." I asked pointedly, "And for that reason, wouldn't you agree that $25,000 was above market price?" She leaned forward in the deep Adirondack chair and informed me, "I also gave them an easement through my land to theirs." She added, "Let's see what the land goes for when the estate sells it." "Mrs. Wiley, I'm not faulting you for making a good deal for yourself. I'm wondering why the Gordons wanted or needed that land so badly." "I told you what they told me. That's all I know." "The view must be breathtaking for 25 big ones." "It is." I said, "You mentioned that you lease your farmland." "Yes. My children aren't interested in farming or in grape growing for the wineries." "Did that ever come up with the Gordons? I mean about you leasing your farmland?" "I suppose it did." "And they never asked you if they could lease a part of the bluffs?" She thought a moment, then said, "No, now that you mention it." I glanced at Beth. Clearly this made no sense. Two government employees who could be transferred at any time, rent a house on the South Bay, then buy an acre on the North Shore for $25 large to have another water view. I asked Mrs. Wiley, "If they'd offered to lease an acre or so of that bluff, would you have said yes?" She nodded. "I might have preferred that." "How much would you have asked by the year?" "Oh, I don't know. The land has no use. I suppose 1,000 would be fair?" She added, "A very nice view." I said, "Would you be good enough to show us this land?" "I can give you directions, or you can look up the survey in the county clerk's office." Beth said, "We would really appreciate it if you would come with us." Mrs. Wiley looked at her watch, then at Beth. "All right." She stood. "I'll be right back." She went inside through the rear screen door. I said to Beth, "Tough old duck. You bring out the worst in people." I was being very nice this time. "That's what you call nice?" "Yes, I'm being nice." Scary. I changed the subject and said, "The Gordons had to own the property." She nodded. "Why?" "I don't know. You tell me." "Think about it." "Okay." Mrs. Wiley came out of the back door, which she left unlocked. She was carrying her pocketbook and car keys. She walked toward her car, a basic gray Dodge about 5 years old. If Thad were alive, he'd approve. Beth and I got in her car and we followed Mrs. Wiley. We made a right on Middle Road, a 4-lane road that ran east-west, parallel to the old colonial-era main road. Middle Road passed through the heart of the farmland and vineyards, with sweeping vistas in all directions. The sunshine on the windshield felt good. The air smelled of grapes. A copper-haired babe was driving, and if I wasn't investigating the murder of 2 friends, I'd be whistling. On my left, about a mile away to the north, I could see where the flat, tillable land suddenly rose up like a wall, so steep it couldn't be farmed, and the slope was covered with trees and bush. This was, in fact, the bluff whose north slope fell into the sea, but from here you couldn't see the water, and the sharp rise appeared to be a range of low hills. Mrs. Wiley had a heavy foot, and we scooted past tractors and pickup trucks. A sign told us we were in the hamlet of Peconic. There were a good number of vineyards on both sides of the road, all identified by wooden signs with gilded and lacquered logos, very upscale, promising expensive wines. I said to Beth, "Potato vodka." "That's it. I need only 20 acres and a still. Corey and Krumpinski, fine potato vodka, natural and flavored. I'll get Martha Stewart to do cookbooks and suggested accompaniments to the vodka. Clams, scallops, oysters. Very upscale. What do you think? Who's Krempinski? I don't know. A guy. Polish vodka. Stanley Krempinski. He's a marketing creation. He sits on his porch and says cryptic things about vodka. He's 95 years old. His twin brother Stephen was a wine drinker and died at 35. Yes, no? Let me think about it. Meanwhile, the overpriced acre seems more odd when you consider the Gordons could have had the same acre on a lease for $1,000. Is this relevant to the murders or not? Maybe. On the other hand, it could be nothing more than bad judgment on the Gordons' part, or even a land scam. I said the Gordons could have figured out a way to reverse the sale of the development rights. Therefore, they have a waterfront acre for 25 G's that as a building plot is worth maybe 100. Neat profit. She nodded. I'll talk to the county clerk about comparative sale prices. She glanced at me as she drove and said, You have formed another theory, obviously. Maybe. Not obviously. She stayed silent a while and said, They needed to own the land, right? Why? Development? Right of way? Some big state park project in the works? Oil, gas, coal, diamonds, rubies. What? There are no minerals on Long Island, no precious metals, no gems. Just sand, clay, and rock. Even I know that. Right. But you're on to something. Not anything specific. I have this, feeling. Like I know what's relevant and what's not, sort of like one of those image association tests. You know? You see 4 pictures, a bird, a bee, a bear, and a toilet bowl. Which one doesn't belong? The bear. The bear. Why the bear? It doesn't fly. The toilet bowl doesn't fly either, I pointed out. Then the bear and the toilet bowl don't belong. You're not... Anyway, I can sense what belongs in the sequence and what doesn't. Is this like the pings? Sort of. Mrs. Wiley's brake lights went on and she swung off the highway onto a dirt farm road. Beth, not paying attention, almost missed the turn and two-wheeled it behind Margaret. We headed north toward the bluffs on the dirt road that ran between a potato field to the left and a vineyard to the right. We bumped along at about 30 miles an hour, dust flying up all over the place, and I could actually taste it on my tongue. I rolled up my window and told Beth to do the same. She did and said, apropos of nothing, We're approaching Toity-Toid-and-Toid. I do not speak with that kind of accent. I do not find that amusing. I hear you. Mrs. Wiley swung off onto a smaller, rutted track that ran parallel to the bluff, which was only about 50 yards away now. After a few hundred yards, she stopped in the middle of the track and Beth pulled up behind her. Mrs. Wiley got out and we followed suit. We were covered with dust and so was the car, inside and out. We approached Mrs. Wiley, who was standing at the base of the bluff. She said, Hasn't rained in 2 weeks. The grape growers like it that way this time of year. They say it makes the grape sweeter, less watery, ready for harvest. I was brushing dust off my t-shirt and eyebrows and really didn't give a damn. Mrs. Wiley went on, The potatoes don't need the rain either this time of year. But the vegetables and fruit trees could use a good soaking. I really didn't care, but I didn't know how to convey this without sounding rude. I said, I guess some folks are praying for rain and some are praying for sun. That's life. She looked at me and said, You're not from around here, are you? No, ma'am. But my uncle has a place here. Harry Bonner, my mother's brother, has a farm bay estate down in Mattatuck. Or is it a bay farm estate? Anyway, oh yes. His wife June passed away about the same time as my Thad. That would be about right. I wasn't totally blown away that Margaret Wiley knew Uncle Harry. I mean, the full-time population out here is, as I said, about 20,000, which is 5,000 fewer people than work in the Empire State Building.
I don't mean that all 25,000 people who work in the Empire State Building know one another, but anyway, Margaret and, I guess, the late Thad Wiley knew Harry and the late June Bonner. I had this bizarre thought that I'd get Margaret and crazy Harry together, they'd marry, she'd die, Harry would die, and leave me thousands of acres of North Fork real estate. I'd have to first bump off my cousins, of course. This sounded a little too Shakespearean. I had the strong feeling I'd been out here too long in the 17th century.
John, Mrs. Wiley is speaking to you.
Oh, sorry. I was badly wounded and I have some residual consciousness lapses.
You look awful,
Mrs. Wiley informed me. Thank you.
I was saying, how is your uncle?
Very fine. He's back in the city. Makes a lot of money on Wall Street, but very lonely since Aunt June died.
Give him my regards.
I will. Your aunt was a fine woman. She said it with that inflection that means, how'd she get such a dork of a nephew? Margaret continued, June was a good amateur archaeologist and historian. Right. Peconic Historical Society. Are you a member?
Yes.
That's how I met June. Your uncle was not interested, but he did finance a few digs. We excavated the foundation of a farmhouse that dated to 1681. You ought to see our museum if you haven't. In fact, I was going to see it today, but this other thing came up.
We're only open weekends after Labor Day, but I have a key.
I'll give you a call. I looked up at the bluff rising out of the flat earth. I asked Mrs. W., is this the Gordons' land?
Yes.
You see that stake over there? That's the southwest corner. Down the trail here about 100 yards is the southeast corner. The land starts here and rises to the top of the bluff, then down the other side and ends at the high water mark. Really? Doesn't sound too accurate. Accurate enough. It's custom and law. High water mark. The beach belongs to everyone. That's why I love this country.
Do you?
Absolutely. She looked at me and said, I'm a daughter of the American Revolution. I thought you might be. My family, the Willises, have been here in this township since 1653. My goodness. They came to Massachusetts on the ship after the Mayflower, the Fortune. Then they came here to Long Island. Incredible. You just missed being a Mayflower descendant. She replied, I'm a Fortune descendant. She looked around and I followed her gaze. South of us stretched the potato field to the right and the vineyard to the left. She said, it's hard to imagine what life was like in the 1600s. Thousands of miles from England, woods where those fields are now, cleared by axe and ox, unknown climate, unknown soil, few domestic animals, an unreliable source of clothing, tools, seed, gunpowder, and musket balls, and hostile Indians all around. Sounds worse than Central Park after midnight in August. Margaret Wiley ignored me and said, it's very difficult for people like us, I mean my people, to part with even an acre of land. Right. But for 25 large we can talk. I said, I found a musket ball once. She looked at me as if I were a half-wit. She directed her attention toward Beth and prattled on a bit, then said, well, you don't need me to show you up to the top. There's a path right there. It's not difficult going up, but be careful on the seaside. It drops steeply, and there aren't many footholds. She added, this bluff is actually the terminal moraine of the last ice age. The glacier ended right here. In fact, the glacier stood before me now. I said, thank you for your time and patience, Mrs. Wiley. She started to walk off, then looked at Beth and asked her, do you have any idea who could have done it?
No, ma'am.
Did it relate to their work? In a way, but nothing to do with germ warfare or anything dangerous. Margaret Wiley didn't look convinced. She went back to her car, started it, and drove off in a cloud of dust. I called after her, eat my dust, Margaret, you old...
John.
I brushed the dust off my clothes again. I said to Beth, "Do you know why daughters of the American Revolution don't have group sex?"
"No, but I'm about to find out."
"You are. Daughters of the American Revolution don't have group sex because they don't want to have to write all those thank you notes."
Do these jokes come from an inexhaustible supply?
You know they do. We both looked up at the bluff. I said, "Let's see that 25G view." We found the small path and I went first. The path led through some thick bushes, a lot of scrub oak, and a few bigger trees that looked like maples, but could have been banana trees for all I knew. Beth, dressed in a khaki poplin skirt and street shoes, wasn't having an easy time of it. I pulled her up over a few steep spots. She hiked her skirt up, or it rode up, and I was treated to a perfect pair of legs. It was only about 50 feet to the top, the equivalent of a 5-story walk-up, which I used to be able to do with enough energy left to kick down a door, wrestle a perp to the floor, slap the cuffs on, and drag him down to the street and into a PD. But that was then. This was now, and I felt shaky. Black spots danced before my eyes, and I had to stop and kneel down. Beth asked, "Are you okay?" "Yeah. Just a minute." I took a bunch of breaths and then continued on. We reached the top of the bluff. The growth here was much more stunted because of the wind and salt air. We looked out over the Long Island Sound, and truly it was an incredible panorama. Although the south slope of the bluff was only 50 feet from the base to the crest, the north slope down to the beach was about 100 feet. It was, as Mrs. Wiley warned, very steep, and when we peered down over the edge, we could see seagrasses, erosion gullies, mudslides, and rock falls that swept down to a nice long beach that stretched east and west for miles. The Sound was calm, and we saw a few sailboats and powerboats. A huge cargo ship was heading west toward New York or one of the Connecticut ports. About 10 miles away, we could make out the Connecticut coast. The bluff ran west for a mile or so and disappeared at a point of land jutting into the Sound. To the east, the bluff ran with the beach for several miles and ended at Horton Point, which was identifiable because of the lighthouse. Behind us, the way we had come up, were the flat farmlands, and from up here we could see the quiltwork of potatoes, grapevines, orchards, and corn. Quaint clapboard houses and white, not red, barns dotted the green fields. I said, "What a view."
"Magnificent,"
Beth agreed. She asked, "Worth 25,000? "That is the question." I looked at her. "What do you think?"
"In theory, no. But up here, yes."
Well put. I saw a boulder in the tall grass and sat on it, staring out to sea. Beth stood to my side, also staring out to sea. We were both sweaty, dirty, dusty, out of breath, and tired. "Time for cocktails," I said. "Let's head back."
"Just a minute. Let's be Tom and Judy. Tell me what they wanted here, what they were seeking."
Okay. I stood on the boulder and looked around. The sun was setting, and way off to the east the sky was purple. To the west it was pink, and overhead it was blue. Gulls sailed, whitecaps raced across the Sound. Birds sang in the trees, a breeze blew out of the northeast, and there was a smell of autumn as well as salt. I said to Beth, "We've spent the day on Plum Island. We were in biocontainment all day, wearing lab clothes, surrounded by viruses. We shower out, race to the spirochete or to the ferry, cross the gut, get into our car, and come here. This is wide open, clean, and invigorating. This is life. We brought a bottle of wine and a blanket. We drink the wine, we make love, we lie on the blanket and watch the stars come out. Maybe we go down to the beach and swim or surf cast under the stars and moon. We are 1,000,000 miles from the laboratory. We go home, ready for another day in biocontainment." Beth stayed silent for a while, then, without replying, she moved to the edge of the bluff, then turned and walked to the only substantial tree on the crest, a 10-foot-tall, gnarled oak.
She bent down, then straightened up, holding a coil of rope in her hand. "Look at this." I joined her and looked at her find. The rope, made of green nylon about a half an inch thick, was knotted every 3 feet or so for handholds. One end was tied to the base of the tree. Beth said, "There's probably enough rope here to reach the beach." I nodded. "That would certainly make the climb up and down easier." "Yes." She knelt and looked down the slope. I did the same. We could see where the grass was worn from the climbs up and down the face of the bluff. It was, as I said, a steep slope, but not too difficult for anyone in decent shape, even without a rope. I leaned farther over the edge and noticed that where the grass had eroded there were those reddish streaks of clay and iron in the soil. I noticed something else. About 10 feet below, a sort of shelf or ledge appeared. Beth noticed it too and said, "I'm going to have a look." She pulled at the rope and, satisfied that it was securely attached to the tree trunk, and the tree trunk was securely attached to the ground, she took the rope in both hands and walked backwards down the 10 feet to the ledge, playing out the rope as she descended. She called up, "Come on down. This is interesting." "Okay." I walked down the slope, holding the rope in one hand. I stood on the ledge beside Beth. She said, "Look at that." The ledge was about 10 feet long and 3 feet deep at the widest. In the center of the ledge was a cave, but you could tell it was not natural. In fact, I could see shovel marks. Beth and I crouched down and peered into the opening. It was small, about 3 feet in diameter and only about 4 feet deep. There was nothing inside the excavation. I couldn't imagine what this was for, but I speculated, you could stash a picnic lunch and a cooler of wine in there. Beth added, "You could even put your legs in there and your body out on this ledge and go to sleep. Or have sex." Why did I know you were going to say that? "Well, it's true." I stood. "They may have intended to make this bigger." "For what?" "I don't know." I turned toward the sound and lowered myself into a sitting position, my feet dangling over the ledge. "This is nice. Have a seat." "I'm getting cold." "Here, you can have my t-shirt." "No, it smells." "You're no Petunia yourself." "I'm tired, I'm dirty, my pantyhose are ripped, and I have to go to the bathroom." "This is romantic." "It could be, but it's not now." She stood, grabbed the rope, and walked up to the crest. I waited until she got to the top, then followed. Beth coiled the rope and put it back at the base of the tree as she'd found it. She turned and we found ourselves face to face, about a foot apart. It was one of those awkward moments, and we stood for exactly 3 seconds. Then I put my hand out and brushed her hair, then her cheek. I moved in for the big smooch, confident we were about to lock lips, but she stepped back and uttered the magic word that all modern American men have been Pavloved to respond to. "No." I immediately jumped back 6 feet, and I clasped my hands behind my back. My little Woody dropped like a dead tree, and I exclaimed, "I mistook your friendly banter for a sexual come-on. Forgive me." Actually, that's not exactly what happened. She did say no, but I hesitated, a look of abject disappointment on my face, and she said, "Not now," which is good. Then, "Maybe later," which was better. Then, "I like you," which was best. I said, "Take your time," which I sincerely meant, as long as she didn't take more than 72 hours, which is sort of my limit. Actually, I've waited longer. We didn't say anything else about that, but walked down the landward side of the bluff and got into the black PD. She started the car, threw it into gear, then put it back into park and leaned over and kissed me perfunctorily on the cheek. Then into gear again, and off we went, raising dust. A mile later, we were on Middle Road. She had a good sense of direction and headed back to Nassau Point without my help. She saw an open service station, and we both used the respective lavs to freshen up, as they say. I couldn't remember the last time I looked this dirty.
I'm a pretty dapper guy on the job, a Manhattan dandy in tailor-made suits. I felt like a kid again, dirty Johnny rooting around the Indian burial sites. In the service station office, I bought some really gross snacks. Beef jerky, peanut butter crackers, and gummy bears. Out in the car, I offered some to Beth, who refused. I said if you chew this all together, it tastes like a Thai dish called sandang phan. I discovered that by accident. I hope so. We drove a few minutes. The combo of beef jerky, peanut butter crackers, and gummy bears actually tasted awful, but I was starving and I wanted that dust out of my throat. I asked Beth, "What do you think? I mean about the bluff." She thought a moment, then replied, "I think I would have liked the Gordons." "You would have." "Are you sad?" "Yeah. I mean, we weren't best buddies. I only knew them a few months, but they were good people, full of fun and life. They were too young to have ended their lives like that." She nodded. We drove across the causeway onto Nassau Point. It was getting dark. She said, "My brain is telling me this piece of land is what it appears to be. A romantic retreat, a place to call their own. They were Midwesterners. They probably came from land, and they found themselves here as tenants in a place where land means a lot, like where they came from. Right?" "Right." "And yet—" "Yes. And yet. And yet they could have saved themselves about 20 G's if they'd leased for 5 years. I added, they had to own the land. Think about that." "I'm thinking about it." We wound up at the house where the Gordons had lived, and Beth pulled up behind my Jeep. She said, "It was a long day. Come back to my place. Follow me." "No, I'm going home tonight." "Why?" "There's no reason to be here 24 hours a day any longer, and the county won't pay for the motel." "Stop at my place first. I have to give you the computer printouts." "They'll wait until tomorrow." She said, "I need to go to the office tomorrow morning. Why don't I meet you tomorrow about 5 o'clock? "My place." "All right. Your place, 5 p.m. I'll have some information by then." "Me too." "I'd rather you didn't proceed until you see me," she said. "Okay." "Get your status straight with Chief Maxwell." "Will do." "Get some rest," she said. "You too." "Get out of my car." She smiled. "Go home. Really?" "I will. Really." I got out of her car. She made a U-turn, waved, and drove off. I got into my Jeep, determined not to do anything that would make it speak French. Seatbelt on, doors locked, emergency brake off. I started the engine and the car didn't utter a peep. As I drove back to my Bay Farm estate, or Farm Bay estate, or whatever, I realized I hadn't remembered to use the remote to start the vehicle. Well, what difference did it make? The new car bombs all exploded after about 5 minutes anyway. Besides, no one was trying to kill me. Well, someone had tried to kill me, but that had to do with something else. Quite possibly that was random, or if it were planned, the shooters considered that I was out of action, and whatever I'd done to piss them off was avenged without me having to be actually dead. That's the way the Mafia operated. If you survived, you were usually left alone. But these gentlemen who were blasting away at me looked decidedly Hispanic, and those hombres didn't always consider the job done until you were planted. But that wasn't my concern at the moment. I was more concerned about what was going on around here, whatever it was. I mean, here I am in a very peaceful part of the planet, trying to get my mind and body to heal, and right beneath the surface we have all sorts of weird crap going down. I kept thinking about that pig bleeding from its ears and nose and mouth. I realized that people on that little island had discovered stuff that could exterminate almost every living thing on the planet. The convenient thing about biological warfare has always been easy deniability and its untraceable origins.
The entire culture of biological research and weapons development has always been permeated with lies, deception, and denial. I pulled into the driveway of Uncle Harry's house. My tires crunched over the seashells. The house was dark, and when I shut off my headlights, the entire world fell into darkness. How do rural people live in the dark? I tucked my t-shirt in so as to free the butt of my .38. I didn't even know if my piece had been tampered with. Anyone who would tamper with a guy's shorts would certainly tamper with his revolver. I should have checked before. Anyway, keys in my left hand, I opened the front door, my right hand ready to go for the gun. The gun should have been in my right hand, but men, even when completely alone, have to show balls. I mean, who's looking? I guess I'm looking. You have balls, Corey. You're a real man. The real man had a sudden urge to go tinkle, which I did in the bathroom off the kitchen. Without turning on any lights, I checked the answering machine in the den and saw I had 10 messages. Quite a lot for a fellow who had none the whole preceding week. Assuming that none of these messages would be particularly pleasant or rewarding, I poured a big, fat brandy from Uncle's crystal decanter into Uncle's crystal glass. I sat in Uncle's recliner and sipped, vacillating between the message button, my bed, or another brandy. Another brandy won a few more times, and I postponed coming to grips with the electronic horror of the telephone answering machine until I had a little buzz on. Finally, I hit the message button. You have 10 messages, said the voice, agreeing with the message counter. The first message came at 7 a.m. and was from Uncle Harry, who'd seen me on TV the night before but didn't want to call so late, though he had no problem calling so early. Thankfully, I was already on my way to Plum Island at 7 a.m. There were 4 similar messages. One from my parents in Florida who hadn't seen me on TV but had heard I was on TV. One from a lady named Kobe who I see now and then and who may have wanted to be Kobe Corey for some reason. And then a call each from my siblings, Jim and Lynn, who were good about staying in touch. There would probably have been more calls about my brief TV appearance, but very few people had my number, and not everyone would recognize me since I had lost so much weight and looked terrible. There was no call from my ex-wife, who, despite no longer loving me, wants me to know that she likes me as a person, which is odd because I'm not that likable. Lovable, yes. Likable, no. Then there was my partner, Dom Finelli, who called at 9 a.m. and said, "Hey, you hump. I saw your mug on the morning news. What the hell are you doing out there? You got 2 Pedros looking for your ass, and you show up on TV, and now everyone knows you're out east. Why don't you put your poster in the Columbian post office? Jesus, John, I'm trying to find these guys before they find you again." Anyway, more good news. The boss is wondering what the hell you're doing at a crime scene. What's going on out there? Who iced those 2? Hey, she was a looker. You need help? Give a call. Keep your pee-pee in the teepee. Ciao. I smiled. Good old Dom. A guy I could count on. I still remember him standing over me as I lay bleeding in the street. He had a half-eaten donut in one hand and his piece in the other. He took another bite of the donut and said to me, "I'll get them, John. I swear to God I'll get the bastards who killed you." I remember informing him I wasn't dead, and he said he knew that, but I probably would be. He had tears in his eyes, which made me feel terrible, and he was trying to talk to me while chewing the donut, and I couldn't understand him. Then the pounding started in my ears, and I blacked out. Anyway, the next call came at 9:30 a.m. and was from the New York Times, and I wondered how they knew who I was and where I was staying. Then the voice said, "You can have the paper delivered to your door daily and Sunday as a new subscriber for only $3.60 weekly for 13 weeks. Please call us at 1-800-631-2500 and we'll begin service immediately." I get it at the office. Next. Max's voice came over the speaker and said, "John, for the record, you're no longer employed by the Southold Township PD. Thanks for your help. I owe you $1, but I'd like to buy you a drink instead. Call me." Screw you, Max.
The next call was from Mr. Ted Nash, CIA super spook. He said, "I just want to remind you that a murderer or murderers are on the loose, and you may be a target. I thoroughly enjoyed working with you, and I know we'll meet again. Take care of yourself." Fuck you, Ted. I mean, if you're going to threaten me, at least have the balls to come out and say it, even if it is being recorded. There was one more message on the machine, but I hit the stop button before it played. Then I dialed the sound view and asked for Ted Nash. The clerk, a young man, said there was no one there registered by that name. I asked, "How about George Foster?" "No, sir." "Beth Penrose?" "She just checked out." I described Nash and Foster to the clerk, and he said, "Yes, there are 2 gentlemen here that fit that description." "They still there?" "Yes." "Tell the bigger guy, the one with the curly black hair, that Mr. Corey got his message, and that he should heed his own warning. Got that?" "Yes, sir." "Also tell him I said he should go fuck himself." "Yes, sir." I hung up and yawned. I felt like crap. I probably had gotten 3 hours sleep in the last 48. I yawned again. I hit the play button and the final message came on. Beth's voice said, "Hi, I'm calling from the car. I just wanted to say thanks for your help today." I don't know if I said that. Anyway, I enjoyed meeting you, and if somehow we don't get together tomorrow, I may not get out that way. Lots of office stuff and reports. Well, I'll call either way. Thanks again. The machine said, "End of messages." I played the last one again. The call had come not 10 minutes after I'd left her, and her voice sounded distinctly formal and distant. In fact, it was a brush-off. I had this totally paranoid thought that Beth and Nash had become lovers and were at that moment in his room having wild, passionate sex. Get a grip, Corey. Whom the gods wish to destroy, they first make horny. I mean, what else could go wrong? I spend the day in biocontainment, and I'm probably infected with bubonic plague. I'm probably in trouble back on the job. Pedro and Juan know where I am. Max, my bud, fires me. Then a CIA guy threatens my life for no reason. Well, he may have an imagined reason. And then my true love takes a powder, and I'm picturing her with her legs wrapped around Bozo Boy. Plus, Tom and Judy, who liked me, are dead. And it was only 9 p.m. The idea of a monastery suddenly popped into my head. Or better yet, a month in the Caribbean, following my big friend Peter Johnson from island to island. Or I could stay here and tough it out. Revenge, vindication, victory, and glory. That's what John Corey was about. Furthermore, I had something no one else had. I had a half-assed idea of what this was about. I sat in the dark, quiet den, and for the first time all day I was able to think without interruption. My mind had a whole bunch of things on hold, and now I started to put them together. As I stared out the dark window, those little pings in my head were making white dots on the black screen, and the image was starting to take shape. I was far from seeing the complete picture, let alone any of the details, but I could make a good guess about this thing's size, shape, and direction. I needed a few more points of light, a half-dozen little pings, and then I would have the answer to why Tom and Judy Gordon were murdered. Chapter 16. Morning sunlight streamed into my second-floor bedroom windows, and I was happy to be alive. Happy to discover that the bloody dead pig on the pillow beside me had been a bad dream. I listened for the sounds of birds just to be sure I wasn't the only living creature on Earth. A gull squawked somewhere over the bay. Canada geese were honking on my lawn. A dog barked in the distance. So far, so good. I rose, showered, shaved, and so forth, and made a cup of freeze-dried microwave coffee in the kitchen. I had spent the night thinking, or as we say in the biz, engaged in deductive reasoning. I had also made callbacks to Uncle Harry, parents, siblings, and Dom Finelli, but not to the New York Times or to Max. I told everyone that the person on TV was not me, and that I had not seen the news show or shows in question. I said that I had spent the night watching Monday Night Football in the Old Town Tavern, which is what I should have done, and I had witnesses. Everyone bought it. I hoped my commanding officer, the aforementioned Detective Lieutenant Wolfe, would also buy it. Also, I told Uncle H that Margaret Wiley had the hots for him, but he seemed uninterested. He informed me, Dickie Johnson and I were born together, grew up together, had lots of women together, and got old together, but he died before me. How depressing. Anyway, I called Dom Finelli, but he was out, and I left a message with his wife Mary, whom I used to get along with until I got married. But Mary and X didn't like each other at all. Neither my divorce nor my getting shot had made Mary and me buddies again. It's weird. I mean, with partners' wives. It's a bizarre relationship at best. Anyway, I said to Mary, tell Dom that wasn't me on TV. A lot of people made the same mistake. Okay. If I die, it's the CIA who did it. Tell him. Okay. There may be people on Plum Island who are also trying to kill me. Tell him that. Okay. Tell him to talk to Sylvester Maxwell, chief of police out here, if I die. Okay. How are the kids? Okay. Gotta run. My lung is collapsing. I hung up. Well, at least I was on record, and if my phone was tapped by the feds, it's good for them to hear me tell people that I think the CIA is trying to kill me. Of course, I didn't really think that. Ted Nash personally would like to kill me, but I doubted if the agency would approve capping a guy just because he was a sarcastic prick. Point was, though, if this thing had to do with Plum Island in some significant way, then it wouldn't surprise me if a few more bodies did turn up. Last night, while I made my phone calls, I checked out my piece and ammo with a flashlight and magnifying glass. Everything looked okay. Paranoia is kind of fun if it doesn't eat up too much time and doesn't get you off the track. I mean, if you're having a routine day, you can make believe someone's trying to kill you or otherwise fuck you up, then you can play little games, like using the remote car ignition, imagining someone's tapped your phone or tampered with your weapon. Some crazy people make up imaginary friends who tell them to kill people. Other crazy people make up imaginary enemies who are trying to kill them. The latter, I think, is a little less crazy and a lot more useful. Anyway, I had spent the rest of the night going through the Gordons' financial records again. It was that or Jay Leno. I had looked closely at May and June of the previous year to see how the Gordons had financed their one-week vacation in England after their business trip. I noticed now that the Visa card in June was slightly higher than usual, and so was their Amex. A small bump in a usually smooth road. Also, their phone bill last June was about $100 higher than usual, indicating perhaps long-distance activity in May. Also, I had to assume they'd taken cash or traveler's checks with them, yet there were no unusual cash withdrawals. This was the first and only indication that there was outside cash available to the Gordons. People with illegal income often buy thousands of dollars in traveler's checks, go out of the country, and blow it out big time. Or maybe the Gordons knew how to do England on $20 a day. Whatever the case might be, regarding the printouts, they basically had clean sheets, as we say. Whatever they were up to, they hid it well, or it didn't entail large expenses or large deposits. At least not in this account. The Gordons were very bright, I reminded myself. And they were scientists, and as such, they were careful, patient, and meticulous. It was now 8 a.m. Wednesday morning, and I was on my second cup of bad coffee, looking around the refrigerator for something to eat. Lettuce and mustard? No. Butter and carrots? That worked. I stood at the kitchen window with my carrot and tub of butter, mulling, brooding, noodling, chewing, and so forth. I waited for the phone to ring, for Beth to confirm for 5 p.m., but the kitchen was quiet, except for the clock. I was dressed more spiffily this morning with tan cotton pants and striped Oxford shirt. A blue blazer hung on the back of the kitchen chair. My .38 was on my ankle, and my shield, for what it was worth out here, was inside my jacket. And, optimist that I am, I also had a condom in my wallet. I was ready for battle or romance, or whatever the day would bring. Carrot in hand, I walked down the sloping lawn to the bay. A light mist hung above the water. I walked out to the end of my uncle's dock, which needed major repair, and I watched where I stepped. I recalled the time the Gordons tied up to the dock. This would have been about mid-June, only a week or so after I'd met them for the first time, which had been in the bar of Claudio's restaurant in Greenport. On the occasion of their docking here at Uncle Harry's, I had been in my customary convalescing position on the back porch, drinking convalescent beer, checking out the bay with the binocs when I spotted them. Back in Claudio's the week before, they had asked me to describe my house from the water, and sure enough, they'd found it. I recalled that I had walked down to the dock to greet them, and they talked me into taking a spin with them. We tooled around the series of bays that lie between the north and south forks of Long Island. Great Peconic Bay and Little Peconic, Noyac Bay and Southold Bay, then out into Gardiner's Bay, and then to Orient Point. At one point, Tom opened the throttles on the speedboat, and I thought we were going to go airborne. I mean, that thing was nose up and breaking the sound barrier. Anyway, this was also the time when the Gordons showed me Plum Island. Tom had said, "That's where we work." Judy had added, "Someday we'll see if we can get you a visitor's pass. It's really interesting." And so it was. That was the same day we got caught in the wind and currents in Plum Gut, and I thought I was going to puke my guts into the gut and wondered if that was how the gut got its name. I recalled that we'd spent the whole day on the water and had come back here exhausted, sunburned, dehydrated, and hungry. Tom went for pizzas, and Judy and I slugged beers on the back porch and watched the sun go down. I don't think I'm a particularly likable fellow, but the Gordons went out of their way to befriend me, and I never understood why. I didn't need or want the company at first. But Tom was smart and funny, and Judy was beautiful. And bright. Sometimes things don't make sense while they're happening, but after a period of time, or after an incident or whatever, then the significance of what was done or said is clear. Right? The Gordons may have known they were in danger, or could be in danger. They'd already made the acquaintance of Chief Maxwell, and they wanted some person or persons to know they were tight with the chief. Next, they spent a good deal of time with yours truly, and again, I think this may have been a way of showing someone that Tom and Judy hung out with the fuzz. Maybe Max or I would get a letter delivered if anything happened to the Gordons, but I wasn't holding my breath. Also, on the subject of things that made sense in retrospect, on that particular night in June, before Tom had returned with the pizza, Judy, who'd poured 3 beers into an empty stomach, had asked me, regarding Uncle's house, "What's a place like this worth?" "I guess about 400,000, maybe more." "Why?" "Just wondering. Is your uncle selling it?" "He offered it to me for below market, but I'd need a 200-year mortgage." And there the discussion ended. But when people ask you how much a house or a boat or car is worth, then ask you if it's for sale, they're either nosy or in the market. The Gordons weren't nosy. Now, of course, I think that the Gordons expected to become rich very quickly. But if the source of these newfound riches was an illegal transaction, the Gordons could hardly flash the money around and start buying $400,000 homes on the water. Therefore, the expected bucks were either legit or would have the appearance of legit. Vaccine? Maybe. And then something went wrong, and those bright brains got splattered across the cedar deck, like somebody dropped a 5-pound package of ground beef near the barbecue grill. I remembered later that night in June remarking to Tom that I thought we had been in some danger out in the gut. Tom had switched from beer to wine, and his mind was mellow. He had a philosophical streak for a techno guy, and he'd said to me, "A boat in the harbor is a safe boat." But that's not what boats are for. Indeed not, metaphorically speaking. It occurred to me that people who play with Ebola virus and other deadly substances must by nature be risk-takers. They had won for so long at the game of biohazard that they'd begun to think they were charmed. They decided to branch out into another dangerous game, but one that was more lucrative. They were, however, out of their element, like the scuba diver who goes mountain climbing or vice versa. Lots of guts and lung power, but not a clue about how it's done. Well, back to Wednesday morning in September, about 9 a.m. now. Tom and Judy Gordon, who stood right here on Uncle Harry's dock with me, are now dead, and the ball is in my court, to switch metaphors. I turned and walked back toward the house, invigorated by the morning air and my carrot, motivated by my good memories of two nice people, my mind clear, the disappointments and worries of yesterday put in their proper perspective. I was rested and eager to do battle, to kick ass. I had yet another seemingly unconnected dot that needed to be placed on the sonar screen. Mr. Frederick Tobin, Vintner. But first, thinking someone may have called whilst I was reflecting by the bay, I checked my answering machine, but there were no messages. Bitch. Oh, now, John. More annoyed than hurt, I left the house. I was wearing Mr. Ralph Lauren's blazer, Mr. Tommy Hilfiger's Oxford shirt, Mr. Eddie Bauer's pants, Mr. Perry Ellis's boxer shorts, Mr. Karl Lagerfeld's aftershave, and Messrs. Smith & Wesson's revolver. I started the Jeep with the remote and climbed in. Bonjour, Jeep. I drove up to Main Road and turned east into the rising sun. Main Road is mostly rural, but becomes the main streets of many of the hamlets. Between the downtowns are barns and farmhouses, nurseries, lots of farm stands, a few good and simple restaurants, a bunch of antique stores, and some really charming New England-style clapboard churches. One thing that has changed since I was a wee lad, however, is that Main Road now boasts about 24 wineries. Regardless of where the vineyards are, most of the wineries have set up headquarters on Main Road to rope in the turistas. There are wine tours and free wine tastings, followed by a mandatory visit to the gift shop where the day tripper feels obligated to buy the local grape nectar along with wine country calendars, cookbooks, corkscrews, coasters, and whatnot. Most of these winery buildings are actually converted farmhouses and barns, but some are big new complexes that combine the actual wine-making facilities with the wine and gift shop, a restaurant, wine garden, and so forth. Main Road is not exactly the Rue du Soleil, and the North Fork is not the Côte du Rhône, but the overall ambience is pleasant, sort of a cross between Cape Cod and the Napa Valley. The wines themselves aren't bad, I'm told. Some are quite good, I'm told. Some have won national and international competitions, I'm told. As for moi, I'll have a bud. In the hamlet called Peconic, I pulled into a big gravel parking field marked by a wooden sign that read Frederick Tobin Vineyards. The sign was black lacquer and the letters were carved into the wood and painted gold. Some weird streaks of various colored paint crisscrossed the black lacquer, and I would have thought this was vandalism, except I'd seen the same streaks on the Tobin wine labels in the liquor stores, and also on the wine labels while sitting on the back deck of Tom and Judy's house. Regarding the paint streaks on Mr. Tobin's sign, I concluded that this was art. It's getting harder to tell the difference between art and vandalism. I exited my expensive sport utility vehicle and noticed a dozen others like my own. This was where they bred, perhaps. Or were these the vehicles of choice for urban and suburban cowboys whose definition of off-road meant a parking lot? But I digress. I walked toward the Tobin complex. The smell of crushed and fermenting grapes was overwhelming, and a million bees flew around. About half of them liked my Lagerfeld. How shall I describe the Tobin winery? Well, if a French chateau were built of American cedar shingle, it would look like this place. Clearly, Mr. Tobin had spent a small fortune on his dream. I'd been here before and knew the place. Even before I entered, I knew that the complex consisted of the visitors' reception area, to the left of which was the big gift and wine shop. To the right was the actual winemaking wing, a sprawling two-story building filled with copper vats, crushers, and all that stuff. I once took a guided tour and listened to the blabber. Never in the course of human events has so much bullshit been concocted about something as small as a grape. I mean, a plum is bigger, right? People make plum wine, right? What's with this grape crap? Anyway, rising above all of this is a broad central tower, sort of like a castle keep about 50 feet high, from which flies a big flag. I don't mean Old Glory. I mean a black flag with the Tobin logo on it. Someone likes to see his name around. All of the shingle is stained white, so from a distance it kind of looks like it could be one of those limestone chateaus you see in the travel brochures. Freddie put a big bucko into this thing, making me wonder exactly how much money there was in grape squeezing. To continue the word picture of Chateau Tobin, farther to the left was a small restaurant that women and reviewers invariably described as cute. I called it prissy and stuffy. But no matter, it wasn't on my list of places to go if the Old Town Tavern was closed by the Board of Health. The restaurant had a covered terrace where people who dressed with Eddie, Tommy, Ralph, Liz, Carol, and Perry could sit and bullshit about the wine, which, by the way, is really grape juice with alcohol. Anyway, attached to and behind the cute restaurant is a bigger catering hall, a nice place to have a wedding, christening, or bar mitzvah, according to the brochure that was signed by Frederick Tobin, proprietor. I'd been to the hall for one of Mr. Tobin's wine-tasting soirees back in July. The occasion was to celebrate some new releases, by which I guess he meant wine that was ready to sell and guzzle. I had been a guest of the Gordons, as I may have mentioned, and there were about 200 people present, the cream of North Fork society. Bankers, lawyers, doctors, judges, politicians, a few attendees from Manhattan who had summer places here, successful merchants and realtors, and so forth. Mixed in with the local creme were a smattering of artists, sculptors, and writers, who for various and sundry reasons didn't do the Hampton scene across the bay. Probably many of them weren't financially successful enough to afford the Hamptons, though of course they'd tell you they were more artistically honest than their Hampton colleagues. Barf. Also, Max had been invited but couldn't attend. According to Tom and Judy, they were the only Plum Island people there. Tom said, hosts and hostesses avoid Plum Island people like the plague. We both got a good chuckle out of that. Gosh, I missed Tom. And Judy, too. She was bright. I recalled that on this occasion of tasting the juice of the grape, Tom introduced me to our host, Frederick Tobin, a single gentleman who at first glance appeared to be a man who wore comfortable shoes, if you get my meaning. Mr. Tobin was dressed in a foppish purple suit, a white silk shirt, and a tie that sported vines and grape clusters. Gag me with a spoon. Mr. Tobin was polite, but a bit cool toward moi, which always annoys me when I'm in la-di-da gatherings. I mean, a homicide detective sort of crosses social lines, and the average host or hostess enjoys a detective or two around to spin a yarn. Everyone loves murder. But Frederick sort of blew me off before I could tell him my theory about wine. I had mentioned to Tom and Judy that Monsieur didn't even have the courtesy to make a pass at me. Tom and Judy informed me that Freddie, as no one dared call him to his face, was in fact an enthusiastic heterosexual. Some people, according to Judy, mistook Frederick's charm and refined manners as a sign that he was gay or bi. That has never happened to me. I discovered from the Gordons that the suave and debonair Mr. Tobin had studied viniculture in France and held some grape juice degrees and all that. Tom had pointed out to me a young lady who was Mr. Tobin's current live-in. She was an absolute knockout. About 25, Tall, blonde, blue eyes, and built like she came out of a Jell-O mold. Oh, Freddie, you lucky dog. How could I have misjudged you? So that was my sole encounter with the Lord of the Bees. I could see why Tom and Judy had sought this fellow out. For one thing, the Gordons loved wine, and Tobin made some of the best. But beyond that, there was a whole social matrix to the wine biz, such as that party, and private dinner parties, and outdoor concerts at the vineyards, extravagant picnics on the beach, and so forth. The Gordons seemed to buy into this whole thing, which surprised me. And though they weren't fawning over Frederick Tobin or sucking up to him, they certainly had little in common with him socially, financially, professionally, or otherwise. Point is, I found it a little out of character for Tom and Judy to be involved with a guy like Frederick. Regarding that name, there's a case of getting rid of an E while everyone else around here was trying to tack E's onto things. To be succinct, Frederick the Grape seemed like a pompous ass, and I liked the idea of popping his balloons a little. Also, he had a beard, and perhaps a white sports car. I was now in the gift shop poking around, trying to find something nice for my lost love. Something like a corkscrew whose handle said I got screwed on the North Fork. Lacking that, I found a nice hand-painted ceramic tile showing an osprey perching on a pole. This is a very strange-looking bird, but I liked the tile because it had no wine motif. As the cashier wrapped it, I asked her, "Is Mr. Tobin in?" The attractive young lady glanced at me and replied, "I'm not sure. I thought I saw his car. White sports car, right?" "He may be around. That will be $10.97 with tax." I paid $10.97 with tax and collected my change and package. "Have you done the wine tour?" she asked me. "No, but I saw a beer made once." I took my shield case out of my jacket and held it up to her. "Police department, miss. What I'd like you to do is press whatever button on your phone there that will connect you with Mr. Tobin's office and have him come here chop-chop. Okay?" She nodded and did as she was told. She said into the phone, "Marilyn, there's a policeman here who wants to see Mr. Tobin." "Chop-chop." "Without delay," she translated. "Okay. Yes, I'll tell him." She hung up and said to me, "He'll be right down." "Where's up?" She pointed to a closed door in the far wall and said, "That leads to the tower suites. The business offices." "Right. Thanks." I went to the door and opened it, finding myself in a large, round, wood-paneled common area, sort of a lobby that was the base of the tower. One door led to the fermenting vats, and one back to the reception area from which I'd entered. A glass-paneled door led outside to the rear of the winery. There was also a staircase leading up, and to the right of that, an elevator. The elevator door opened, and Mr. Tobin strode out, barely giving me a glance in his haste to get to the gift shop. I noted that the expression on his face was one of concern. I said, "Mr. Tobin?" He turned toward me. "Yes." "Detective Courtney." I sometimes mispronounce my own name. "Oh. Yes, what can I do for you?" "I just need some of your time, sir." "What is this about?" "I'm a homicide detective." "Oh. The Gordons." "Yes, sir." He apparently didn't remember my face, which is the same one I had in July when I met him. True, my name had changed slightly, but anyway, I wasn't going to prompt him. Regarding my status, jurisdiction, and all that technical crap, I simply had not heard Max's message on my machine. I said to the proprietor, "I understand you were a friend of the victims." "Well, we were social acquaintances." "I see." Regarding Frederick Tobin, he was dressed, I'm chagrined to say, somewhat like I was dressed. A bunch of designer labels and docksiders. He had no grape tie, but sported a silly lilac-colored puff in the breast pocket of his blue blazer. Mr. Tobin was a man of about 50, perhaps younger, less than medium height, which might account for his Napoleon complex. He was of medium build, had a full head of short brown hair, though not all his own, and a neatly trimmed beard. His teeth, also not his own, were pearly white, and his skin was suntanned. All in all, he was a well-groomed fellow, well-spoken, and he carried himself well. However, all the cosmetics and grooming couldn't change his beady dark eyes, which moved all over the place, like they were loose in their sockets. Mr. Tobin wore a pine-scented aftershave lotion, which I suspected did not attract bees. He asked me, "Do I understand that you want to question me?" "Just a few routine questions." There are no routine questions in a homicide investigation, by the way. "I'm sorry, I have absolutely no knowledge of what could have happened to the Gordons." "Well, they were murdered." "I know. I just need some background." "Perhaps I should call my attorney." My eyebrows rose at that. I said, "That's your right." I added, "We can do this down at the station house with your attorney present. Or we can do this here in about 10 minutes. He seemed to mull this over. "I don't know. I'm not used to this." I spoke in my most engaging tone. "Look, Mr. Tobin, you're not a suspect. I'm just interviewing friends of the Gordons. You know, background." "I see. Well, if you think I can help, I'll be happy to answer any questions you have." There you go. I wanted to get this guy away from a phone, so I said, "Hey, I've never walked through a vineyard. Can we do that?" "Of course. Actually, I was about to do that when you arrived." This really works out for everyone. I followed him out the glass-paneled door into the sunlight. 2 small dump trucks were parked nearby, filled with grapes. Mr. Tobin informed me we began harvesting 2 days ago. "Monday?" "Yes." "That's a big day for you." "It's a fulfilling day." "You were here all day, I guess?" "I was here early." I nodded. "Good harvest?" "Very good so far, thank you." We walked across the back lawn into the closest vineyard between 2 rows of unpicked grapes. It really smelled good out here, and the bees hadn't located me yet, thank goodness. Mr. Tobin indicated my little bag with his logo on it and inquired, "What did you buy?" "A painted tile for my girlfriend." "Which one?" "Beth." "I mean, which painted tile?" "Oh, the Osprey." "They're making a comeback." "Painted tiles?" "No, ospreys. Look, Detective, they're weird. I read that they mate for life. I mean, they're probably not Catholic. Why do they mate for life?" "Detective, but then I read another version of that. The females will mate for life if the male comes back to the same nest. You know, the wildlife people put these big poles up with platforms on them, and they build their nests there. The ospreys, not the wildlife people." "Detective, what it comes down to is that the female is not really monogamous. She's attached to the nest. She goes back to the same nest every year, and she'll screw for the first male who shows up. Sort of like Southampton ladies in their summer houses, you know? They never want to give up the Hampton house. I mean, okay, the guy may be dead or he took a powder and he'll never show up, but sometimes he's just late getting a train, you know? Meanwhile, she's balling the pool guy. But anyway, back to the ospreys. Excuse me, Detective, what was... Just call me John." He glanced at me, and I could see he was trying to place me, but wasn't quite getting it. In any case, after my little Columbo routine, Tobin had decided I was a simpleton, and he was a little more relaxed. He said to me, "I was shocked to hear the news." He added, "What a tragedy. They were so young and vibrant." I didn't respond. "Do you know anything about the funeral arrangements?" "No, sir, I don't. I think the Gordons are still in the ME's office, the medical examiner. They're all, like, in pieces now, and then they get put back together later. Like a jigsaw puzzle, except the ME saves the organs. I mean, how would anyone know the organs are missing?" Mr. Tobin didn't comment. We walked a while in silence through the vineyards. Sometimes if you don't ask questions, the person you're interviewing gets fidgety and starts to babble to fill in the silence. After a minute or so, Mr. Tobin said, "They seemed like such nice people." I nodded. He let a few seconds pass, then added, "They couldn't have had an enemy in the world. But there are some strange goings-on at Plum Island. Actually, what happened sounds like a burglary. That's what I heard on the radio. Chief Maxwell said it was a burglary. But some of the media are trying to connect it to Plum Island. I should call Chief Maxwell. He and I are friends. Acquaintances. He knew the Gordons." "Really? Everyone seems to know everyone else out here." "It seems that way. It's the geography. We're bounded by water on 3 sides. It's almost like a small island. Eventually, everyone's paths cross. That's why this is so disturbing. It could have been one of us." "You mean the killer or the victims?" "Well, either," Mr. Tobin replied. "The killer could be one of us, and the victims could have been—" "Do you think the killer will strike again?" "Oh, I hope not. I have enough to do." We kept walking along this really long row of vines, but Mr. T had stopped running at the mouth, so I asked him, "How well did you know the Gordons?" "We were social acquaintances. They were enamored with the glamour and romance of winemaking." "Really? Are you interested in wine, Detective?" "No, I'm a beer guy myself. Sometimes I drink vodka. Hey, how does this sound?" I pitched him Krumpinski's real potato vodka, flavored and natural. "What do you think? A sister industry, right? There are potatoes all over the place here. This whole end of Long Island could be swimming in alcohol. Some people see grape jelly and mashed potatoes. We see wine and vodka. What do you think?" Interesting concept. He pulled a bunch of white grapes from the vine and squeezed one in his mouth. Very nice. Firm, sweet, but not too sweet. Just enough sun and rain this year. This is going to be a vintage year. Terrific. When was the last time you saw the Gordons? About a week ago. Here, try this. He put a few grapes in my hand. I put one into my mouth, chewed, and spit out the skin. Not bad. The skins have been sprayed. You should squeeze the pulp into your mouth. Here." He handed me half the bunch. We walked along like old buds, squeezing grape pulp into our mouths. But not each other's mouths. We weren't that close yet. Mr. Tobin went on about the weather, the vines, and all that. He said, "We have the same moderate annual rainfall as Bordeaux." You don't say. But our reds are not as dense as Bordeaux-classed growths. Our texture is different. Of course. In Bordeaux, they let the skins macerate with the new wine for a long time after fermentation. Then they age the wine in the barrel for perhaps 2 or 3 years. That won't work for us. Our grapes and theirs are separated by an ocean. They are the same species, but they've developed their own character. Just like us. Good observation. We also have to handle the wine more gently when racking than they do in Bordeaux. I made some mistakes in the early years. We all do. Here, protecting the fruit is more important, for instance, than worrying about a tannic taste. We don't get the tannin they do in Bordeaux. That's why I'm proud to be an American. When making wine, one can't be too dogmatic or too theoretical. You have to discover what works. Same with my job. But we can learn from the old masters. In Bordeaux, I learned the importance of leaf spread. That's the place to learn it. This wasn't as bad as a history lesson, but it was a damn close second. Nonetheless, I let him babble. I stifled a yawn. He said, "Leaf spread lets you capture sunlight at this northern latitude. They don't have that problem in southern France or Italy or California. But here on the North Fork, as in Bordeaux, you have to strike a balance between leaf cover and sun on the grapes." He went on, and on. And yet I found myself almost liking the guy, my first impression notwithstanding. I don't mean we were ever going to be big pals, but Frederick Tobin was a man of some charm, though a wee bit intense. You could tell he loved what he did. He seemed very much at home among the vines. I was beginning to understand why the Gordons might like him. He said to me, "The North Fork is a microclimate, different from the surrounding areas. Do you know that we get more sunlight than they do right across the bay in the Hamptons?" "You're kidding. Do the rich people in the Hamptons know that?" He continued, "More sunlight than right across the Sound in Connecticut." "You don't say. Why is that?" "It has to do with the bodies of water and the prevailing winds around us. We have a maritime climate. Connecticut has a continental climate. It can be 10 degrees colder over there in the winter. That would damage the vines." Goes without saying. Also, it never gets too hot here, which can also stress the vines. The bodies of water all around us have a moderating influence on the climate. Warmer, sunnier, ospreys coming back, that's great. And the soil is very special. This is very rich glacial soil, just the right nutrients, and it's drained by the sand stratum below. Boy, I'll tell you, when I was a kid, if anyone had said to me, "Hey, John, this will all be vineyards someday," I'd have laughed in his face and kicked him in the balls. Does this interest you? Very much. Not a bit. We turned into another row where a mechanical harvester was beating the crap out of the vines, and the grape bunches were getting sucked into this contraption. Jeez, who invents these things? We got into another row where a couple of nubile young things in shorts and Tobin t-shirts were doing it by hand. Baskets of grapes sat in the row. The Lord of the Vines stopped and bantered with them. He was on his game today, and the noobs were responding well. He was probably old enough to be their father, but girls paid attention to money, pure and simple. I had to use all my charm and wit to get the little undies off, but I know rich guys who say less clever and charming things to young ladies. Things like, "Let's fly Concorde to Paris this weekend." Works every time. After a minute or so, we moved on from the little grape pluckers, and Mr. Tobin said to me, "I haven't heard the news this morning, but one of my employees told me that she heard on the radio that the Gordons had possibly stolen a new miracle vaccine and were going to sell it. Apparently they were double-crossed and murdered. Is that right?" "That seems to be what happened." "There's no danger of a plague or some kind of epidemic?" "None at all." "Good. There were a lot of worried people the other night." "Worry no more. Where were you Monday night?" "Me? Oh, I was at dinner with friends. In my own restaurant, right here, as a matter of fact." "What time?" "About 8. We hadn't even heard the news yet." "Where were you earlier? Like about 5:30? "I was home." "Alone?" "I have a housekeeper and a girlfriend." "That's nice. Will they recall where you were at 5:30? "Of course. I was home." He added, "That was the day of the first pick. I arrived here about dawn. By 4 I was exhausted and went home to nap. Then I came back here for dinner. A little celebration to mark the harvest. You never know when the first pick will be, so it's always spontaneous. In a week or 2, we'll have a big harvest dinner." "What a life." I asked, "Who was at dinner?" "My girlfriend, the estate manager, some friends." He looked at me and said, "This sounds like an interrogation." It should. It was. But I didn't want to get Mr. Tobin agitated and have him calling his lawyer, or Max. I said to him, "These are just standard questions, Mr. Tobin. I'm trying to get a picture of where everyone was Monday night, what everyone's relationship was to the deceased, that sort of thing." When we have a suspect, then some of the friends and co-workers of the Gordons may become witnesses. You see? We don't know until we know.
I see.
I let him settle down a while, and we did grape talk again. The guy was smooth, but like anyone else, he was a little jumpy around the fuzz. I asked him, when and where did you see the Gordons last week?
Oh, let me think. Dinner at my house. I had a few people over.
What was your attraction to the Gordons?
What do you mean?
Just what I said.
He replied, I think I indicated it was the other way around, Detective.
Then why would you invite them to your house?
Well, in truth, they told some fascinating tales about Plum Island.
My guests always enjoyed that.
He added, the Gordons earned their dinner.
Did they? The Gordons rarely spoke about their job to me.
Also, he said, they were an exceptionally attractive couple. He asked me, I suppose when you saw them, but she was a rare beauty.
Indeed she was. I asked, were you popping her?
Excuse me?
Were you sexually involved with Mrs. Gordon?
Heavens, no.
Did you give it a try?
Of course not.
Did you at least think about it? He thought about if he thought about it, then said, sometimes. But I'm not a wife chaser. I have enough on my plate.
Do you?
I guess champagne works when you own the vineyard, the chateau, the fermenting vat, and the bottling plant. I wonder if guys who own microbreweries get laid as much as vintners. Probably not. Go figure. Anyway, I asked Mr. Tobin, have you ever been to the Gordons' house?
No.
I don't even know where they lived. Then where did you send the social invitations?
Well, my public relations person does that. But now that I think about it, I recall that they lived in Nassau Point.
Yes, sir. It was in all the news. Nassau Point residents found murdered.
Yes.
And I remember they mentioned they had a place on the water.
Indeed they do.
Did. They commuted to Plum Island often. They probably said that a few dozen times at dinner parties along with the Plum Island stories.
Yes, they did. I noticed that Mr. Tobin had little beads of sweat at the base of his hair weave. I had to keep in mind that the most innocent of people got the sweats when they were under the modified and civilized third degree. I mean, we used to talk about sweating information out of people in the old days. You know, the glaring lights, the non-stop interrogations, the third degree, whatever the hell that means. Today, we're very gentle, sometimes, but no matter how gentle you are, some people, innocent and guilty alike, just don't like being questioned. It was getting a little warmer, and I took off my blue blazer and threw it over my shoulder. My S&W was on my ankle, so Mr. T was not alarmed. The bees had found me, and I said, do these sting? If you annoy them, they do.
Well, I'm not annoying them. I like bees.
They're actually wasps. Yellow jackets. You must be wearing some cologne that they like.
Lagerfeld.
That's one of their favorites.
He added, ignore them.
Right. Were the Gordons invited to dinner Monday night?
No, I wouldn't have normally invited them to a small, spontaneous gathering. Monday's gathering was mostly close friends and people involved with the business.
I see.
Why do you ask that?
Oh, just for the irony of it.
You know, if they'd been asked, maybe they'd have come home sooner, gotten dressed. You know, they might have missed their appointment with death.
He replied, no one misses their appointment with death.
Yeah, you know, I think you're right.
We were in a row of vines with purple grapes now. I asked Mr. Tobin, why do purple grapes make red wine?
Why?
Well,
I guess you could more properly call it purple wine. I would. Mr. Tobin said, "This is actually called Pinot Noir. Noir means black." I took French. These grapes are called black, they look purple, and the wine is called red. You see why people are confused? It's really not that complicated. Sure it is. Beer is easy. There's lager and pilsner, right? Then you have ale and stout. Forget those, and forget dark beer and bock. Basically, you have lager and pilsner, light or regular. You go into a bar and you can see what's on tap because the taps are labeled. You can ask, "What do you have in bottles?" When they're through rattling it all off, you say Bud. End of story. Mr. Tobin smiled. That's very amusing. Actually, I enjoy a good cold beer on a hot day. He leaned toward me conspiratorially and said, "Don't tell anyone. Your secret is safe with me." Hey, this goes on forever. How many acres do you have here? Here I have 200 acres. I have another 200 scattered around. Wow, that's big. Do you lease land? Some. Do you lease land from Margaret Wiley? He didn't reply immediately, and if I'd been facing him across a table, I could have seen his expression the moment I said Margaret Wiley. But the hesitation was interesting enough. Finally, Mr. Tobin replied, "I believe we do." "Yes, we do. About 50 acres. Why do you ask?" "I know she leases land to the vintners. She's an old friend of my aunt and uncle. It's a small world. Small fork." I changed the subject and asked, "So are you the biggest grape on the fork?" "Tobin is the biggest vineyard on the North Fork, if that's what you mean." "How do you manage that?" "Hard work, a good knowledge of viniculture, perseverance, and a superior product." He added, "And good luck. What frightens us here is hurricanes. Late August to early October. One year the harvest was very late, about mid-October. No fewer than 6 hurricanes came up from the Caribbean. But every one of them turned off in another direction. Bacchus was watching over us." He added, "That's the god of wine. And a hell of a composer." "That's Bach." "Right. By the way, we have concerts here and sometimes operas. I can put you on our mailing list if you'd like." We found ourselves heading back into the big shingled complex. I said, "That would be great. Wine, opera, good company. I'll send you my card. I'm out at the moment." As we approached the winery, I looked around and said, "I don't see your house." "I don't actually live here. I do have an apartment on the top of that tower, but my house is south of here." "On the water?" "Yes." "Do you boat?" "A little." "Motor or sail?" "Motor." "And the Gordons were guests in your house?" "Yes, a few times." "They arrived by boat, I guess." "I believe they did once or twice." "And did you ever visit them in your boat?" "No." I was going to ask him if he owned a white formula, but sometimes it's a good idea not to ask a question about something you can discover another way. Questions tend to tip people off, to spook them. Frederick Tobin, as I said, was not a murder suspect, but I had the impression he was hiding something. Mr. Tobin showed me in through the entrance that we'd come out of. He said, "If I can be of any further help, please let me know." "Okay. Hey, I have a date tonight and I'd like to get a bottle of wine." "Try our Merlot. The 95 is incomparable, but a little pricey." "Why don't you show me? I have a few more things to cover anyway." He hesitated a moment, then led me into the gift shop, which was attached to a spacious wine-tasting room. It was a very handsome room with a 30-foot-long oak tasting bar, a half-dozen booths to one side, boxes and racks of wine all over the place, stained glass windows, a quarry tile floor, and so on. About a dozen wine lovers meandered around the room, commenting on the labels or slurping up freebies at the wine bar, making stupid talk with the young men and women who were pouring and trying to smile. Mr. Tobin said hello to one of the pourers, Sarah by name, an attractive young lady in her mid-20s. I assumed that Frederick picked the furniture himself, and he had a good eye for clean-cut pretties. The boss said, "Sarah, pour Mr. John. Pour John some of the 95 Merlot." And she did, with a steady hand, into a small glass. I swirled the stuff around to show I was into this. I sniffed it and said, "Nice bouquet." I held it up to the light and said, "Good color. Purple. And nice fingers." "Where?" "The way it clings to the glass." "Right." I sipped a little. I mean, it's okay. It's an acquired taste. It's actually not bad with a steak. I said, "Fruity and friendly." Mr. Tobin nodded enthusiastically. Yes, and forward. Very forward. Forward? I said, "This is a bit heavier and more robust than a Napa Merlot." "Actually, it's a bit lighter." That's what I meant. I should have quit while I was ahead. Good. I put the glass down. Mr. Tobin said to Sarah, "Pour the 95 Cabernet." "That's all right. I want you to see the difference." She poured. I sipped and said, "Good. Less forward." We chit-chatted a bit, and Mr. Tobin insisted I try a white. He said, "This is my blend of Chardonnay and other whites, which I won't reveal. It has a beautiful color, and we call it autumn gold." I sampled the wine. Friendly, but not too forward. He didn't reply. I said, "Did you ever think of calling one of your wines the Grapes of Wrath?" "I'll take that up with my marketing people." I commented, "Nice labels." Mr. Tobin informed me, "All my reds have labels with a piece of Pollock art, and my whites are de Kooning." "Is that so?" "You know, Jackson Pollock and Willem de Kooning. They both lived on Long Island and created some of their best works here." "Oh, the painters." "Right. Pollock is the splatter guy." Mr. Tobin didn't reply but glanced at his watch, clearly tired of my company. I looked around and spotted an empty booth away from the wine pourers and customers. I said, "Let's sit over there a minute." Mr. Tobin followed reluctantly and sat opposite me in the booth. I sipped at the Cabernet and said to him, "Just a few more routine questions. How long did you know the Gordons?" "Oh, about a year and a half." "Did they ever discuss their work with you?" "No." "You said they liked to tell Plum Island stories." "Oh, yes. In a general way. They never gave away government secrets." He smiled. "That's good. Did you know they were amateur archaeologists?" Yes, I did." "Did you know they belonged to the Peconic Historical Society?" "Yes. In fact, that's how we met." "Everyone seems to belong to the Peconic Historical Society." "There are about 500 members. That's not everyone. But everyone I come across seems to belong. Is this like a front for something else? Like a witch's coven or something?" "Not as far as I know." "That could be fun, though." We both smiled. He seemed to mull something over. I can tell when a man is mulling, and I never interrupt a muller. Finally, he said, "As a matter of fact, the Peconic Historical Society is having a party Saturday night. I am hosting it on my back lawn. Last outdoor party of the season, weather permitting. Why don't you and a guest join us?" I guess he had room for 2 more now that the Gordons couldn't make it. I replied, "Thanks. I'll try." Actually, I wouldn't miss it. He said, "Chief Maxwell may be there. He has all the particulars." "Great. Can I bring something? Wine?" He smiled politely. "Just bring yourself." And a guest, I reminded him. Yes, and a guest. I asked Mr. Tobin, did you ever hear anything? Any gossip about the Gordons? Such as? Well, sexual, for instance. Not a word. Financial problems? I wouldn't know. And round we went for another 10 minutes. Sometimes you catch a person in a lie, sometimes you don't. Any lie, no matter how small, is significant. I didn't exactly catch Mr. Tobin in any lies, but I was fairly certain he knew the Gordons more intimately than he was letting on. In and of itself, this was not significant. I asked Mr. Tobin, can you name any of the Gordons' friends? He thought a moment, then said, well, as I said, your colleague Chief Maxwell, for one. He named a few other people whose names I didn't recognize. He said, I really don't know their friends or professional associates well. As I said, well, let me put it bluntly, they were sort of hangers-on. But they were attractive, well-spoken, and had interesting jobs. They were both PhDs. You can say we each got something out of the arrangement. I like to surround myself with interesting and beautiful people. Yes, that's somewhat shallow, but you'd be surprised how shallow the interesting and beautiful people can be. He added, I'm sorry about what happened to them, but I can't help you any further. You've been very helpful, Mr. Tobin. I really appreciate your time, and I appreciate you not making a big deal out of this with an attorney. He didn't reply. I slid out of the booth, and he did the same. I said, will you walk me out to my car? If you'd like. I stopped at a counter on which was lots of literature about wine, including some brochures on and about Tobin Vineyards. I gathered a bunch of them and threw them in my little bag. I said, I'm one of those brochure nuts. I have all these brochures from Plum Island. Rinderpest, lumpy skin disease. Anyway, I'm getting a real education on this case. Again, he didn't reply. I asked him to find me the Merlot 95, which he did. I said, apropos the label, Jackson Pollock. I never would have guessed. Now I have something to talk about with my date tonight. I brought the wine to the cashier, but if I thought Mr. Tobin was going to charge it off to Goodwill, I was wrong. I paid the full price, plus tax. We walked out into the sunlight. I said, by the way, I was, like yourself, an acquaintance of the Gordons. He stopped walking, and I, too, stopped. He looked at me. I said, John Corey. Oh. Yes. I didn't catch the name. Corey. John. Yes. I remember now. You're the policeman who was wounded. That's right. I'm feeling much better now. Aren't you a New York City detective? Yes, sir. Hired by Chief Maxwell to help out. I see. So the Gordons did mention me? Yes. Did they say nice things about me? I'm sure they did, but I don't recall precisely. We've actually met once. Back in July. You had a big wine-tasting thing in your big room there. Oh, yes. You had on a purple suit and a tie with grapes and vines. He looked at me. Yes, I think we did meet. No doubt about it. I looked around the gravel lot and commented, everyone has a four-wheel drive these days. That's mine over there. It speaks French, I explained as I started it with the remote. I asked Mr. Tobin, is that your white Porsche over there? Yes, it is. How do you know that? I just thought it might be. You're a Porsche kind of guy. I put my hand out and we shook. I said, I might see you at your party. I hope you find who did it. Oh, I'm sure I will. I always do. Ciao. Bonjour. Bonjour is hello. Right. Au revoir. We parted, our footsteps crunching across the gravel in opposite directions. The bees followed me to my car, but I slipped inside quickly and drove off. I thought about Mr. Frederick Tobin, proprietor, bon vivant, connoisseur of all things beautiful, local bigwheel, acquaintance of the deceased. My training told me he was clean as a whistle, and I shouldn't spend another minute thinking about him. Of all the theories I'd developed about why the Gordons were murdered and who may have done it, Mr. T did not fit one of them. Yet my instinct told me to follow up on the gentleman. Chapter 17. I headed west along Main Road, trying to read the vehicle owner's manual as I drove. I pushed a few buttons on the dashboard and voila! The LED displays all went from metric to 100% American. This is the most fun you can have in the front seat of a car. Feeling now technologically enriched, I accessed my telephone answering machine with my cell phone. I'll tell you, if those pilgrims could see us now, tooling around past their old farms and villages. The machine said, "You have 3 messages." One must be from Beth. I listened, but the first was from Max, reiterating that I was no longer on the case and asking me to call him back, which I had no intention of doing. The second message was from Dom Finelli. He said, "Yo, JC, got your message. If you need help out there, just holler. Meanwhile, I'm getting some leads about who used you for target practice, so I don't want to leave it up in the air unless you really need me there. Why do so many people want to kill my good bud? Hey, I spoke to Wolf personally, and he's not buying that it wasn't you on TV. He says he has information that it was. He wants you to answer some questions. My advice is monitor your calls. That's it for now. Keep your bubble out of trouble. Thanks." The last message was not from Beth, but was from none other than my commanding officer, Detective Lieutenant Andrew Wolf. He didn't say much except, "I'd like you to call me back as soon as possible." Ominous. I wondered if Nash and Wolf really knew each other. The point was, however, that undoubtedly Nash had told Wolf that indeed it had been John Corey on TV, and John Corey was working a homicide case when he was supposed to be on convalescent leave. All those statements were true, and I suppose Andrew Wolf wanted an explanation from me. I know I could explain how I'd gotten involved with this case, but it would be difficult for me to explain to Detective Lieutenant Wolf why he was an asshole. All things considered, it would be best not to return that call. Maybe I should speak to my lawyer. No good deed goes unpunished. I mean, I'm just trying to be a good citizen, and the guy who talked me into this, my buddy Max, picks my brains, gets me into a pissing match with the feds, then pulls my shield. Actually, he never gave me a shield. And Beth hasn't called. I kept reminding myself I was a hero, though I'm not sure how getting shot is heroic. When I was a kid, only people who shot at bad guys were heroes. Now everyone who gets a disease, or who's held hostage, or who gets plugged is a hero. But if I could trade on the hero thing to get my ass out of hot water, I surely would. Problem was, media-made heroes had only about 90 days shelf life. I got shot in mid-April. Maybe I should call my lawyer. I was in the hamlet of Kachog now, approaching downtown, which can get by you real quick if you're not paying attention. Kachog is ye old quaint, neat, and prosperous, like most of these hamlets, partly because of the wine biz, I think. There were long banners strung across Main Street advertising a whole bunch of events, like the annual East End Seaport Maritime Festival, and a concert at Horton Lighthouse featuring the Isotope Stompers. Don't ask. Well, the summer was officially over, but the fall season had a lot going on for the residents and for the smaller number of tourists. I always suspected there was a big party held each November, open to locals only, and it was called the North Fork Residents Say Good Riddance to the Fucking Tourists Festival. So there I was, driving very slowly, looking for the Peconic Historical Society building that I remembered was somewhere around Main Road. To the south side of the road was the Kachog Village Green, which boasted the oldest house in New York State, circa 1649, according to the sign. This looked promising, and I drove down a small lane that bisected the green. There were a number of old clapboards and shingled buildings across the green which thankfully lacked pillories, stocks, dunking stools, or any other public displays of early American S&M. Finally, a short distance from the village green, I saw a big white clapboard house. A mansion, really, with tall white pillars in front. A wooden Chippendale-style sign on the lawn said Peconic Historical Society. Beneath that, it said museum, then gift shoppy. 2 P's and an E. I won a Scrabble game with that word once. Hanging from 2 short chains was another sign giving the days and hours that the museum and gift shoppy were open. After Labor Day, the hours were confined to weekends and holidays. There was a phone number on the sign, and I dialed it. There was a recorded message, a woman's voice, that sounded like it was taped in 1640, which went on about hours and events and all of that. Never one to be put off by other people's agendas, I got out, climbed the steps to the big porch, and knocked with ye old brass knocker. I really gave it a good pounding, but no one seemed to be about, and there were no cars in the small lot to the side. I got back into my vehicle and dialed my new friend, Margaret Wiley. She answered, and I said, "Good morning, Mrs. Wiley. This is Detective Corey." "Yes. You mentioned yesterday about seeing the Peconic Historical Society Museum, and I was thinking about that all day. Do you think it would be possible to go see it today and maybe speak to some of the officers? What was the president's name? Witherspoon?" "Whitestone. Emma Whitestone." "Right. Is that possible today?" "I don't know. Why don't I call Emma Whitestone? I'll call her. She may consent to meet you at the museum." "Great. I really appreciate. Where can I reach you?" "Tell you what. I'll call you back in 10 or 15 minutes. I'm in my car, and I have to stop and get a gift for my mother. It's her birthday." "Hey, I'll bet you have a gift shop in the museum." "We do." "Great. By the way, I spoke to my Uncle Harry and gave him your regards." "Thank you. He said to say hello to you, and he'd like to call you when he gets out here." I didn't mention Uncle Harry's dead dick. "That would be nice." "Terrific. Okay, I'd really appreciate it if Mrs. Whitestone or any of the other officers of the society could meet me this morning." "I'll do what I can. I may have to come myself." "Don't put yourself out. And thanks for your help yesterday." "Don't mention it." I almost didn't. 15 minutes. Call around." "Is your friend with you today?" "My partner?" "Yes, the young lady. She'll be along shortly." "She's a delightful woman. I enjoyed speaking to her." "We're going to get married." "How unfortunate." She hung up. Oh well. I threw the vehicle into gear, and the female voice was back telling me, "Release emergency brake," which I did. I messed around with the computer a while, trying to delete this option, expecting the voice to say, "Why are you trying to kill me? Don't you like me? I'm only trying to help you." What if the door is locked and the gas pedal went down to the floor? I threw the owner's manual in the glove compartment. I turned south on the delightfully named Skunk Lane, then across the causeway to Nassau Point again. I drove to the Gordon Street and noticed Max's white Jeep out front of the crime scene. I pulled into the Murphys' driveway, out of sight of the Gordons' house. I went directly to the rear of the Murphys' house and saw them in the TV room, known also as the Florida Room, a jalousied extension to the original building. The TV was going, and I rapped on the screen door. Edgar Murphy stood, saw me, and opened the door. "Back again?" "Yes, sir. I just need a minute of your time." He motioned me inside. Mrs. Murphy stood and gave me a lukewarm hello. The TV stayed on. For a half-second, I was at my parents' house in Florida. Same room, same TV show, same people, really. Anyway, I said to them, "Describe the white sports car you saw next door in June." They both gave it a go, but their descriptive powers were limited. Finally, I took a pen out of my pocket, picked up a newspaper and asked them to draw an outline of the car, but they said they couldn't. I drew an outline of a Porsche for them. You're not supposed to lead a witness like this, but what the hell? They both nodded. Mr. Murphy said, "Yep, that's it. Big fat car. Like a turned-over wash tub." Mrs. Murphy agreed. I took the Tobin Vineyards brochure from my pocket and folded it so as to show only a small black-and-white photo of Frederick Tobin, proprietor. I didn't let them see the whole brochure because they would have told everybody that the police thought Frederick Tobin murdered the Gordons. The Murphys studied the photo. Again, this is really leading the witness, showing only one photo without mixing it up with others, but I had no time or patience for procedure. I did not, however, say, "Is this the man you saw in the sports car?" Mrs. Murphy, however, did say, "That's the man I saw in the sports car." Mr. Murphy agreed. He asked me, "Is that a suspect?" "No, sir." "Okay, sorry to bother you again." I asked, "Did anyone try to question you about this case?" "Nope." "Remember, don't talk to anyone except Chief Maxwell, me, and Detective Penrose." Mr. Murphy asked, "Where is she?" "Detective Penrose? She's home with morning sickness." "Pregnant?" asked Agnes. "About a month," I replied. "Okay." "I didn't see a wedding ring," observed Agnes. You know how these young girls are. I shook my head sadly, then said, "Okay, thanks again." I exited quickly, got back into my Jeep, and drove off. Apparently, Mr. Frederick Tobin had been at the Gordons on at least one occasion. Yet he didn't seem to recall his June visit. But maybe it wasn't him. Maybe it was another brown-bearded man in a white Porsche. Maybe I should find out why Mr. Tobin lied. I tried my answering machine again, and there were 2 new calls. The first was Max, who said, "John, this is Chief Maxwell. Maybe I didn't make myself clear about your status. You're no longer working for the township. Okay? I got a call from Frederick Tobin's attorneys, and they're not happy people. Understand? I don't know exactly what you and Mr. Tobin discussed, but I think that's the last official conversation you should have with him. Call me." Interesting. All I'm trying to do is help, and I'm getting hometown by the local old boys. The next call was from my ex, whose name is Robin Payne, which fits her, and who also happens to be an attorney. She said, "Hello, John, this is Robin. I want to remind you that our 1-year separation ends on October 1st, at which time we are legally divorced. You'll get a copy of the decree in the mail. There's nothing for you to sign or do. It's automatic." She put a light tone in her voice and said, "Well, you can't commit adultery after October 1st unless you remarry. But don't get married before you get your decree or it's bigamy. Saw you on the news. Sounds like a fascinating case. Be well." Right. Robin, by the way, was a Manhattan assistant district attorney once, which is how I met her. We were on the same side. She switched sides and took a high-paying job with a big-name defense attorney who liked her style in court. He may have liked more than her style, but aside from that, our marriage became a conflict of interest. I mean, I'm trying to put scumbags in the slammer, and the woman I'm sleeping with is trying to keep them in business. The last straw was when she took the case of a high-level drug guy who, aside from his American problems, was wanted in Colombia for icing a judge. I mean, geez, lady, I know somebody has to do it, and the money is terrific, but I was feeling matrimonially challenged. So I told her, "It's me or your job," to which she replied, "Maybe you should change your job." And she meant it. Her firm needed a private investigator, and she wanted me to take the job. I pictured doing PI work for her and her idiot boss. Maybe getting their coffee between cases. Right. Divorce, please. Aside from these little career conflicts, we were actually in love once. Anyway, October 1st. Then she is officially ex, and I lose the opportunity to be an adulterer or a bigamist. Life just isn't fair sometimes. over the causeway and on to Main Road, heading back toward the hamlet of Kachog. I called Margaret Wiley. She said, I reached Emma at her florist shop, and she's on her way to the Peconic Historical Society house. That's very nice of her to give up her time. I told her it concerned the Gordon murders. Well, I'm not sure it does, Mrs. Wiley. I was just curious about— You can discuss that with her. She's waiting for you. Thank you. I think she hung up before I did. Anyway, I drove back to the Peconic Historical Society house and parked in the small lot beside a van marked Whitestone Florist. I went to the front door, and there was a yellow post-it near the knocker that said, Mr. Corey, please let yourself in. So, I did. The house, as I said, was large, circa about 1850s, typical of the home of a rich merchant or sea captain. The foyer was big, and to the left was a large sitting room. To the right was the dining room. The place was all antiques, of course, mostly junk if you want my opinion, but probably worth a bunch of buckos. I didn't see or hear anyone in the house, so I wandered about from room to room. It wasn't actually a museum in the sense of exhibits. It was just a decorated period house. I couldn't see anything sinister about the place. No paintings of burning churches on the walls, no black candles, no needlepoint pentagrams or black cats, and the kitchen had no bubbling witch's cauldron. I wasn't sure why I was here, but something had drawn me here. On the other hand, I think I had geriatric overload, and the thought of talking to one more septuagenarian was more than I could handle. I should have opened the bottle of Tobin wine and chugged it before meeting Mrs. Whitestone. Presently I found the gift shop. Gift shoppy, which had once been a summer kitchen, I think, and I went in. The lights were off, but sunlight came in through the windows. The gifts ran the gamut from locally published books to local handicrafts, Indian crafts, needlepoint, dried herbs, pressed flowers, herbal teas, floral scents, candles, none black, watercolors, more painted tiles, seed packets, and so on. What do people do with all this crap? I picked up a piece of weathered barn siding on which someone had painted an old sailing ship. As I studied the painting, I felt that someone was watching me. I turned toward the entrance of the gift shop, and a good-looking woman of about 30-something was standing there, staring at me. I said, I'm looking for Emma Whitestone. You must be John Corey. I must be. Do you know if she's in? I'm Emma Whitestone. The day was turning around. Oh, I said. I expected someone older. I expected someone younger. Oh. Margaret said you were a young man, but you're closer to middle age, I think. She walked up to me and extended her hand. She said, I'm president of the Peconic Historical Society. How can I help you? Well, I don't know. Neither do I. Okay, here's the deal. She was tall, only an inch or so shorter than I am, thin but shapely, shoulder-length brown hair that was washed but not ironed, light makeup, no nail polish, no jewelry, no earrings, no wedding or engagement ring. And she wasn't wearing much clothing either. She had on a knee-length beige cotton summer dress with itty-bitty shoulder straps holding it up. Beneath this scanty number was little in the way of underwear. Certainly no bra, but I could see bikini panty lines. Also, she was barefoot. If I pictured Ms. Whitestone dressing this morning, she had slipped on the panties and the dress, put on a touch of lipstick, sort of combed her hair, and that was it. She could conceivably get out of that outfit in 4 seconds, less with my help. Mr. Corey, are you thinking about how I can help you? Yes, I am. Just a second. She was not overly built, but was designed for speed and perhaps endurance. She had nice gray-green eyes, and her face, aside from being pretty, was, at first glance, innocent. She reminded me of photos I had seen of 1960s flower children. But maybe I thought that because she was a florist. On second look, there was a quiet sexuality in her features. Really? I should mention, too, that she had a nice, even tan, giving her skin a cafe au lait color. This was one good-looking and sensual woman. Emma Whitestone.
This has to do with the Gordons.
Yes. I put down the piece of barn siding and asked, "Did you know them?"
Yes. We were friendly, but not friends.
She added,
"It was awful."
"Yes."
"Do you have any leads?"
"No."
"I heard on the radio that they may have stolen a vaccine."
"Looks that way." She thought a moment, then said to me,
"You knew them."
"That's right. How do you know?"
"Your name came up a few times."
"Did it? In a nice way, I hope."
"Very nice."
She added,
"Judy had a little crush on you."
"Really?"
"Didn't you know?"
"Maybe." I wanted to change this subject, so I said, "Do you have, like, a list of members here?"
"Sure. The office is upstairs. I was doing some paperwork there when you arrived. Follow me."
I followed her. She had on a lavender scent. As we made our way through the mansion, I said, "Beautiful house." She glanced back at me and said,
"I'll give you a personal tour later."
"Terrific. Wish I had my camera." We went up the wide, sweeping stairs, me still slightly behind her. Her panties really were skimpy. Also, she had nice feet, if you're into that. On the second floor, she led me into a room that she described as the upstairs parlor. She invited me to sit in a wing-back chair near the fireplace, which I did. She said,
"Can I offer you a cup of herbal tea?"
"I've had several cups already, thank you." She sat in a wooden rocker opposite me and crossed her long, long legs. She asked,
"What exactly do you need, Mr. Corey?"
"John. Please, call me John."
"John. Please call me Emma."
"Well, Emma," I began, "I'd first like to ask you a few questions about the Peconic Historical Society." "What's it all about?"
"It's about history.
The North Fork has a number of local historical societies, most housed in historic buildings. This is the largest of all the societies and is named Peconic, an Indian name for this region. We have about 500 members. Some are very prominent, some are simple farmers. We are dedicated to preserving, recording, and passing on our heritage. And discovering more about that heritage.
Yes.
Through archaeology.
Yes. And research. We have some interesting archives here.
Could I see them later?
You can see whatever you'd like later."
She smiled. Oh, my heart. I mean, was this a tease or was this for real? I smiled at her. She smiled again. Back to the job. I asked her, were the Gordons active members?
They were.
When did they join?
About a year and a half ago. They'd moved here from Washington, D.C. They were from the Midwest, but they'd worked for the government in Washington. I suppose you know that.
Did they ever discuss their work with you?
Not really.
Have you ever been to their house?
Once.
Did you socialize with them?
Now and then. The Peconic Historical Society is very social. That's one of the reasons they enjoyed us.
I asked, with some subtlety, did Tom have the hots for you? Instead of being insulted or shocked, she replied,
probably.
But you were not sexually involved with him?
No. He never asked.
I cleared my throat. I see.
Look, Mr. Corey, John, you're wasting your time and my time with those kinds of questions. I don't know why or who murdered the Gordons, but it had nothing to do with me or with the sexual triangle involving me.
I didn't say it did. I'm just exploring any sexual angles as part of the larger investigation.
Well, I wasn't sleeping with him. I think he was faithful. She was faithful too, as far as I know. It's hard to have an affair around here without everyone knowing about it.
That may be your perception.
She regarded me a moment, then asked me, "Were you and Judy involved?"
No, we weren't, Ms. Whitestone. This is not the afternoon soaps. This is a murder investigation, and I'll ask the questions.
Don't be so touchy.
I took a deep breath and said, I apologize.
I want you to find the murderer. Ask your questions.
Right. Okay, let me ask you this. What was your first thought when you heard they'd been murdered?
I don't know. I suppose I thought it had to do with their jobs.
Okay. What do you think now?
I have no opinions.
I find that hard to believe.
Let's come back to that.
Okay. I still wasn't sure where I wanted to go with this interview or what I was specifically seeking. But I had this mental image in my mind, sort of a map, and on it was Plum Island, Nassau Point, the bluffs above Long Island Sound, Tobin Vineyards, and the Peconic Historical Society. If you connected these points with a line, you had a 5-sided geometric shape with no meaning. But if you connected these points in a metaphysical way, maybe the shape made sense. I mean, what was the common element of these 5 points? Maybe there wasn't any, but somehow they seemed connected. They seemed to share something. What? I thought about whatever it was that had pinged in my head on Plum Island. History. Archaeology. That was it. What was it? I asked Ms. Whitestone, "Do you know any of the people who work on Plum Island?" She thought a moment, then replied, "Not really. A few of my customers work there. Other than Tom and Judy, I don't know any of the scientists, and none of them belong to the Historical Society." She added, "They're a close-knit group. Keep to themselves." Do you know anything about the proposed digs on Plum Island? Only that Tom Gordon had promised the Historical Society a chance to root around on the island. You're not into archaeology? Not really. I prefer archive work. I have a degree in archival science, Columbia University. Is that so? I teach at John Jay, which is actually about 50 blocks due south of Columbia. Finally, we had something in common. What do you teach? She asked. Criminal science and ceramics. She smiled. Her toes wiggled. She recrossed her legs. Beige. The panties were beige, like the dress. I was at a point where I almost had to cross my legs lest Ms. Whitestone noticed that Lord Pudley was stirring from his nap. Keep your pee-pee in the teepee. I said, archival science. Fascinating. It can be. I worked at Stony Brook for a while, then got a job out here in the Cachog Free Library. Founded in 1841, and they still pay the same salary. I was raised here, but it's hard to make a living out here unless you're in some sort of business. I own a florist shop. Yes, I saw the van. That's right. You're a detective. She asked, "So what are you doing out here?" Convalescing. Oh, right. Now I remember. You look fine. So did she, but you're not supposed to hit on the witness, so I didn't mention it. She had a nice, soft, breathy voice, which I found sexy. I asked her, "Do you know Frederick Tobin?" Who doesn't? He belongs to the Peconic Historical Society. He's our largest benefactor. He gives wine and money. Are you a wine connoisseur? No. Are you? Yes. I can tell the difference between a Merlot and a Budweiser, blindfolded. She smiled. I said, I'll bet a lot of people wish they'd gotten into wine years ago. I mean, as a business. I don't know. It's interesting, but not that lucrative. It is for Frederick Tobin, I pointed out. Frederick lives way above his means. I sat up. Why do you say that? Because he does. Do you know him well? Personally? She asked me, do you know him personally? I really don't.